Today is orientation day at the absolute worst school on earth, the Demonic Academy. They only open their gates once every 10 years. 6 brutal stages, 1 shot at each test. If you fail even once, you are done. It is straight to the labor camps for the rest of your miserable life. This place is literally designed to forge human monsters. And standing right at the front, the 6 heirs of the 6 great clans, all of them children of the cult leader, who is easily one of the 5 strongest fighters alive. Representing the Dark Clan and ranked number 1 is Mu Yang. Then we have the Sword Clan heir, number 2, Kwang Yuan. From the Spring Clan, number 3, Mu Kun. Next is the Poison Clan heir, number 4, Zhong Sung. At number 5, from the Blade Clan, we have Yu Chan. And rounding them out at number 6 is the only girl here, Gawang Ho Rio from the Sound Clan. These are 6 genius killers raised to murder. But there is actually a 7th prince. Too bad he is just an illegitimate bastard child the clans would honestly rather pretend does not even exist. Right now, he is literally locked outside the main gates because, surprise, surprise, nobody can find his entrance badge. The black tag with the number 7 is completely gone. He knows exactly what kind of game they are playing here. It is just another cheap trick by the 6 clans to embarrass him before he even steps inside. But our boy Yoan quietly swallows it and waits. Picking a fight today helps nobody. Once they finally let him inside, he gets shoved straight to the very back of the crowd. The nasty whispers start immediately, but then the trumpets blast. The grand cult leader arrives, making the entire courtyard tremble. He gives the typical boss speech, "You are the future, train hard, protect our cult." The crowd absolutely loves it. But then the leader glances toward the back, looks his bastard son dead in the eye, and just turns away like he is completely invisible. Honestly, Yoan is not even shocked. This man might be his father, but he is also the same deadbeat who never showed up when his mother was literally dying. Anyway, the speech is over. Time for the very first test. The rules for this trial are simple but terrifying. The Sound Clan elder is going to play her instrument, which is actually a deadly weapon of pure energy. If you survive for 1 full minute, you pass. If you fail, pack your bags. She begins to play, and it is absolute chaos. The weaker students get blown right off their feet in seconds, with blood literally pouring out of their ears. Even the 6 main heirs, who have 20 years of intense martial arts training packed into their bodies, are struggling. They tried to look cool at first, but now they are gritting their teeth just to stay upright. Meanwhile, the elder is getting furious because the one kid she expected to collapse instantly is just standing there, totally fine, and not even breaking a sweat. In fact, Yoan is incredibly confused. People are passing out left and right, but he feels absolutely nothing. Suddenly, a cold voice speaks inside his head, detecting extreme low-frequency sound waves. "I have temporarily deactivated your hearing receptors to protect your organs from internal damage." Another elder notices the sound lady is losing her temper. Her fragile pride cannot take a kid ignoring her power, so she cranks the volume to the absolute maximum. Now kids are literally bleeding from their ears and falling like flies. The guy who was actively plotting Yoan's downfall is completely baffled by how aggressive the elder is being. He slowly looks behind him, utterly shocked by what he sees. That sudden movement makes all the other clan heirs curious, so they turn around only to see our absolute unit standing there like he is listening to elevator music. Honestly, you have to love how mad they look. But there is a huge problem. Yoan has 0 internal energy. Walking out completely fine will only make things harder for him later, so he does something incredibly risky and commands Nano to cause him an internal injury. While he is plotting, the old lady keeps going absolutely feral. She is pouring half her maximum power into the performance, which is enough to kill the entire class. The other elder realizes this is getting too dangerous. At this rate, even the elite prodigies are spitting up blood. The other elder finally screams at her to stop, and she plays one last angry note, absolutely furious that she lost her cool over a 15-year-old kid who was supposed to be trash. Then, in a split second, our boy suddenly coughs up blood and collapses in agony. Nobody has any clue what just happened at the very last second. He drops to the floor, leaving a pool of crimson behind. While Yoan quietly complains to himself that Nano went way too far with the damage, he throws up even more. Now the red-haired elder is panicking, because if this kid dies, his head is on the chopping block. He rushes over, yelling at the boy to stand up, and lifts him to check his pulse. He wants to see how much internal energy Yoan has, only to discover there is absolutely nothing. The kid is a literal lunatic. How did he survive a sound wave execution on nothing but sheer willpower and mental grit? The elder immediately orders some guards to carry him to the clinic. Meanwhile, the sound lady is totally baffled, believing Yoan hid his intense pain until the very end. She asks the red-haired elder how much energy the kid actually had, and he reveals the truth: 0. He has none. She is completely stunned, since he should have blacked out instantly, but the elder explains that despite suffering severe internal damage, the kid stood firm on pure, unadulterated willpower. He honestly wishes he could take him as a student, but he is definitely not brave enough to pick a fight with the 6 clans. Meanwhile, this drunk guy takes a massive gulp of alcohol and says things are finally getting interesting. Red Hair tells him to get lost, and their sudden energy clash puts every single student on edge. It turns out those two are the prestigious left and right guardians of the cult leader. The drunk guardian eventually stumbles away, claiming he has errands to run, but secretly, he is deeply curious to learn more about this mysterious kid Yoan. But what is this weird voice in his head? Well, just 1 week ago, a beaten and bloody Yoan was sprinting through a forest with a squad of deadly assassins right on his heels. Once they corner him, they reveal the ugly truth. This was never about his lack of talent. As long as he carries royal blood and a claim to the throne, the clans will never stop hunting him. The only way out is his death. But he still fights back, baiting them with a hidden second dagger and taking one down. Unfortunately, he gets a sword run clean through his gut in return. The assassins just laugh and leave him there to slowly bleed to death. Out of nowhere, a complete stranger appears. This teenager is wearing weird modern clothes, his body is crackling with pure electricity, and he literally shreds the remaining assassins to pieces like they are nothing. The stranger mutters something about Yoan being his ancestor, and before vanishing, he injects something right into his neck. He calls it a gift, the latest model of a 7th-generation Nano machine from a massive, futuristic corporation. Yoan later wakes up in a bed, and strangely, his body has been completely purged. After coughing up some nasty black sludge, every single impurity is forced out of him, and that is when the voice starts talking inside his head. It is not a god, but Nano 482 million tiny machines living inside his bloodstream, rebuilding him from the cells up. They cannot leave until he dies. And here is where things get interesting. While the 6 clans spent his entire life keeping him weak, even poisoning his mother and forcing him to vow never to learn martial arts, his own half-brothers are openly plotting to kill him. Luckily, Nano is the ultimate cheat code for revenge. If he just watches someone train, Nano breaks down every single movement and rewrites his muscle memory to match. This literally gifts him 20 years of martial arts mastery in a single afternoon. That is exactly how he copied his guard's dagger technique, just by spying through a window. He can also flip through any manual once, and Nano scans the pages, corrects the mistakes, and uploads the knowledge directly to his brain. This means instant mastery without studying. If he gets cut, the wound seals itself shut right before his eyes. Nano can even realign his muscle fibers to boost his physical strength. Absolute peak performance on command. The sad part is that the only person our guy has left in this world is Guard Zhang, the loyal servant who raised him, cooked for him, and acted as a real father. Zhang is also the one who rescued him from that forest, brought him back home, and even hired a doctor. That doctor was completely baffled, noting that Yoan's body had somehow transformed into the absolute perfect vessel for martial arts. Something had shifted, because before this, he was completely weak and untalented. After recovering, our boy ate one final meal cooked by Guard Zhang before heading off to the academy. Which brings us right back to the chaotic aftermath of that first exam. The supposedly weakest son did not just survive the Elder's deadly sonic attack. He actually outlasted every elite prodigy in the entire room without using a single drop of internal energy, immediately catching the eye of that powerful, drunk guardian. Meanwhile, up on the second floor of the infirmary, Dr. Beck is peacefully reading when a new patient gets wheeled in. Instantly, his eyes light up with pure, unscientific excitement. Is this really happening? A patient on day 1. Just as he hoped, this brutal academy is truly the absolute best. Meanwhile, one guard secretly agrees that Dr. Beck is completely unhinged when it comes to medical treatment. He barks at them to stop standing around and bring the boy inside. Looking at Yoan, he wonders what kind of absolute torture the entrance exam was to leave him in this state. He even asks if he got stabbed in the gut, but they explain it is actually a severe internal injury. That blows his mind even more, and the guard mentions that the kid actually has 0 Nagong. Because of that, the left guardian specifically ordered them to handle him like glass. Bake notes that in 10 years of teaching, he has seen every medical emergency imaginable, but never this much blood from a simple internal wound. The guards announce they are leaving, but as they head out, one of them glances back and spots something weird. His partner tells him to stop wasting time because they are on a tight schedule. Still, the man mutters that the kid somehow looks better than before, wondering if he is just seeing things. Suspicious, the doctor steps closer to examine him. Yoan nearly jolts awake, suddenly remembering he is supposed to be playing dead in the clinic. The pain is brutal, but he forces himself to hold still until the doctor finishes. Baek checks his pulse and mutters that it is incredibly unstable, meaning the boy took serious damage. Still, even if he bit his tongue, That alone cannot explain this massive pool of blood. Deciding to start with acupuncture, Beck is suddenly startled by a loud blast. He nearly jumps out of his skin when he sees the right guardian, Submeng, standing there, and demands to know why he is here. Submeng calls him a coward who hides behind his master. Beck silently fumes, thinking this lunatic is as arrogant as ever, asking what business a guardian has in his clinic. Sensing he is not welcome, Submeng gets told to go find another room to rest in. He just chuckles, thinking he will never understand Beck, before turning his gaze back to Yoan and calling him a fascinating child. Yoan wonders what this guy actually wants. Did he somehow realize the internal injury is a total fraud? As Submeng walks right up to the bed, the heavy stench of alcohol hits the boy's nose. Submeng loudly asks why he is pretending to sleep when the boy refuses to open his eyes. With a wave of his hand, he uses Nagong to lift him upright, leaving the doctor completely shocked. Lifting a whole body without even touching it truly proves he is a master guardian. Yoan realizes he was moved by pure Nigong, but his exhausted body still refuses to cooperate. Submeng warns that if he keeps faking it, a heavy slap to the face is coming. Knowing the game is up, Yoan opens his eyes and asks how he knew. The wild guardian just bursts out laughing, finding him even more amusing. He asks how a kid can stay so incredibly calm right in front of a guardian. Honestly, Yoan already absolutely detests this guy's entire vibe. Submeng explains that any master can tell if someone is faking sleep just by listening to their breath, and Yoan realizes his breathing gave him away. Nano chimes in, noting he should be taking 12 to 20 breaths a minute, not 8. Yoan mentally tells Nano he really does not need a biology lecture right now. Meanwhile, Submeng praises his incredible guts, saying most kids nowadays completely lack this kind of raw nerve. This leaves the boy thoroughly confused, realizing Submeng did not actually come here to expose his little act. The guardian complains that most youngsters are boring and run away when things get tough. Yoan silently reflects that willpower alone is not what kept him alive. Even so, Submeng notes that the boy possesses a rare, unbreakable drive. Beck cuts in, insisting the kid is in terrible condition and needs immediate treatment, but the drunk guardian tells him to wait. Adults are talking here. Suddenly, the boy starts coughing violently and spitting up blood again. Seeing he really is in bad shape, Submeng quickly releases his Nagong, gently forcing the kid back into a deep, healing sleep. Then, he gets straight to the point. He wants to make the kid his disciple. Neither Beck nor Yoan can believe their ears, while Submeng calmly chugs down more liquor. Shocked, the boy asks him to repeat that, and Submeng confirms his offer. Yoan asks if the right guardian even knows his identity, but the man says everyone does. The boy then questions if the powerful 6 clans will not despise him for doing this. Submeng laughs, asking what they could possibly do to stop him. With or without the boy, he is going to end up fighting them anyway. Still, Yoan can't help but wonder if this is some elaborate trap. Meanwhile, the doctor realizes this is the 7th prince, thinking they expected underhanded tricks, but causing this much blood loss is taking things way too far. Dumbfounded, the boy admits he is completely speechless. It is too sudden, and he already has assigned instructors here. Submeng gets annoyed, snapping that he is not begging for an apprentice. Still, he knows the boy has massive trust issues, which is fair given his brutal childhood. So, Submeng accepts that. If he is not convinced yet, he will make an offer that is impossible to refuse. Tossing a small item to the boy, he explains it is the exact tool he needs to stay alive. After all, he landed in the hospital on day 1. He asks if the boy is not terrified of falling behind. Passing the entrance test with pure stubbornness is great, but nobody can pass the 2nd stage without mastering Nigong. Yoan is forced to face that cold reality. Submeng says any true martial artist must stay ahead of the pack, then asks if he seriously plans to rot in a bed for 2 weeks while falling behind. While he is cooped up in here, his rivals will definitely be training and growing stronger. Yoan knows the man is right, but he still needs to lay low here a bit longer to avoid raising suspicions. Seeing his arguments hitting home, Submeng asks if he knows why that red-haired idiot sent him to the clinic. The boy assumes it was just because of his injury, and the guardian nods. Sure, an injured student gets hospitalized, but then he asks if it is not weird that other kids were hurt, yet none of them are here. Submeng explains that the others can easily treat their own wounds through basic meditation. Sure, a medical doctor is faster, but that is not the point. Put simply, since the others can heal themselves, there is no reason to bring them here. The boy suddenly realizes why he is the only patient. He lacks the power to heal himself. Submeng grins, knowing he is incredibly close to securing his new disciple. He adds that someone who cannot even meditate should never be recovering this quickly from a severe internal wound. Although Submeng keeps questioning him, Yoan knows his fast recovery is thanks to Nano. Still, the Guardian's words are entirely correct. If he wants to survive, learning Nagong is absolutely mandatory. Suddenly remembering his reward for passing the first test, Yoan asks Submeng about the healing pill and access to the library first floor. Submeng bursts into laughter again, mentioning the academy chief forgot to share a critical detail. He cannot just stroll in whenever he wants. He gets exactly one single visit after passing the test. This leaves Yoan completely stunned. Submeng chuckles, asking if he really believed he could just freely browse legendary manuals in a heavily guarded fortress. The boy just stares at him in silence. Submeng adds that he is only allowed on the first floor for a brief 2 hours. Yoan is disappointed by the tight time limit, but the guardian explains he can earn more time later. Plus, no copying is allowed. He must memorize every single word before stepping out. While remembering even 2 books is considered impossible, Yoan realizes this actually gives him a massive, unfair advantage. With Nano's scanning ability, 2 hours is more than enough to perfectly copy hundreds of secret manuals. Submeng warns that spending 4 years here with 0 Nagong will be pure hell, and the boy completely understands his point. Unlike the elite clan heirs who were trained from birth, he has absolutely 0 martial arts or Nagong. If he wants to survive the constant threat of the 6 clans, finding a powerful master is his only option. Looking at the manual lying near his head, he asks if it is indeed a Nagong breathing technique. Submeng smiles, promising to teach him if he accepts the offer. Yoan admits he is still not entirely sure about taking Submeng as his master. However, this finally gives him a powerful ally and a real chance to obtain the secrets the 6 clans denied him. Slowly rising, the boy kneels before Submeng to accept him as his mentor. Though custom dictates a student should bow twice, the master quickly pulls him back to his feet with a warm grin. Declares that the blood of Zome bows only to itself. Sepal then tells him to rest up, but orders him to memorize every single Nagong breathing point before he returns. Right after, Sepal heads out, ordering Dr. Bake to take extra care of his new student. The doctor asks if the boy will be fine, and Sepal just shrugs. His new master is just wildly impulsive. Borg laughs and says Sepal must really like him, congratulating the boy on becoming that drunkard's disciple. Bake sighs, warning that this injury will make training brutal since his pulse is still a total mess. Bake tells the boy to wait while he grabs some acupuncture needles. Left alone, Yoan realizes that with Nano, his new master, and this crazy luck, his mother and Guardjang would finally be proud. Surrounded by enemies, he finally has allies in his corner. Meanwhile, over at the Demon Academy training field, cadets practice their Nagong under the watchful, arrogant eyes of the high-ranking clan heirs. Officers report the first test results to the left guardian, mentioning Cadet 7 was sent to the infirmary. In total, 415 passed, about 200 fewer than the test 10 years ago. The Elder's energy waves were just too brutal. Naturally, the failed cadets are throwing a massive fit, screaming about how unfair it is. Some are literally foaming at the mouth in sheer rage. A guard barks at them, asking how they expect to survive hard labor if they cannot even pass this. One furious boy snaps back, demanding to know how anyone could possibly survive that. Realizing they will not accept defeat, the guard orders them kicked out immediately. Just like that, things get physical as guards start violently tossing the crying failures out. Rojan notes the guards are elite, making struggle pointless for these expelled kids. Meng admits he would also find it unfair, especially since Cadet 7 is the exact reason this test became so ridiculously hard. He adds that they simply lacked the luck and skill, so this is just their fate. Rojan points out how many absolute monsters still made it, prompting Meng to ask if he noticed them too. Most injured cadets are already meditating to heal, while the heirs from the 6 great clans passed without breaking a sweat. It is obvious they are on an entirely different level. Normally, surviving the Elder's attack unharmed requires years of intensive Nagong training, placing these elites far above everyone else. Look at number 1 from the Dark Clan and number 5 from the Sword Clan. Those two did not even flinch. By the looks of it, the real showdown will be between the Dark Clan and the Sword Clan. As expected, this will be highly entertaining. Soon after, the instructor congratulates everyone who passed. They each receive a bronze coin, the lowest cadet rank, before starting their 4 years of training. From this moment on, yes and no are banned. The only allowed response is motto. Any other word means they are begging for punishment. When the instructor asks if they understand, everyone roars motto in unison. With that settled, they begin sorting them into groups. Back in the infirmary, the doctor prepares the medicine and starts the treatment. When the boy speaks, the doctor introduces himself as Bake, adding that calling him doctor is not nearly enough respect. Yoan asks Bake if his body is really in such bad shape. Bake apologizes but delivers the grim news. It will take 11 to 15 days of recovery before he can join any tests, leaving the boy totally stunned. He panics, realizing he cannot just magically heal instantly. Recovering too fast will look incredibly suspicious to the elders, but taking the normal route means falling dangerously behind everyone else. He has no idea what even happened during the test. Bake tells him not to worry, boasting that any other doctor would take months, but under his care, he will heal in record time. Still, Yoan hates the thought of losing valuable training days. Bake tries to calm him down, hinting he will look the other way regarding whatever he is secretly learning from the Guardian. The boy thanks him, promising to repay the favor, though Bake claims he is not expecting much. He begins the acupuncture, stripping the blanket away, and is surprised by Yoan's exceptionally well-built physique for someone with zero formal training. Since it clearly is not from Nagong, Bake wonders if the boy practiced Agong instead. As Bake aims the first needle at his chest, Nano detects the incoming metal as a threat and triggers its auto-defense. Terrified of revealing his secret, the boy quickly commands it to abort. He orders Nano to stand down since this is medical care, dryly asking if the machine cannot tell treatment from an attack. Nano complies instantly, but the sheer panic nearly gives him a heart attack. Nano explains that unless medical treatment is pre-approved, any physical contact is registered as a threat. Annoyed, the boy orders Nano to never react like that again without his explicit permission. Bake continues the treatment, and the boy already feels the stomach pain fading. Nano reports it is busy recording the acupuncture data, detailing the needle points near his heart and on his arm. 6 needles are placed to heal his stomach, though Yoan thinks he could have figured that out himself. Bake notices him staring and tells him to take a nap, jokingly claiming the intense look makes him self-conscious. He wants to sleep, but Nano keeps buzzing inside his head with data. Suddenly, a brilliant idea hits him, and he asks Nano if combining its self-healing with the acupuncture would speed up recovery. But get this, healing instantly would raise serious red flags. So, he asks if Nano can heal him internally while making his pulse still seem completely damaged. Nano confirms it can easily alter his pulse randomly to mimic a severe injury once the self-healing is complete. Thrilled by this incredible cheat code, Yoan realizes that if he can fool the doctor for 2 weeks, he can use that free time to secretly master Nagong. He immediately orders Nano to heal him while tricking Bake during any future checkups. Nano begins the recovery process right away. Outside, the other cadets are panicking because half of them face expulsion, and they lack top-tier warriors. Suspecting the 6 clans have an unfair advantage, Mong warns them that this is the only test requiring actual teamwork. If they only care about competing against each other, they will all fail together. As he laughs, Rojan silently thinks this guy is far too talented at destroying their morale. The instructor then dismisses them to the dorms. Starting tomorrow, the terrifying team standing before them will handle their training. They look completely dead inside, yet the instructor insists they will teach tactics and combat techniques with extreme kindness. Given how they just treated the failures, that promised kindness sounds like a cruel joke, leaving the kids terrified. After dismissal, the Group 8 instructor, Yin Pyong, asks Cadet 3 why he is still lingering. The cadet claims he has a quick question. Yin Pyong coldly reminds him that any questions regarding the actual training are strictly forbidden, but the smug boy says he is already well aware. The instructor asks what he wants instead, and the boy confidently reveals he already knows he is Group 8's leader. Yin Pyong is stunned, realizing that decision is classified until tomorrow, but those 6 clans always get early info. The boy notes that Cadet 7 was assigned to their squad but remains stuck in the infirmary, prompting the instructor to ask what he is scheming. The boy acts caring, claiming he simply does not want any squadmate left behind. Since Cadet 7 missed the ceremony and knows nothing, someone needs to fill him in on all the details. Yin Pyong is pleasantly surprised by this leadership. Meanwhile, the boy is actually plotting how he is going to sneak into the infirmary and brutally murder his new teammate. The instructor completely misinterprets his bloodlust as pure leadership, praising him for understanding teamwork. He agrees to the idea and decides he will personally deliver the training details to the infirmary himself. Panicking, the boy quickly insists he should go instead. But Yin Pyong firmly reminds him that the infirmary building is strictly off-limits to regular cadets, staring right into the young prince's eyes. Realizing he is completely blocked, the prince wonders why his perfect plan is falling apart. He might be a proud clan candidate, but his fancy royal title means absolutely nothing in this academy. With no other options, he politely asks the instructor to do it, and Yin Pyong dismisses him. But just as the man turns to leave, the boy calls him back one last time. This angry cadet asks if he can at least know when Cadet 7 is joining their group. The instructor tells him to chill and promises to spill the details tomorrow since it is super late. Fine, guess the kid just has to wait for Cadet 7 to show up at the dorm, and when he does, he plans to make him suffer so badly he will wish he died. Meanwhile, Dr. Beck tells the instructor that the injured Cadet 7 needs at least 14 days of absolute rest. Yep, the internal damage is that severe. but the instructor knows 2 weeks of downtime will completely ruin the kid's chances of keeping up. He desperately asks if there is any way to speed up the healing process. Dr. Bake explains that internal energy could help, but Cadet 7 has zero. In this state, all they can do is wait. That is when the instructor remembers the second test is only 3 weeks away. Losing 2 whole weeks is a total disaster, and the instructor does not want his entire group getting disqualified over one slacker. He asks to speak with Cadet 7 directly, because they have some serious business to discuss. The other cadet says the patient seems asleep and asks if he should wake him. The instructor declines, saying he will just come back tomorrow before heading out. Left alone, the cadet watches Cadet 7, thinking his luck might have officially run out, but our main character is still sleeping like a baby. Right in the middle of the night, a shadowy figure sneaks up to the infirmary and kicks the window right open. And look who it is, Submong has arrived. The shock wears off instantly because this crazy mentor absolutely reeks of cheap alcohol. He even has the nerve to complain about not getting a proper greeting. Cadet 7 quickly bows, and Submong demands to know if the homework is done. Completely confused, the kid asks if he means that crazy breathing method. Yes, the one he was supposed to memorize before his mentor returned. Our boy is thinking how he literally got hospitalized yesterday, making his mentor incredibly impatient. Thankfully, Nano already helped him memorize the whole thing, so he proudly announces that he followed the orders perfectly. Submong is actually shocked he pulled it off while injured, since he only assigned it to troll him. Still, he keeps acting tough, claiming the kid only did his basic duty. So Cadet 7 just politely thanks him. He asks if his teacher came a bit too early, but Submong asks if he is tired. When the kid says no, his mentor grins and decides to explain why this actually matters. He only has 2 weeks to teach him. He can visit while the kid is hospitalized, but once he leaves, contact will be impossible. Our hero admits he did not think that far ahead, and Submong just laughs it off. After all, the kid got hospitalized immediately. Submong explains he is busy working with his own master during the day, so late-night sneak attacks are the only way to avoid suspicion. Our protagonist realizes that secret training is strictly banned in the academy, meaning they are playing with fire. He expected his mentor to be a total brute, but since he is being thoughtful, he offers a genuine thank you. Submong tells him they are starting right now, leaving the poor kid completely shocked. His mentor snaps back, "Did he stutter?" There is absolutely zero time to waste. He orders the kid to sit on the floor, but the boy just freezes up. Submong snaps at him to hurry up, making him sit down instantly, though our hero still demands an explanation first. Submong shuts that down instantly, telling him to stop talking and listen. He praises him for memorizing the breathing method, then slams a hand onto the kid's back. When our hero panics and asks what he is doing, Submong says he is going to force-feed him the energy flow. That sounds terrifying, but Submong reassures him that this is a highly refined method created by his great-grandfather. The boy does not have to lift a finger, his mentor will do all the heavy lifting. He just warns him to bite down hard because if he screams, the guards will catch them and they are both dead meat. Then, Submong unleashes his raw energy, sending our hero's eyes wide with pure shock. Submong tells the kid to stay quiet. At the exact same time, Nano chimes in, reporting that some mysterious energy has entered his bloodstream and begins analyzing the incoming data. The energy is identified as Qi, and Nano starts monitoring its effects. Our protagonist quickly realizes this internal energy is forcefully ripping his veins open, and it hurts way more than he ever expected. Submong is completely stunned because the kid has never trained, yet his energy pathways have zero blockages. His muscles even look like a seasoned warrior's, despite having absolutely no background in martial arts. Submong wonders if this is the work of the Great Lord, remembering how much time he spent with the boy's mother. She was always smiling, and out of 7 wives, she was the only one the Lord truly loved. Maybe he secretly helped her son too. But whether that is true or not, Submong is hyped because this perfect body is real. With a solid frame like this, building a massive amount of internal energy will only take 1 week. He grins and keeps pouring his power inside. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, someone is absolutely demolishing one of the princes, sending him flying across the room. As the group rushes to help, they furiously demand to know who this crazy attacker is. Do they really think they can survive after beating up a prince from the Poison Clan? The mysterious boy calmly replies that in this academy, might is right. He won, so they can take their trash and leave. Meet Beg Gi, Cadet 18. This absolute beast came in swinging and sent a prince flying. Talk about a crazy entrance, our main character has some serious catching up to do. After forcing the energy inside, Submong looks completely exhausted and asks if he memorized the flow. Our hero nods clearly. His mentor laughs, admitting it must have hurt like hell, but this is the fastest way to teach a total beginner. He sets the target at 7 days. The kid must build enough internal energy by then, asking if he understands the assignment. Seeing his mentor so drained, our protagonist realizes how much energy was sacrificed for him. The least he can do is endure the pain. He promises to succeed as long as Submong keeps guiding him. Submong loves the attitude and declares today's brutal session over. He warns him never to forget the breathing technique or the flow, as both are crucial. With that, his mentor takes off, telling him to stay safe. Our hero thanks him, promising to master it in 1 week. The next morning, at the Academy's Grand Training Center, all the newly chosen group leaders begin to gather. Tons of students are covered in fresh bruises, showing that the high-ranking princes were not playing around. Most of their teams are completely wrecked. The instructors intentionally stayed out of the dorms to let the students fight and settle their own rankings. Looking at Group 12, they noticed the Poison Clan prince was supposed to be the leader, but Cadet 18 snatched the spot right from him. Just by looking at them, everyone can tell the fight was absolutely brutal. Anyone brave enough to beat up a literal prince has some serious guts. The main instructor shows up and announces that training is about to begin. For the next week, every single morning, they will gather in the auditorium to the right to learn basic battle tactics. After lunch, they will train right here. Once everyone yells out their understanding, they are ordered to head to the auditorium, starting with Group 1. While everyone leaves, the defeated prince stands there looking totally miserable. To make things worse, his own brother starts mocking him for falling so low, immediately triggering his rage. His brother sneers that the Poison Clan is completely useless without him, laughing at how he got beaten by smaller clans. Furiously, the humiliated prince glares at the guy who defeated him, Baekji, a talented cadet from a high clan. He cannot believe a mere commoner dared to humiliate him like this. He mutters to enjoy playing leader while it lasts, because he will make him deeply regret ever stepping foot in this group. Later that night, the big muscle-headed Cadet 3 is summoned by the instructor. He gets praised for his incredible performance during the test, and he politely offers his thanks. Then, the instructor brings up Cadet 7, revealing that he is stuck in the infirmary for 2 weeks. The musclehead is shocked, but the instructor confirms it is the doctor's orders. Even if he memorizes the battle theories, missing actual practice is going to be a huge setback. The instructor highly doubts someone with zero internal energy can recover quickly, but promises to check on him tomorrow anyway, advising Cadet 3 to keep training hard. This makes the muscle-headed prince absolutely furious that the boy is still out of reach. Back at the dorm, he starts smashing everything in sight. Everyone can tell he is losing his mind, but they warn each other to stay quiet to avoid making things worse. As the prince roars about the boy staying in the infirmary for 2 weeks, Jiren points out that the doctor is probably telling the truth. The prince snaps back that the boy is clearly faking. Just the thought of that dirty-blooded bastard resting comfortably makes him grind his teeth in pure rage. Jiren tells the prince to calm down and suggests a different way to handle this instead of just getting angry. He then whispers a plan that instantly cheers the prince up. 4 days later, Dr. Beck is feeling pretty down. It has been 5 days without any patients, and he complains he is dying of boredom, knowing Chun definitely won't be his last visitor. Suddenly, someone starts pounding on the door like crazy. Dr. Baek opens it to find instructor Im Pyung, who urgently explains that one of his cadets got badly hurt during sword training. They left the blade inside the wound to prevent it from getting worse and rushed him straight over. Dr. Beck instantly lights up, telling them to lay the boy down. Finally, a real patient. Dr. Baek finishes the treatment quickly, noting it was only possible because they kept the sword in. Im Pyung asks how the boy is doing, and hearing that no vital points were hit makes the instructor finally relax. Dr. Baek even jokes that the instructor worried for nothing, though he knows Im Pyung deeply cares for his students. Still, with the second test ongoing, having 2 cadets in the clinic is a heavy responsibility. Dr. Baek points out that the wound is deep, even without hitting any vitals. The boy has to stay here, though not as long as Cadet 7. 3 days should be more than enough. The instructor says he is heading back to the grounds and asks Dr. Baek to watch over Cadet 23. Im Pyung storms out, furious that real sword training has barely started and he already has another injury to report. Late that night, Cadet 23 quietly gets up while Kimian is fast asleep. Spotting the scalpels nearby, he grabs one, aiming to cripple Chun so he can never walk again. Before sneaking into Chun's room, he tells himself this is the only way to survive. With a quick slash, he cuts Chun's tendon, whispering not to blame him, but as he lunges to do more damage, Nano's auto-defense kicks in and delivers a massive shock. The boy instantly blackouts and collapses onto the floor. Chun sits up, noting everything went exactly as planned. A bit later, the unconscious assassin starts to wake up, completely dazed and wondering what went wrong. That is when he notices he is tied to the bed with a completely shaved head. Panicking, he demands to know who did this. Chun steps up beside him and casually admits to it, calling him Baldy. The boy stares in shock, asking how Chun is standing and how he managed to do any of this. Chun plays dumb, claiming he merely tied him up while he was unconscious before calling him Baldy again. The boy wonders how he passed out, and more importantly, why Chun looks completely unharmed. He also does not understand why Chun keeps calling him Baldy until he looks in the mirror and realizes his hair is entirely gone. He bursts into tears, completely freaking out over his missing hair. Chun throws a quick punch to shut him up, only to realize he accidentally knocked the poor guy out cold again. Once Baldy wakes up again, Chun asks if he is ready to behave. The boy glares with pure hatred, but can only mumble through his gag. He finally realizes Chun is not the helpless kid from the entrance ceremony. This guy is terrifying, making him wonder who Chun truly is. Chun picks up a knife and asks how the boy thinks he survived this long, noting people have tried to poison and kill him before. He presses the blade against Baldy's neck, asking him to guess how many times he has survived. Chun calls his attack incredibly foolish, asking if he knows how much getting stabbed hurts, especially since it can end his life. Chun demands answers, but the kid keeps resisting. So, Chun pulls the gag from his mouth and orders him to talk. The boy just acts confused, asking what Chun is even talking about. He claims he knows nothing, warning Chun that hurting him violates academy rules and will bring severe punishment. Since students cannot attack outside official training, Chun realizes the boy will not break easily. The boy smugly insists that even torture will not make him talk. Feeling confident that Chun cannot actually do anything to him, he continues to play tough. Chun calmly smiles and decides to test that resolve. He stuffs the gag back in to silence him, telling him to wait right there while noting that this infirmary has plenty of creative tools to play with. He picks up a set of needles, sending the boy into a panic. Chun lets out a dark laugh that petrifies the kid, before grabbing his arm and twisting it back to ask if he is scared. The boy tries clenching his fist, only to realize Chun is absurdly strong even without martial arts training. He panics as Chun forces his hand open, terrified of what is coming next. Chun warns him it will sting a bit, then drives a needle straight under his fingernail. The excruciating pain makes the boy sob instantly, but Chun tells him to stop being dramatic and grabs another needle. The boy desperately begs him to stop. Chun reminds him of his boast that torture would not work, calling this simple payback as he continues pushing needles under the rest of his fingernails. With his fingers completely wrecked, the kid collapses with hollow eyes. Chun casually asks if it really hurt that much, teasing him for already passing out twice. Chun then asks if they should move on to the other hand. This finally breaks Baldy, who screams no. Chun asks if he is ready to talk, noting he should have cooperated from the start. The boy realizes Chun is completely insane. Any more of this and he would have lost his mind, so he decides to confess. Chun gets straight to the point and asks if Jiren sent him. The shocked boy blurts out, asking how Chun already knew. Chun asks if he is curious, and the boy nods. Chun explains that because of his injury, his teacher visits daily to train him, meaning he knows exactly which faction the boy belongs to and who is running it. He had already guessed but wanted a direct confirmation. He then addresses him by his real name, Cadet 23, Hubong. Hubong wonders who on earth called Chun useless, because this kid is an absolute monster. Chun is hiding his terrifying strength while pretending to be weak, and Hubong cannot imagine how dangerous he will become. Chun says he has gotten his answers and wants some sleep, ending their little late-night chat. Hubong breathes a sigh of relief, but Chun adds one final warning: whatever happened here stays between them. Hubong quickly promises to stay quiet, but then notices Chun doing something strange. Chun holds up a single finger and quickly jabs it into the side of Hubong's head. Only then does Hubong realize it is a blood point strike. Shocked because he believed Chun possessed no internal energy, that belief completely vanishes as Hubong collapses again, stunned at how Chun fooled everyone. Amusingly, Chun never actually lied. The academy merely assumed he had no internal energy to begin with. Later that night, Seob heads toward the infirmary, admitting he never expected Chun to learn this quickly. He had gifted Chun a bit of internal energy the day before, and the results left him completely speechless. Chun mastered controlling energy in just 5 days, when it normally takes others 2 or 3 weeks, if not a month. He completely shattered Seob's expectations. The kid is a genuine prodigy. Seob originally planned to help him build up energy over 2 weeks before introducing basic breathing techniques. But that plan is officially out the window. As Chun arrives, he respectfully greets his master. Seob asks where he kept the item, and Chun points under the bed. Seob instructs him to pull out the Dragon Sphere, a rare medicine pill crafted by the Academy for passing the first test. If absorbed correctly, it can grant the user internal energy equivalent to 20 years of hard training. Any future doses after this will have significantly diminishing returns. Seob notes the medicine still smells terrible, but if Chun refines it well, he will easily gain those 20 years of energy to protect himself. Suddenly, Seob senses a presence and demands to know who else is hiding here. Looking over, he finds a boy slumped in terrible shape. Seob quickly realizes Chun used a blood point strike to paralyze him. As Chun explains, the intruder came after him once Dr. Beck stepped out. Seob Mung is shocked that Hubong attacked. Yoan adds this started yesterday, the 5th day since Academy sword training began. He is sure Hubong stabbed his own leg on purpose, just to sneak into the clinic. Seob Meng asks how anyone dared pull this stunt inside the Academy clinic. He warns that discovery means instant expulsion. The kid either had insane nerve or someone sent him as an assassin. Yoan's expression darkens immediately. Seob Mung catches his reaction and realizes the boy knows exactly who is responsible, demanding to know who ordered the hit. Yoan names the royal clan prince from his group. Seob Mung is quite surprised. He admits he has never seen anyone decent come from the Spring clan, calling them a pack of troublemakers, though he stops himself before saying too much. Yoan says it is fine. He is used to a tough life, which hits Seob Mung hard. Shaking it off, the teacher smacks the sleeping Hubong awake, explaining he only blocked his blood points with a tiny bit of internal energy. This means Hubong will wake up in a few hours, though mastering that trick usually takes 10 years. Seob Mung asks if Yoan understands, and the boy nods before swallowing the foul-smelling pill. Seob Mung tells him to take the medicine, and Yoan asks if he should swallow it whole. The teacher says no, he must chew it thoroughly first to get the maximum effect. Yoan catches the terrible stench and prepares for the worst. He bites down and instantly regrets it. The flavor is absolutely repulsive, so incredibly bitter that his stomach starts turning immediately. Seob Meng orders him to begin his breathing technique now that he has swallowed the pill. Yoan sits down, and his teacher prepares to guide him through the absorption process. Placing his hands on Yoan's back, Seob Mung channels his own internal energy inside. Nano suddenly alerts the boy that a foreign substance is rapidly transforming into massive energy, multiplying through his pathways. The AI asks to accelerate his absorption cycle. Though Yoan has no idea what that means, he agrees, prompting Nano to instantly kick his body's metabolism into overdrive. Seob Mung watches in utter disbelief, and honestly, who wouldn't? He starts wondering if this kid was actually born with the legendary body of a war god. The teacher realizes his worries were completely useless. By sunrise, Yoan has absorbed every drop of energy. Drenched in sweat, he listens as Seob Mung asks how his new internal power feels, praising him. Yoan is shocked to learn he just gained another 1.5 years of internal energy, putting his total at 30 years. Seob Meng notes the others must absorb theirs alone, meaning they will get half that. Thrilled by the massive power-up, Yoan credits everything to his teacher. Without Seob Mung, this was impossible. The master simply smiles, telling him he is incredibly lucky. In his mind, Yoan thanks Nano, who replies she was built solely to serve him. Realizing it is late, the boy asks if Seob Meng can start teaching him blade techniques starting tomorrow morning. Seob Mung agrees but warns there is very little time left, so he must be ready. Meanwhile, back at the dorms, the arrogant prince laughs, declaring it a beautiful morning. His top lackey notices his fantastic mood, and Cheon Mukheum credits Jahyun for the success. By now, their target should be dealing with a world of pain in the clinic. Expecting Yoan's legs to be completely shattered, the prince laughs, imagining him crawling on the dirt like a miserable bug. The thought alone delights him, but a harsh reality awaits. Our main character is perfectly fine, and those broken bones do not belong to him. At the clinic, Dr. Baek bursts into hysterical laughter, asking Hubong how he managed to go completely bald overnight. The doctor chuckles, apologizing for failing to hold it back, though Hubong snaps that the damage is already done. Hubong then approaches Yoan, noticing he looks incredibly refreshed. Dr. Baek senses something happened overnight but decides not to pry. He is here strictly to treat patients, not ask nosy questions. 2 days later at the dorms, the prince wonders why Yoan has not been expelled yet. Hubong explains he went to cut the boy's tendons, but the injuries might have been too severe to handle. The doctor stayed by his side the entire night. Skeptical, the prince asks if the medic really never slept, suspecting his minion is just making excuses. Hubong explains he launched the attack as ordered, but the doctor woke up immediately. Furious, the prince strikes him, mocking the idea of a simple physician having such sharp hearing. The beaten cadet crashes to the floor, and the prince stomps on him, calling him useless trash. Before things escalate, the lead lackey steps in, asking the furious prince to wait. The lackey suggests they find out the doctor's identity first. Hearing the name Baek Jongmeng, the lackey immediately recognizes it, prompting the prince to ask if the medic is someone famous. He reveals the doctor is a disciple of Baek Jongwoo, which shocks everyone. Though from the Poison clan, that legendary physician studied anti-poisons and became the Lord's very own personal doctor. He is also ranked around 30th in the academy despite being a doctor. If his student is here, His combat skills must be absolutely formidable. Still, the prince continues to kick Hubong, calling him a useless waste of time. He sneers, warning the battered cadet never to expect any help for his struggling clan. Hubong looks up in shock, recalling when the prince first recruited him. Back then, the royal promised that even if the mission failed and he got expelled, the Spring Clan would protect his family. Realizing it was a lie, Hubong tells the prince to keep hitting him. He sneers, wanting to see if the royal stays this brave when Yoan arrives. Rattled, the prince demands to know why Hubong is wearing a bandana and rips it off. The cadet's head is completely bald, so shiny that the prince can literally see his own reflection in it. The quiet dorms erupt in noise again. Disgusted by the bald head, the prince says he feels sick and orders Jaehyun to leave. Jaehyun follows him like a loyal dog, leaving the battered Hubong crying and cursing them all. Meanwhile, Yoan casually asks his doctor if he knows martial arts, but Dr. Beck denies it completely. He claims he only studies medicine. 1 week later, at 7 a.m., Yoan is already performing advanced training in front of Seobmung, who silently realizes this kid is an absolute prodigy. The teacher only demonstrated the butterfly blade dance a few times and made minor adjustments. Yet, every single posture now looks incredibly steady and completely natural. With serious training, he will master it easily. Seobmung tells him it is time to move to the next part. Thanks to Nano analyzing his teacher, Yoan can copy every movement flawlessly. To avoid suspicion, he holds back slightly while repeating the steps. Seobmung explains the technique has 24 opening moves. Grouping every 3 moves into one form makes 8 forms total. Seobmung regrets that teaching the basics took too long, preventing him from showing the connecting moves, which would require another month or 2. A single week is simply too short, but he praises Yoan for memorizing it. He hands him a manual containing the butterfly blade dance and internal energy cultivation methods. Though he wished to teach more on their final day, the master knows a genius like Yoan will easily grasp the foundational principles on his own. Warning him not to slack off, Seobmung promises to test his progress next time they meet. Yoan thanks him, promising not to disappoint him before the teacher draws a special martial blade. He commands the boy to hold it. Grasping the hilt, Yoan is surprised, admitting the weapon feels much lighter than he initially expected. Seobmung explains that regular blades weigh more, but this light sword suits their fast movements. Yoan quickly deduces this fits the butterfly blade dance, earning a nod before the teacher slashes his bed cleanly. Chan realizes just how sharp this blade actually is, though he also knows the doctor will absolutely lose his mind if he finds out. Cedric explains that despite having no flashy aura or light, this sword is forged from refined steel, making it incredibly sharp and durable. He then tells Chan to step back, because it is finally time to show him the real deal. He is about to demonstrate his mentor's legendary butterfly technique, warning him to pay close attention. Chan immediately orders Nano to analyze the movements. While up on a nearby rooftop, 2 rival guards watch Cedric walk away. Ma Young chuckles, glad that the annoying guard is finally out of the way. Moroi praises him for acting clueless, questioning how he could ever disobey orders but admitting he is just glad they do not have to deal with him anymore. He suggests sending reinforcements to the crowded second floor, but as Moroi prepares to head out, Ma Young quickly asks him why on earth he cares so much about the useless 7th prince. Moroi replies that he simply wants a fair playing field. Ma Young finds that perspective pretty amusing, but Moroi warns him not to push his luck before walking away. Ma Young mutters that such behavior is typical for the Wind King, a man who vanishes without a trace and cannot be stopped by anyone. Still, he wonders if 10 days of rest is truly enough to make things fair. Later, the big doctor heads over to the clinic, finding it pretty strange that Chan is still sound asleep. He notes that the kid is usually up by now, reminding him that this is his absolute last chance to get some proper rest. Knowing Chan has a rough road ahead once he leaves, Baekji tells him to sleep a bit longer. But what the doctor does not realize is that Chan's muscles are actively morphing to adapt to the butterfly technique. Nano reports that muscle restructuring is 80% complete and vein alignment is at 75%. An hour later, right after the installation finishes, Baekji jolts awake to the sound of Chan violently throwing up. The worried doctor rushes straight over, asking what is wrong, as Chan retches violently over the side of the bed. Baekji is completely baffled by the sudden heavy sweating and vomiting. Once Chan settles down, the doctor helps him lie back, checks his pulse, and tries to figure out what is happening. Baekji wonders how someone who has been bedridden for so long could possibly have such a dangerously fast heart rate. It is as if his entire system is running on overdrive. Nano informs Chon that his physical evolution is complete, causing him to instantly calm down, which leaves Baekji absolutely stunned. 1 second, the kid was in critical condition, and the next, he is perfectly stable. The doctor has never seen anything like this in his life. Giving up on the mystery, he decides to let Chan sleep while he goes to grab some lunch. When Chan finally opens his eyes, he immediately notices the massive physical upgrade. He feels significantly tougher, and the pure grip strength in his hands is on a whole different level compared to 6 hours ago. Normal martial artists take decades to build a physique like this, and they would probably be terrified to know he did it in just 6 hours. Still, recalling Cedric's incredible display of power leaves him deeply shaken. Unleashing that much pressure with just the first stage of a technique is honestly unreal. He asks Nano if she analyzed the form, and she confirms it is completely done. She confirms that every single micro-movement was captured. Earlier, Cedric had expressed regret that he could not teach him properly on their final day, but knowing Chan, he believed the kid could learn it just by observing. Chan silently thanks his teacher for the valuable lesson. Cedric had warned him to keep up his training, because once he returns to the academy, things will get brutal, telling him he better not dare to lose. Chan feels a warm sense of gratitude, realizing at least one person out there genuinely cares about him. Determined to meet those expectations, he asks Nano if the routine is ready, and she confirms she has completed the setup. To copy this high-tier technique, his body needs 6 hours of painful muscular and neural reconstruction. Once his physical condition adjusts, he executes the form flawlessly, shocked that his own moves match Cedric's style exactly. He considers practicing the second move next, but his enhanced senses pick up footsteps in the corridor. That is when he notices something rather strange. His perception has become incredibly sharp, proving the physical modifications worked like a charm. Baekji walks in, surprised to find Chon awake, and curiously asks him what exactly he means by complete. Chon casually replies that he is ready to get discharged, realizing the presence he detected earlier was just Baekji. The doctor hands over his clean clothes and precious pendant, though a sudden wave of sadness washes over him. With hardly any other patients to treat, the doctor wonders what he will do once Chan is gone. Chan gives him a sly grin, promising that his clinic is about to get pretty busy very soon. Baekji chuckles, admitting that a world where nobody needs medical treatment would actually be ideal. Chan takes a moment to sincerely thank the kind doctor for his care, which Baekji warmly brushes off, wishing him luck in the brutal challenges ahead. Once Chan leaves, Baekji looks around the empty clinic, realizing there is nothing left to do, and deciding he should probably just go back to sleep. Meanwhile, Chan realizes that if Baekji noticed Cedric was secretly training him and still kept quiet, the doctor must have taken a massive risk. Deeply grateful, Chan vows to repay that kindness, and as for the patients the doctor wanted, he plans on sending plenty of them his way. That is probably not how most doctors prefer to get business. But hey, his intentions are pure. Meanwhile, 2 clueless bullies from his group suddenly feel a massive chill run down their spines. Back at the academy during afternoon training, everyone whispers about the return of the other demonic heir after 2 whole weeks. Ma Yong is absolutely thrilled to see the commoner trash step back onto the field. Chan goes straight to the instructor to report in, who asks if he has fully recovered. Our protagonist claims he is back to 100%. So the instructor smugly asks if he still remembers his lowly place. After Chan nods, the instructor orders him to grab a training sword and shield to fall into formation. As Chan walks over to his spot, Ma Yong immediately starts running his mouth beside him. Chan completely ignores his taunts, sending the arrogant brat into an absolute rage. He calmly notes that Ma Yong should not get too excited, because very soon, he is getting a reality check. The instructor announces they are transitioning to training with live blades, warning everyone to remain focused. He strictly notes that if another accident occurs, he will have the culprit expelled with immediate effect. After the students loudly acknowledge his words, the intense drill begins. The instructor quietly notes that while Ma Yong is extremely arrogant, he is a solid leader, unlike that annoying troublemaker Chan. They put him in the safest spot with one basic order: do not mess up. But the instructor is surprised to see him holding his ground far better than expected. He wonders if Chan is actively analyzing everyone else's movements, realizing the kid is actually incredibly sharp. He barks out orders for them to raise their shields and hold their stance, before telling them to wait for his next command. 15 minutes later, the instructor loses his temper, shouting that he never gave permission to move. He demands to know who made that noise, yelling that if they cannot handle this simple drill, they will never survive a real battle. The instructor finds the situation highly suspicious. Even the experienced students are visibly struggling to hold their ground. Yet Chan, who just returned from the infirmary, is standing perfectly still without a single tremor. Deciding the kid needs a tougher test, he orders a sudden formation change to surround the imaginary enemy. They take 1 short step forward and 2 quick steps back, earning a rare nod of approval. Chan remains perfectly relaxed while everyone else is sweating bullets just to keep up. Ma Yong is absolutely stunned, wondering if this kid is a robot who never makes mistakes, refusing to let a mere commoner outshine him. Enraged, he uses telepathy to message Jerian, instructing him to give a subtle signal once he hears him and to execute a secret plan during the next major formation shift. As the devious duo scheme behind his back, the instructor orders them into a 3-layered shield wall. Chan effortlessly locks into place, mentally praising Nano's real-time calculations for making this absolute child's play. With shields locked, they are instructed to thrust their training swords through the narrow gaps while maintaining maximum speed. Positioned directly behind Chon, Jerian realizes he has been handed a perfect, golden opportunity. He sneers that commoners belong on their knees, launching a sudden strike, but Chan turns instantly, locking eyes and causing Jerian to freeze in sheer terror. Jerian initially planned to use just a tiny bit of internal energy, thinking Qian was completely defenseless. But at the last second, he decides to go all out with a massive kick. Too bad for him, before he can even touch the kid, Nano's automatic defense system kicks in. The shockwave blasts the bald idiot back hard. Mugyong stands there in absolute disbelief that Qian blocked it, while Jerian wonders how his superior energy lost so easily. Before they can recover, the furious leader storms over to stop the chaos. Panicking, Jerian tries to stand, but his ankle is completely wrecked. He looks up to find Qian staring right back with a smug, satisfied smile. Just another fool who tried to play games and paid the price. Jerian absolutely seethes that a mere commoner dared to laugh at him. But the leader cuts him off, asking why he is still running his mouth. Honestly, the guy must be an absolute idiot with zero self-awareness. Attempting to make an excuse, Jerian gets cut off as the instructor refuses to listen. He calls him completely insane and drives a heavy punch straight into the kid's chest, announcing that Jerian dirty backstab number 23. As punishment, he gets zero rest for the next 4 days and will train with the leader until bedtime. Talk about a nightmare. Jerian quickly realizes his life is officially over, so he finally shuts his mouth. Everyone in the crowd knows he deserved every bit of it, especially after acting so tough. Mugyong is quietly losing his mind too, seeing all his careful plans crumble to pieces. His hatred for Qian just keeps reaching new levels. Meanwhile, watching from a safe distance, a mysterious observer notes that Qian's energy is way stronger than expected. Even with a guardian's training, something feels off. That bald idiot should have possessed 30 years of pure energy after consuming the pill. So, how did Qian overpower him so easily? There is simply no way a drunk master trained him that well. He starts to wonder if Qian has some hidden talent for fully absorbing medicine orbs. Honestly, that is the only logical explanation. With 2 rivals now in the same group, things are about to get wild. Later in the dining hall, the instructor lets them eat, and everyone sprints inside. Qian is thrilled to see chicken. It is nothing fancy, but to him, it tastes like absolute heaven. After 2 weeks of eating tasteless porridge, this feels like the end of actual torture. Still, Qian wonders if that idiot plans to glare at him through the entire meal. For now, he decides to just enjoy his food, ignoring the mindless hatred. But he will never forget what they did to him. They have no idea what it is like to watch your own mother die while being completely powerless. He cannot wait to return the favor and destroy every last one of them. Once lunch wraps up, the instructor dismisses everyone except number 80. This leaves Jerian behind for some highly deserved extra training. Qian lets out a cold, dark smile as he heads back to his room. He notices his dorm is up on the 8th floor, which is easy to remember since it perfectly matches his group number. Then Mugyong calls out, asking if he really thought he could just leave without permission. Qian quietly sighs, thinking this guy truly lives up to his annoying reputation. Onlookers whisper that Mugyong always acts like some legendary master since he is the heir of the Spring Clan. Nearby, others identify him as the rumored 7th heir, while the princess watches the drama unfold. Mugyong looks around at the growing crowd and decides now is the perfect time to start. He walks right up to Qian, calling him dirty blood and mockingly asking if he enjoyed his cozy stay in the infirmary. When Qian calmly asks what his problem is, Mugyong snaps, calling him a worthless commoner. But Qian flips the script, asking if he is openly insulting the Grand Lord, which completely catches Mugyong off guard. Qian points out that calling him dirty blood directly insults the Lord who shares his lineage. Mugyong demands to know what he means, but Qian just asks if his status is really high enough to insult a living god. Mugyong starts to shrink back as the crowd begins whispering. Talk about instant karma. He wanted to embarrass the kid, but now he is the one getting absolutely humiliated. Watching from the sidelines, the princess mutters that the Spring Clan is as brainless as ever. Even the Sword Clan prince steps up, calling him a fool for making such a stupid scene. Furious, Mugyong resorts to violence. He grabs Qian by the neck, cursing and promising to shut his arrogant mouth. But Qian answers with a lightning-fast punch straight to the face, dropping Mugyong right down to his knees. Qian casually asks what exactly he was planning to break. Coughing up fresh blood, the elite heir demands to know how a mere commoner dared to strike him, before blindly charging back in. He unleashes the heavy horse technique, but Kian vanishes from his sights. Jumping back, Mugyong is completely stunned by that sheer speed. As Kian starts running, the Sword Clan prince wonders how he can even use footwork like that. Mugyong screams at his lackeys, ordering them to chase the kid down. He stands there in utter disbelief that a commoner dared to hit him and run. To his pride, that makes Qian less than human. Meanwhile, Qian leads the chase straight into the forest. The pursuers wonder how he is moving so fast, only to realize something is off. He is staying just out of reach, keeping them hooked. They are clearly being lured, but then Mugyong catches up, calling his men slow and declaring he will finish this himself. He vows to break every single bone in Qian's body. The chase continues until Qian abruptly halts in a clearing. Mugyong immediately starts cursing, asking if the kid got tired of running. But Qian just laughs it off like the entire pursuit was a joke. Qian notes there is no reason to show off anymore. He raises his hand and slams it down toward Mugyong. The heir barely manages to block, but the force still blasts him backward in absolute shock. He defended with internal energy and still got pushed back. This means Qian's inner power is incredibly dense, forcing Mugyong to demand how a mere commoner even knows martial arts. His moves are fast, and yet during the entrance test, he possessed absolutely zero energy. What changed? Honestly, you love to see it. Qian is absolutely loving this reaction. Mugyong screams and charges again. Mugyong unleashes his clan's second form, Frontier of the Night, but the attack misses by a hair. Qian easily dodges the counter toward his stomach. Recognizing the flow, Qian immediately mirrors the Spring Clan's second form. It is a continuous flurry of strikes, but Qian casually slips through. As Mugyong pushes in one last time, Qian stops him cold with both hands and sends him flying backward. Mugyong grits his teeth, realizing Qian shouldn't be this strong. Even before joining the academy, Mugyong was far above the other students, and taking that pill should have made him invincible. This realization makes him cautious, but his pride refuses to back down. He decides to press the offensive to prevent Qian from countering. But suddenly, the boy completely vanishes from his line of sight. Qian begins circling at high speed, leaving Mugyong totally bewildered. The trailing pursuers realize it is an illusion technique and wonder how a commoner pulled it off. Striking from a blind spot, Qian misses as Mugyong ducks. Mugyong quickly counters with a sharp kick to Qian's face, sending him sliding back. He scoffs, thinking the kid might know a few forms but has no idea how to actually handle a real fight. Qian admits to himself that he got way too hyper-focused on executing the forms, completely missing that sudden kick. Mugyong sneers, mockingly praising his improvised efforts but laughing at how he is just blindly copying moves beyond his limits. It seems his shallow trick has been fully exposed. Having only copied 2 basic forms without real combat experience, Qian realizes he severely underestimated his opponent. Experience really does make a massive difference. Mugyong states that while he does not know how Qian learned these moves, questions can wait as he activates his clan's 5th form double submission. Qian frantically wonders how to counter this next technique. Just then, Nano warns him of an incoming threat and immediately enhances his vision to track the high-speed movement. Nano announces she is switching to automated defense mode through a battle tutorial. Instead of a complex martial art, she suddenly utilizes standard boxing, slipping to the side to land a brutal hook. Even Qian can barely comprehend what just happened. Mugyong stumbles back, spitting blood, instantly realizing that Bizarre Punch was absolutely not a traditional martial arts technique. Qian asks what on earth that was, and Nano explains that boxing was selected as an optimal choice for this tutorial. As he stands surprised, Nano adds that the system runs autonomously, analyzing the enemy's movements every 0.01 seconds. Cho-Yo still doesn't quite get the whole boxing concept, but he asks Nano if she can use his martial techniques instead. Nano confirms the analysis is finished and asks if he wants to switch, which he does. Mugyong demands to know if he learned boxing as well, charging forward with a furious roar. Nano instantly switches defense mode back to martial arts. Cho-Yo reads every single incoming strike and dodges them without breaking a sweat. Mugyong realizes all his strikes are hitting thin air, giving Cho-Yo the opening to land 4 clean body blows, and cue the sudden villain flashback. Years ago, Mugyong's mother begged him to succeed so the Lord would return. She pulled his hair and demanded he win, leaving him no choice but to agree. But over time, she turned on him, blaming his failures for ruining her life. She blamed the other woman, refusing to accept any of the fault herself. She even choked him, calling him a mistake. Mugyong wonders why he is remembering this painful past now, his anger boiling over as he realizes he is actually losing. He screams that he will never lose to a commoner, charging with his dark energy fully unleashed. But Choyo grabs his head and slams him face first into the dirt. Mukyong rants about how a bastard like him ruined everything, but Choyo tells him he got exactly what he deserved. The lackeys are completely shell-shocked. Choyo just destroyed the guy, they couldn't even scratch. Talk about an absolute boss move right here. Choyo asks if they want a piece of this action too, making them shake their heads like crazy before he orders them to carry Mukyong away immediately. They check on the prince while Choyo realizes that with power, everyone would bow. But Mukyong snaps, screaming at them to get their hands off him. He insists on walking alone, cursing his brother and asking why he did not just finish him off. Choyo coldly replies that if this was not a group test, he would have cracked his skull open. Mukyong calls that a pathetic excuse. Choyo warns him to stop pushing his luck. Shaking like a leaf, Mukyong tells him to try, though he can barely stand. Choyo leaves, telling him to keep barking. Mukyong screams at his back, but deep down, he knows stepping any closer means getting absolutely wrecked again. Heading back, Choyo reflects on how incredibly close that battle was. Without Nano, he would have been toast. Learning fast is great, but it is nothing compared to actual combat experience. Simply copying moves won't make him a master. To reach the top, he needs proper Nigong internal energy and real combat. Plus, he knows the 6th clan is going to seek revenge. First, he needs to master what is already inside him. He asks Nano how many of her features he has actually used. She pulls up the logs, revealing he has only accessed 3 functions so far. She notes with surprise that he hasn't gone any further than those 3, based on the records stored in her system database. Realizing she has a ton of untapped power, he asks Nano to explain her full capabilities. She offers to upload the entire manual directly into his brain, and he accepts. She adds that she is transferring English as well to help him understand. Recognizing it as that bizarre language she occasionally uses, he happily gives her the green light. As the data package floods his mind, his brain gets hit with a painful shock wave. It is a massive information dump that leaves his head spinning, but he manages to keep his lunch down. He is absolutely blown away as he browses through Nano's loaded features. One specific option catches his eye, letting him replay previous battles in full augmented reality. This is exactly what he needs to build up his lacking combat experience. When he requests Mukyong's data for the simulation, Nano says the records are limited, but she can reconstruct him using their recent fight. It might not be perfect, but he is dying to test it out. Choyo heads over to an empty, isolated field where he knows nobody will disturb him. Nano fires up the simulation, and a realistic 3-dimensional figure materializes right before his eyes. Seriously, this high-tech stuff is just built different. Nano asks him to select the impact level, explaining that 100% represents real-world pain. Thinking it can't be that bad, he confidently sets it to 100 and starts the fight. The hologram immediately trash-talks him, calling him a peasant. Choyo is annoyed that the simulation copied his trashy attitude too, but then a smirk creeps onto his face. He couldn't completely destroy the guy during the real test, but this copy is fair game. The fake Mukyong warns him to step up before launching a swift offensive with the Spring Clan fleeing spring technique. Choyo is shocked by how ridiculously precise the simulation is. He barely dodges a lethal strike, slipping behind to counter, but the AI is already one step ahead. The fake Mukyong mocks him, claiming his tricks won't work, before landing a brutal blow to his stomach that sends him flying. Nano explains the intense pain is generated directly from his own brain data. She offers to turn down the pain setting, but he stubbornly refuses and stands right back up. The fake opponent continues to taunt him, which only fuels his anger. Choyo charges in with everything he's got, but after a grueling, long battle, he ends up flat on his back. Checking the time, Nano tells him it is between 9 and 11 at night. Out of 15 simulated battles, he only won the very last one, admitting his initial run was a total disaster. In a real life-or-death duel, he would have been completely crushed. Nano reassures him that this intense training is rapidly boosting his muscle memory, advising him to practice his butterfly dance technique more. He is frustrated that a few basic moves repeatedly shut him down. Still, he swears that in 7 days, this digital clone won't stand a chance. Back at the academy dorms, the moment Choyo steps inside, his roommates stare at him in sheer terror. He finds it ridiculous that beating up one heir made them this terrified. One brave cadet approaches and respectfully calls him Prince, pointing out his designated bed. As the room watches in suspense, Choyo asks what is behind this sudden change of heart. The cadet explains that since Mukyong abandoned him, he has nothing left to lose. Introducing himself as Cadet 23, Hubong, he begs to serve the first prince as his loyal servant. The room instantly erupts into whispers, shocked that anyone would pledge loyalty to a powerless prince. Choyo asks what serving him actually means, and Hubong admits his deepest regrets. He begs to be accepted as a follower to help in any way possible. Choyo hesitates, as having someone serve him is entirely new for someone who struggles to trust. Hubong continues to plead with absolute sincerity. Seeing his genuine devotion, Choyo finally agrees to take him in, making the boy's eyes instantly light up with joy. He eagerly swears to do his best, but the moment is ruined when Mukyong suddenly arrives. Glaring at Hubong, the prince calls him a worthless insect and asks who he thinks he is serving. Hubong is visibly terrified by their presence but tries to stand tall. Choyo steps in, demanding to know who Mukyong thinks he is to call his new servant an insect. Calling Mukyong the real trash and insect here, Choyo pushes him back, asking if he is too scared to do anything about it. Mukyong completely loses his mind, screaming insults at the commoner before rushing him. But Chunyo-woon just delivers a single, brutal chop to his neck, dropping him face first onto the dirt. Chunyo-woon mutters that Mukyong is a joke compared to his virtual training dummy, leaving Hubong absolutely starstruck by his amazing master. Then, our main character asks if he wants another round. Instead, Mukyong slinks away, whispering threats about enjoying his temporary luck because one loyal servant changes nothing. Everyone saw him chicken out, yet they still respect his rank, though maybe Chunyo-woon actually can change things. Fast forward 1 week, it is finally the second test, and all cadets assemble at the training grounds. The instructor announces that lessons are officially over, meaning they are on their own now. After a loud shout of agreement, he reminds everyone that groups 1 to 4, 5 to 8, and 9 to 12 will face off by drawing lots. First, the leaders of groups 1 through 4 step forward, prompting whispers about sudden leadership changes in groups 3 and 4. Group 1 is still led by Chunyo-woon, meaning the other teams definitely got shaken up. Mang spots 2 major changes, realizing Group 1 will fight Group 3, while Group 2 faces Group 4. While one side cheers wildly for their leader, the opponents look utterly depressed. Next, the instructor calls up the leaders of Groups 5 through 8. He is shocked by the new leaders, especially for Group 8. It gets even wilder when Chunyo-woon steps up as their leader. Watching this, his salty sister sighs that she warned her idiot brother. After a grueling afternoon workout, Chunyo-woon observes the rival squads. They are practicing in tight circles, completely clueless that their top-secret strategies are being leaked. Seeing nothing useful here, he decides to head off for private training. That is, until his annoying sister blocks his path, demanding eye contact because he is completely ignoring her presence. When he asks what her deal is, she gets highly offended by his cold shoulder. He acts completely clueless, making her snap about how she swallowed her pride to come help him. He coldly replies that her clan is full of idiots and tells her to leave. Calling him absolutely unbearable, she tells him to shut up and listen because she is keeping this brief. She then points to the thick bandages wrapped around her arm. When he asks what happened, she explains she was ambushed last night while sneakily training alone. Chunyo-woon asks who would dare target her, but she claims the attacker wore a mask. He blunt honestly tells her she just got sloppy, which immediately triggers her anger. She insists that is not the case. When he asks if this is a warning, she explains that since they are in the same group, he is highly likely to be targeted next. He asks for clarification. She points out that cadets were placed in 4-person teams for a reason. If matchups did not matter, they would have just made the entire groups fight each other directly. When he still plays dumb, she tells him to use his brain. Since every squad knows the internal roster of their group, they can easily calculate exactly who their opponents will be. He finally realizes the rules were leaked early, so rivals could eliminate the team leaders beforehand. She smirkily admits he is not completely brainless after all. Taking out the leader ruins the team formation entirely. She warns him to stay safe tonight and avoid wandering alone, as she refuses to see her own brother get disqualified before the test even begins. With her warning delivered, she storms off. Chunyo-woon chuckles that the weakest sibling actually came to protect him. Though she is overreacting, he decides to stay alert and considers bringing Hubong along. An assassin is already watching him from the shadows, ready to strike. Later that night, Nano alerts him that it is getting late. He asks about his win rate against the simulated Chunyo-woon. Nano estimates it at around 60%. He recalls bragging about an easy victory in a week, but after 106 intense training sessions, 60% is his current limit. Nano notes he should be pleased with this rapid development. When he asks if she is comforting him, she coldly replies it is just data. Finding her machine logic rather cute, he smiles and walks back to the dorms. Suddenly, he senses someone tailing him, stops in his tracks, and hears clashing blades nearby. Following the noise, he peers into the pitch-black alleyway where a body lies on the dirt. He orders Nano to activate his night vision, instantly linking the system feed directly to his retinas. In high definition, he spots Mun desperately fighting off a masked assailant. The attacker's sword is dripping with fresh blood, relentlessly pressing Mun, who can barely manage to block the terrifying strikes. A slash nearly shaves off Mun's ear, forcing him to leap backward to dodge a follow-up. Yoan quickly realizes this masked killer is exceptionally skilled, making him wonder who is behind the disguise. As Mun stumbles, a sudden, blinding pain in his knee completely ruins his footing. The masked predator exploits this opening immediately, lunging forward to deliver the killing blow. Yoan would gladly watch from the sidelines, but losing a team leader before tomorrow's exam is bad news, so he orders the attacker to halt. The assassin instantly swerves toward him, but Yoan dodges and targets his gut. Or so he hoped. The masked fighter smoothly glides behind him before the strike can connect. Yoan instantly realizes the assassin widened the distance with incredible speed. The guy is highly experienced, with a power level that is difficult to gauge. Sensing another powerful presence approaching, the assassin abruptly aborts the mission and vanishes, leaving a deeply frustrated Mun bleeding on the ground. When Yoan asks if he is all right, Mun gets highly offended at being saved by a mere commoner, spitting out a nasty insult. Shrugging, Yoan tells him he can just rot there a bit longer. Yet, he still returns to the dorm carrying a bald cadet while dragging a severely wounded Mun behind him. As the boys panic, Yoan commands them to stop talking and treat the wounds first. Hubong frantically asks if his master is injured, but Yoan reassures him. He asks Nano to analyze the bald cadet's condition, and she reports a cut 4 centimeters wide and 2 millimeters deep. With proper care, he will survive. Yoan thinks everything is under control until a classmate screams that the prince is heavily bleeding. He realizes he completely overlooked the prince, who is now losing a massive amount of blood. The wounds seem tiny, so why is there so much blood? He orders Hubong to summon the instructor immediately. Once the leader arrives, he quickly administers first aid to stabilize him. Yoan asks about Mun's condition. The leader assures him he will live, but delivers the grim news that Mun will not be walking normally anytime soon. Mun stares in absolute disbelief, sparking instant panic among the group. A crippled leader means disaster for their upcoming test. The instructor puts Mun to sleep and prepares to carry him to the clinic, but Yoan stops him, pointing out the other wounded cadet. Hubong volunteers to carry him, but the leader insists on doing it. Following behind, Yoan mentions that Cadet 80 also took a blow, though not as severe as Cadet 4. The instructor admits he knew, but expected another student to carry him. Yoan asks if the leader left the boy behind as bait to catch the culprit. Smirking, the instructor notes he is quite sharp. A rival group planned to force a failure, though he is surprised the other cadet was targeted as well. He commands Yoan to bring the boy, and warns him to return to his room before curfew gets him in trouble. After agreeing, Yoan is told to fight with whatever resources he has. Puzzled by those words, he begins to wonder if this targeted sabotage is happening to all the other teams in the academy. He initially assumed it was just about the test rules, but the scale is much larger. Something is deeply wrong with this second exam. Staring at a line of ants, he realizes that crippling a squad's leader guarantees an easy victory the next day. The puzzle pieces click together, explaining exactly why the matchups were announced so early. They wanted this chaos. Yoan accepts the delay, realizing they are being pushed to act like lawless demons. Meanwhile, Team 8 is totally falling apart, crying that they are completely doomed. Yoan walks right in and asks how long they plan to keep crying. Just because their former leader got injured, are they seriously done already? They claim they are not shaken, but he points out they are just sitting around whining instead of choosing a new leader. When they complain that only Prince Mujeum got leadership training, someone asks why they are being so narrow-minded. Their master and 7th prince is standing right there. Still, nobody is convinced, since he is only a bastard prince. They hesitate, but Cadet 38 instantly agrees with the choice, and another follows. Since he never backed down from Mujeum, they realize he might be even stronger. Soon, they all agree Yoan should lead, though a few still worry about surviving without Mujeum around. But right now, the absolute priority is passing the next test. Yoan asks if everyone is on board, and once they agree, he smiles. He actually cooked up a crazy plan during formation training. Around midnight, Yoan tells Nano to activate his night vision. With the green HUD glowing, he scans the area and quietly slips up the dark dormitory stairs like a shadow. Reaching the top floor, he jokes about how often he has visited Team 7 today. He asks Nano if anyone is awake, and she confirms everyone in room 7 is fast asleep. He whispers that they are finally out cold. He asks if Mujeum's masked attacker is hiding inside, but after scanning 20 different body shapes, Nano reports a negative match. Yoan quietly paralyzes most of the sleeping cadets, then approaches their leader. The leader suddenly snaps awake, demanding to know who's there, but Yoan swiftly knocks him cold before he can scream. That leader was surprisingly sharp. Yoan assumed nobody could identify a masked intruder in the pitch black. To make sure he stays quiet, He jabs a few pressure points to paralyze the kid. That guy won't be walking for a while since his major meridians are locked. Nothing personal, buddy. Having crippled Team 7, Yoan wonders if he should raid another room tonight, but Team 5's leader is Go Wonger, and the suspect definitely wasn't a woman. Besides, Wonger shouldn't be strong enough to beat Mugeum. That means the attacker must belong to Team 6. Nano reports 16 members of Team 6 are currently asleep. Yoan catches that. Since the team has 20 members, and 3 are women, someone is still missing. He asks if any sleeper fits the profile. Nano says no. So he concludes the missing guy is definitely our masked culprit. If that sneaky bastard is on the first floor, he might have already realized someone is creeping around. What should he do next? He stops himself. Why overcomplicate things? There is no rule saying only leaders are fair game. It's time for some sweet, blind revenge. The next morning, as Yoan draws from the selection box, Instructor Ma notices he is leading Team 8. He realizes Mugeum must have been targeted and smiles, glad they understood the real, brutal nature of this academy exam. These cadets won't disappoint him this time. Instructor Ma asks if they are ready, and they shout in unison. He reminds them they've prepared for this, so they better show him something spectacular. Most cadets still look totally clueless as they head down the stairs, glancing around nervously. But then, Yoan spots a suspicious guy in the crowd. Those sneaky eyes look incredibly familiar. He orders Nano to run a quick scan. Perfect match. A devious smile spreads across Yoan's face. Oh, this guy is about to have a very bad day. The second exam officially kicks off with Team 1 facing Team 3. The rule is simple: beat the other team into submission. Instructor Ma yells to begin the battle. Both sides charge, and the leader starts shouting orders. Instructor Ma is surprised to see a complex diagonal formation as they attack from the flanks. Shields crashing loudly against shields. The leader screams for his men to hold the line. Instantly, weapons clash as swords, shields, and arrows fly everywhere. It gets bloody real fast, with multiple cadets collapsing from horrific wounds. In the end, Team 1 wins easily by taking out the enemy commander, forcing the defeated side to surrender. The leader sighs, thinking the fight wasn't tough, just incredibly boring. Instructor Ma congratulates Team 1, declaring that they have passed. After that, Team 4 absolutely crushes Team 2. And then it is finally time for the main event. As Team 8 steps up, Yoan is fired up, but his teammates look utterly terrified. He smirks, asking if they have already lost their courage before the fight even starts. He admits the sudden leadership swap was shaking, and even he feels a bit tense. But if they lose, they get expelled from the academy. No way they are giving up now. Besides, he is pissed. He refuses to let the coward who ambushed Mugeum win this test. His fiery words strike a chord, and he tells them they won't lose if they share his rage. They are going to win, period. Suddenly, their morale skyrockets. Watching from the side, the opposing leader notes the shift, wondering if Yoan is a real tiger or just a loud house cat. The match begins, and Team 5's leader is none other than his arrogant half-sister, Cheon Wanreo. She sneers, claiming she only wanted this fight if Yoan was leading. She mocks him, saying the struggle for succession doesn't suit a dirty bastard. Expulsion would be mercy for his miserable life. She orders her team to charge, and Yoan immediately tells Nano to activate the battle simulator. Nano boots up the tactical guide. Yoan commands his team to stand firm as Nano scans the field, warning him that the enemy is quickly switching into a wedge formation. Nano advises a defensive layered formation. Smiling, Yoan notes this brute force attack is exactly what he predicted, immediately ordering his squad to execute tactic number 6. The other team leader watches closely, stunned to see Team 8 using a layered defense. He wonders why Yoan would make such a stupid, passive choice right away. He sneers, thinking that formation is useless with an incompetent commander. Even with a Guardian's secret training, this looks reckless. Maybe he expected too much from this kid. Wanreo mocks him, asking if a peasant can clash with true heirs. She slams her shield forward, but freezes in horror as Yoan easily blocks her ultimate strike. The spectators realize he possesses an insane defensive technique. While his natural chi trails hers, Nano boosts his internal energy to instructor levels, giving him the upper hand. The raw power surge thrills him. Wanreo feels herself being shoved back, realizing her squad will collapse if she doesn't change formations immediately. Stunned, she wonders what this bastard did. Forced to retreat, she frantically orders her team back into their standard layout. Nano reports the enemy's shift, so Yoan instantly counters by ordering tactic number 3. She smirks, taunting him about trying such cheap tricks. She admits his raw power is impressive, but sneers that he is still a pathetic commander. She orders a spear charge formation to pierce right through them. Since his chi matches hers, she plans to shatter his defense in one blow, split his squad, and execute Yoan herself. Her squad storms forward as both sides rapidly shift positions. Confusion spreads through the crowd because Yoan's bizarre formation keeps morphing in ways that make absolutely no sense. She yells for her squad to brace for flank attacks. But then, Yoan suddenly orders pattern number 2, throwing her plans into complete chaos. A sudden wedge formation strikes them at the worst moment. Her team panics, and as she tries to rally them, Yoan's squad shifts again, trapping them from the blind side. Losing her mind, the princess demands to know what this peasant is doing. While she panics, Yoan remains dead silent as his team completely circles and traps them. That is when she finally realizes those formation numbers were a total scam. The night before, Qian told his team they would use fake numbers to mess with their enemies. Whenever he shouted a change, his team switched to the actual patterns while the enemy chased fake numbers. Talk about ultimate trolling. Now, the princess is absolutely furious this guy toyed with her. Qian gives the green light to strike. His team closes the circle, and the trapped fighters start shaking so hard they drop their shields. She screams at them for throwing away their shields, but her squad has completely lost the will to fight. Panicking about how everyone will laugh at her, she stares at Qian and calls him absolute trash. Flying into a rage, she rushes forward and screams for him to die, launching a blazing sword strike. Qian just drops his shield, draws his blade, and charges right back. He deflects her blow and slices her face, even though she manages to nick his leg. Qian does not even flinch, pressing forward to land a brutal, clean strike that sends her arm flying. The crowd goes dead silent, stunned by Qian's sheer ruthlessness. The princess cannot believe her own arm is gone, screaming in pure panic, while others scramble to stop the heavy bleeding. Qian looks at his sword, wondering if things went south because it was not a real blade. He shut down her moves in 5 steps, but that first movement felt incomplete. While she keeps screaming bloody murder, our main character realizes basic sword training has its limits. Still, Team 8 wins, Qian passes the second test as leader, and the crowd goes wild. Meng notes that Qian still lacks the inner energy to fully master the 7 connections of the butterfly. Yet, with that single move, he is almost at Seub's level. What did that drunk master actually teach him? This goes way beyond good training. In just 21 days, Qian improved insanely fast, used brilliant tactics, and even dared to disarm Meng's sister. Literally, Meng starts to suspect Qian might be a heaven-sent genius. For a second, he wishes he had made him his disciple instead of Seub. But since Qian technically owns the academy, that thought gets pretty awkward. The other cadets are losing their minds because Qian just wrecked the Sun Clan's heir. They wonder if he was hiding his skills all along, realizing they better watch their backs around him now. Next up, the third group of fighters enters the arena. The sketchy kid who was targeting the leaders quietly thinks to himself that he barely dodged a massive beating, but that is not what actually shook him. What really messed with his head was that the guy he defeated earlier apparently used his absence to absolutely ruin everyone else's legs. It turns out he was a victim too. He admits the kid played them all beautifully. Now, since everyone on Team 7 is limping except their leader, the enemy plans a total wipeout. They have no clue who crippled their targets, but they are grateful. They charge in hard using Formation 6. Team 7 whines that they cannot fight with busted legs, but that little psycho tells them to just be grateful they are alive. He charges in alone using an arrow formation like an absolute madman. What good is a formation when everyone is limping? No good. In a flash, a shield goes flying, and Qian drives his blade straight into the guy's chest. Furious, the enemy commander orders everyone to overrun the limping squads. But this crazy kid actually pulls it off. He keeps smashing them down before they can even recover, basically winning the entire fight all by himself. Afterward, he glares right at Qian and promises he is next. Our protagonist realizes he just made a seriously annoying enemy. But hey, Team 7 takes the win. Meanwhile, inside the Academy Director's office, the staff reports on all the cadets who failed up through Team 5. The director sighs, noting that quite a few dropped out again. Ranjan asks if that includes the big clans. The director explains that clanless cadets usually just want to serve the elites, but the major heirs are going to feel totally cheated. They easily would have passed if this were not a group exam, which never happens under the Academy's normal rules. But Ranjan points out they have no choice unless they want to insult the great clans. Sure, those elite heirs will do fine back home, but it is a real shame the minor clans just lost their shot at the medicine ball and the Academy library. Speaking of which, the passing groups should be gathering at the library right now. Qian heads over to collect his prize, noting the place looks way bigger than the main Academy hall. Since the other cadets probably explored the first floor while he was recovering in the infirmary, he assumes they will finally get access to the second floor today. Then, he remembers Seob warning him not to waste time on useless distractions. He needs to master the butterfly technique and breathing methods to actually pass the next trial. Ian asked if that meant the library, and Seob laughed. saying yes because Qian is already learning high-tier moves thanks to him. He should not feel bad about missing the basic floors. There is nothing useful about martial arts down there anyway. Qian remembers that warning, but with Nano on his side, he plans to scan every single page. He steps inside. He hits the first floor but hears they only have 2 hours, so speed is key. He tells Nano to just keep scanning as he flips pages, and she starts analyzing the 5 sword masteries. Soon, she has devoured a massive pile of books. He asks for a time check, and Nano says they still have 1 hour left, having already scanned 55 books, including the main manual. He warns her not to dump all that info into his brain yet, as it is way too much at once. Wondering what else to look at, he notices an old man standing beside a massive monument. The man looks like a seasoned veteran, so Qian asks if he guards the first floor, and why on earth there is a random tomb inside a library. The guard just studies him. He immediately recognizes the boy as the 7th heir. He explains that this tomb belonged to their founder, the ancient heavenly demon, carved entirely from solid sapphire. Qian is absolutely stunned. Qian spots poetic writing on the stone, but then notices something even wilder. It was carved with a finger. The guard explains someone channeled extreme energy to scratch words directly into sapphire. That is something even a sword would struggle to scratch. While most cadets get distracted by books and walk right past, Qian actually noticed it. Maybe it is just in his blood. Qian admits he nearly missed it too, but the guard says that is normal with so many manuals around. Having guarded this place for over 20 years, he notes that not even the descendants ever care about it. Realizing he has taken up Qian's time, the guard tells him to go back to reading. Qian bids him farewell, but as he wanders behind the stone, he spots strange blade marks. Looks like someone tried to cover something up. He immediately asks Nano to analyze the tomb surface, and she quickly confirms there are indeed hidden sword marks on the stone. Qian is shocked. Vandalizing an ancestor's tomb? Absolute madness. But Nano reveals an even bigger twist. The scratches came from 2 different people. Staring with his bare eyes reveals nothing, so he asks Nano for a 3D holographic view. Immediately, he can see a massive difference in force and angle between the cuts. It is clear 2 individuals left their mark here, making Qian wonder if one of them was trying to cover up the original scratches. Those messy cuts were absolutely done on purpose. Suspecting something is hidden underneath, he has Nano isolate the earliest layer of marks. As she does, Qian gasps. These are not random scratches at all. They are sword movements from a totally unknown style. It is a secret, legendary style recorded right on the stone. But he still cannot fully grasp the movements just by staring at these lines. He asks if Nano can scan those scratches and bring them to life in holographic 3D. She agrees. But first, she must gauge the creator's power. Before she can explain, the guard struts back. Why is he not reading? Startled, our boy listens as the guard asks if he saw the hidden back. What a waste, the guard sighs. Apparently, the ancestor carved a legendary sword technique here. The kid freezes. These scratches might be that lost treasure. The guard blames vandals. But looking closely, our hero starts suspecting. This is not just mindless graffiti. There is definitely a method to this. The guard heads off to continue his shift, letting the kid browse in peace. Thank goodness. Nano finally chimes back in with the plan. She needs his palm on the surface. Obvious enough. He presses his hand down on the tomb, and the high-tech fingerprint scanner instantly begins analyzing. Scan complete. Nano reports that if a diamond is a 10, this sapphire is a 7. That is still insanely hard. Who could have scratched this so easily? Nano can simulate those sword strikes in augmented reality. He blinks. A glowing holographic warrior suddenly materializes right before him. He tries to ask who it is, but Nano completely shuts him down. Shh. Absolute silence. Playback starting. The blue holographic figure shifts into a classic sword stance, and then it explodes into motion. The blade falls in a deadly arc. Incredible. He asks if that was seriously just one move. Nano explains that while it has multiple forms, it logically functions as a single, devastating strike. He can barely believe it. Even the 8-form butterfly technique took him 6 months. This masterpiece is on an entirely different league, absolutely flawless. He never expected to find a jackpot this big on the first floor. He orders Nano to save the data. As she works, he shudders thinking how close he came to missing this treasure because of the mess. The vandal was an amateur. Yet, their mess hid the real treasure. Nano reports some wild news. She found 45 connected strikes. 45 forms? Insane. But as Nano confirms it, the truth hits him. The scratches were not trying to cover the move, they were countering it. A theory forms. He orders Nano to play the simulation. She starts, showing the first form, then the 10th, the 20th, and all the rest. It gets cleaner and more deadlier. By the end, he is sweating bullets just from watching. He orders Nano to pit the first form against the 45th in a duel. Affirmative. Two glowing warriors spark to life, and his jaw drops. Nano starts the fight. They clash, and the 45th form decapitates the first one instantly. A complete and utter annihilation. The original move was not being hidden at all. Those 45 scratches were a step-by-step diary of someone designing the ultimate counter to it. He jogs back to the guard with a quick question. Is this the only floor with a stone tomb? The guard shrugs, saying he only works this level, but adds that as far as he knows, every single floor has one. Smiling, the boy tells Nano to gear up. Soon, he arrives on the second floor library. He looks around. The others are still here since they get 3 hours on this level. Right on cue, he spots Xian and Chan quietly studying in the corner. The elite heirs skip the bottom floor, completely confident in their own skills. But watching one of them analyze simple moves proves this kid is far more cautious than he looks. He quietly slips past the other cadets. He marches straight to the tombstone, checks behind it, and finds more scratches. It is exactly what he expected. The entire surface is covered in deep scratches. He orders Nano to run the scan. The same pattern appears. The first set features a powerful move with 24 forms. The Counter-Strike set has a massive 56 moves. That makes him pause. It clearly took even more research to break the original technique on this floor. He is dying to watch it now, but there are too many eyes around. Seriously, the wait is going to be so worth it. For now, he tells Nano to store the data so they can download it later. Nano keeps analyzing. Meanwhile, he aggressively flips pages near the others. He makes a massive racket, and they glare at him, thoroughly annoyed. Learning is hard enough with focus, but this kid is just turning pages non-stop. They try to ignore him. With only 1 hour left, he is not worth it. Meanwhile, our hero has Nano scan every single book she can, quietly building a massive digital library. As the room grows increasingly irritated, Xian watches the page-flipping show with growing curiosity. Nano reports she has scanned 156 books. He tells her to compile everything and save it to the program database. That should be enough. He is sure the original butterfly technique easily ranks among the top 10. But he knows better than to get arrogant. Even a godly technique takes thousands of repetitions to master. At the end of the day, real combat experience is what actually matters most. He recalls his master's words, true understanding only comes after hardship. The academy is perfect for fighting all kinds of warriors. Now, he just needs to test Nano's simulation skill. If it works, he can get virtual combat practice. He heads straight to the supervisor. Since it is already late, the old man marks his attendance and lets him leave. The old man remembers a suspicious query about when the boy would leave. He shrugs it off anyway. Our hero wonders if someone is waiting, but decides it is not important. The private training rooms are finally open after the exam, and he needs to get there fast to download the moves. He sprints straight to the academy's private training grounds. Just as he arrives, the leader of Team C suddenly blocks his path. The cadet snaps that he has been hunting for him everywhere since he was not in his dorm. Our boy coolly asks what he wants. The cadet snaps back, demanding why he is playing dumb, and asks if Xian seriously thought they would not notice him sabotaging their team's legs during the trial. This is really starting to test his patience. He has absolutely no time for this nonsense. The cadet sneers at his sudden bloodlust, asking who exactly told him to leave him alone. The insult burns. Still, the challenger is surprised the boy does not instantly snap. A hothead would have attacked by now, proving this kid is actually tough. Realizing this opponent is dangerous, he prepares to go all out. But just as tension peaks, a sudden voice calls out to them. Both fighters are so locked in battle mode that they completely ignore the shout. Annoyed at being blanked, the intruder steps right between them. They freeze in surprise. Our hero instantly recognizes his half-brother from the powerful Blade clan. The newcomer chuckles, praising their focus as expected from the exam leaders. He politely apologizes for the intrusion, asking if he can speak first. He even bows his head, begging a favor, which absolutely shocks the other cadet. An elite heir is actually bowing. The cadet protests, demanding why the heir gets to cut in after he spent the entire day hunting him down. But Yukon calmly replies he only waited because he wanted to see him. That only pisses the other cadet off even more. He screams, asking how Yukon dares to look down on him, and immediately launches a wild attack. But Yukon barely even tries, casually swatting the strike away. Then he stops his hand right at the kid's throat, basically giving him a free shave. He smugly asks how that felt, while Yoan watches in shock. Yukon just countered a rare move with the simplest defense. It is clear his power is in a completely different league. The defeated kid realizes he is totally outmatched, wondering how a beast like this ever let himself get hit by anyone else. Yukon points out his trash footwork, asking if his ribs are already broken. It is painfully obvious this guy is built different. Even if the kid were at 100%, he still would have lost. Yukon tells him to stay put, promising this will be fast. But the angry cadet just huffs, grumbling that he can do whatever he wants before walking away. While Yukon sighs, Yoan wonders what his game is. Maybe he wants to eliminate him before the next trial. Regardless, fighting him now is bad. Then, the pretty boy turns his eyes right to Yoan. Yoan quickly commands Nano not to use the basic tutorial mode. He wants the full power of the butterfly sword style ready to go. Nano obeys, switching over to action command mode and preparing the skill. But Yukon suddenly cuts in and asks him to chill out, wondering why he looks so serious. He laughs it off, saying they should be friendly since they are actually half-brothers. He offers a polite greeting, saying it is truly wonderful to finally meet him. Yoan cannot believe this guy's nerve. He asks if Yukon is playing some sick joke, his anger starting to boil. Yukon asks if he ruined the mood, admitting it makes sense given how horribly the other clans treated him. Yoan glares, asking if he seriously expects a warm family reunion after all that trauma. Yukon shakes his head, saying he just wanted a good start because he actually really likes him now. After all, they both share a deep passion for the blade. Yoan cynically asks if that is really his only excuse. Yukon beams, asking if Yoan knows how hyped he was when he chopped off that Sword Clan heir's arm. Honestly, guys, he basically became a massive fanboy right then and there. Yoan tells him to cut the crap and spill his real motives. Yukon sighs, agreeing there is no point in dragging this out if making friends is going to be this hard. He warns he will only say this once. He wants Yoan to join and serve the Blade Clan. That is his true objective. Yoan is completely thrown off by the offer, and Yukon smiles, finding that stunned silence totally natural. Yoan asks if he is actually being serious, but Yukon points out he waited outside the library for ages just to talk. He says he does not care what the other clans think. He does not view Yoan as an enemy, and wants him by his side, safe under his wing. Yoan gets heated, asking if he is basically telling him to forfeit his right to the throne. Yukon acts surprised, asking if it sounded that bad, but then brutally adds that winning the seat is impossible for him anyway. Yoan demands to know what he means. Yukon looks him dead in the eye, saying that if he chooses the sword, they must fight. And Yoan simply cannot win. But as his self-proclaimed #1 fan, Yukon is offering him a sweet deal to rule together instead. Isn't that nice? Yoan just stares, realizing this guy truly does not see him as a threat. So, he flat out rejects him. Yukon looks baffled. Yukon coldly replies that Yukon is the one who cannot beat him, so he should stay out of his path to stay alive. Yukon is stunned, then bristles with anger. Sensing the shift, Nano warns that massive energy is gathering in the enemy's hand. She tells him to use the second butterfly dance, step half a pace to the left and swing. Yoan wonders if the fight is already kicking off as he drops into a low stance. Yukon is surprised by his quick reflexes and laughs, while Nano reports the energy is fading. The opponent has completely stopped his attack. Yukon chuckles, admitting he got a bit ahead of himself, but says this just makes things more exciting. He admits that telling him to stay out of the way was actually pretty badass. Yoan can tell only his mouth is smiling, his eyes are dead serious. Feeling like this chat was a waste of breath, he watches as Yukon promises they will meet again. Suddenly, Yukon pools raw energy into his palm again, and Nano warns that the power levels are spiking. He swings, carving a massive, deep slash right beside Yoan. The kid instantly recognizes that terrifying blade energy. His pure aura has literally formed a sharp blade around his bare hand. Yukon smugly tells him he lacks the power to threaten him. Yoan realizes his rival has already mastered utilizing bare-handed blade energy. The rumors about him fighting Muon to a draw for the top spot were clearly real. Talk about a reality check. Yoan finally gets that they are on totally different levels. Yukon bids him farewell, saying they will meet again. Yoan is left seething, especially after recently thrashing Muon and kicking Enriel out. He genuinely believed they were equals, but he forces himself to take a deep breath. He cannot afford to rush this. His goal is not just to catch up to these monsters, it is to stand far above them all. Walking away, Yukon suddenly realizes Yoan had predicted his sneak attack from the very beginning. He actually intended to slice off his right arm in one go, but the clever kid dodged before the blade energy even manifested. Meanwhile, Yoan makes his way to the Academy's private training room, stepping inside and confirming he is in the right spot. The place is basically a cramped closet, barely giving him enough space to stretch. He definitely cannot practice full forms with his shadow step here. However, the walls are thick, allowing him to focus on gathering internal energy in total peace. He orders Nano to boot up the augmented reality, commanding her to simulate the complex formations they analyzed from the Sapphire Tomb on the second floor. The AI immediately generates an avatar to perform each rapid-fire strike. Yoan is left wide-eyed. This routine is far quicker and more complex than anything he saw on the first floor. Even utilizing his ultimate butterfly dance form, he cannot deflect a single blow. He wonders how anyone in the world could defend against this. Then, Nano begins playing back the enemy's counter formations one by one, all the way to the 16th. Yoan thinks this whole thing is absolute madness. Nobody could master a style this insane without being completely obsessed. The terrifying progression is obvious. What started as a clunky, awkward movement was slowly refined by the 16th variation into something so incredibly perfect, it sends chills straight down his spine. He commands Nano to project the original formation, fighting all 56 counters in sequence. The avatar battle starts up, and Yoan enters intense focus mode, racking up win after win. He breezes from the first form to the 16th, where he finally hits a wall and loses. As the simulation shuts down, Yoan realizes that these godlike forms were beaten by a gap of just one single move. He wonders how things would play out if he matched this ultimate form against his own butterfly dance. Since his old defense was utterly useless against these strikes before, he decides to run a live test, facing off against a digital clone of himself. There must be a flaw he can exploit with the butterfly dance. Both fighters brace themselves and suddenly charge straight at one another. Nano reports his brain activity is off the charts, blood pressure is soaring, and the raw energy in his core is wilding out. In his mind, the mental simulation shifts into an absolute war zone, yet through the intense mental strain, he continues cultivating. Everything goes smoothly until he suddenly snaps awake, completely disoriented. He was locked in on the battle, making him wonder if he just entered a deep trance. A strange sensation washes over him, and his hands tremble as panic sets in. He frantically draws his aura in and gasps in shock. His internal energy was at 30 years, but it has suddenly jumped to 40. He wonders if he just experienced a massive epiphany. Gaining that much power without any of Nano's help proves these legendary forms truly deserve their title as the ultimate martial art. He can already feel that his butterfly dance has become way deadlier. Throwing a few test strikes, he realizes even the way his hands cut through the wind is different. This breakthrough did way more than just boost his raw power. Look at his hand, something is seriously glitching out. He is actually manifesting raw energy. Sure, he cannot summon a full sword yet since his battery is low, but once he pops that medicine pill, he gets 60 years of raw power. That upgrade is going to close the gap between Cheon and Che real quick. He asks Nano how long he was zoned out. When she says 2 hours, he is completely stunned. That felt like 5 seconds, but getting his physical body to keep up is not going to be a walk in the park, especially with curfew looming. So Cheon tells Nano to just download the techniques from the first and second floor tombs along with forms 45th and 56th straight into his brain. Nano starts the brain download, and bam, instant, brain-melting migraine. Cheon asks how long this torturous process is going to take, and Nano calmly estimates 10 hours to completely restructure his muscles into a smooth channel for his energy flow. Honestly, that is surprisingly fast. It is barely longer than the butterfly dance download, even if this routine requires a totally different style of martial arts. Since he is out of options, Cheon decides to head back to the dorm and return here later. Back at the dorms, the place is looking pretty empty. Suddenly, Bong pops up to greet his master. Cheon spots some crumpled papers in Bong's hand and realizes his loyal follower has actually been studying and memorizing their library notes. What a nerd. Cheon asks if he actually learned anything useful. Bong immediately plays it down, calling it a cheap, second-rate martial art. He apparently only picked a basic footwork technique to patch up his slow legs. Cheon tells him this is the exact moment everyone needs to push through the pain. Those 4 rest days they got cannot go to waste. If he wants to stand at the top, there is absolutely zero time to dilly-dally. Cut to the next day, and Cheon is back in the private training room, absolutely dying in agony. Finally, Nano announces that his muscle remodeling and energy flow are complete. Once hibernation mode shuts off, he stumbles up and immediately throws up his lunch. Classic side effects. Nano quickly gets to work stabilizing his body's violent reaction. Cheon thinks the upgrade worked, even if he feels like absolute hot garbage. No matter how many times he undergoes body modification, he will never get used to this agony. But then, he clenches his fist. Whoa, the raw strength pulsing in his hand is on a whole different level. He feels way stronger than when he conquered the butterfly dance. Naturally, he strips naked to admire the gains. His muscles look insanely chiseled now. Cheon can barely believe he is looking at his own reflection. For some random reason, looking at the stone wall just fires him up. He pulls raw energy into his palm and drops into a stance. Meanwhile, on the other side, the leader of Team 6 is busy meditating and self-loathing. He realized his skills were totally lacking, and that he got way too cocky after injuring Mug 1. Ever since he saw the massive gap between himself and that blade user, he knew he had to train 10 times harder to reclaim his lost pride. For now, he decides to forget about Shin and aim for the top. But suddenly, the solid wall next to him starts cracking. A second later, boom, it literally explodes, shocking even the instructors patrolling outside. The poor Team 6 leader gets pelted with flying debris and starts bleeding. He panics, thinking an assassin somehow sneaked in. Like, who would dare? Then he looks through the dust and sees Cheon standing there looking completely unhinged. The instant Cheon realizes what he just did, he breaks into a cold sweat. The Team 6 leader is in absolute disbelief. Instructors rush in to save the victim, screaming for him to stay awake. Once the chaos is cleared, the instructors absolutely lay into Cheon. Private room or not, how do you blast a massive hole into the next room? If the angle was slightly different, that cadet would be a goner. They tell Cheon to be grateful Cadet 108 is still breathing, or he would be expelled. They keep roasting him while he stands there traumatized, warning that a formal report is being filed. All he can do is bow and apologize. The angry supervisor bans him from the first and second floor training rooms, banishing him to the basement. If he breaks those reinforced rooms too, his gym privileges are revoked forever. Cheon promises to play nice from now on. But as he walks away, the supervisor realizes that shattering reinforced stone means this kid's internal energy has completely broken past normal cadet limits. On his way down, Cheon asks Nano why on earth he got so insanely strong. He never expected to blow up a wall. Nano explains his restructured muscles are so optimized that his raw physical strength alone can shatter high-grade defense stone. That completely blows his mind. But then, a light bulb goes off. The simulation scanned the sword marks left on the stone, not the actual forms of the creator. Exactly. The real test was about channeling enough force to dent the stone, not just posing pretty. He wonders if this applies to his dagger style or the butterfly dance, but quickly realizes his current body has already hit its hard cap. Nano chimes in, explaining this is simply the limit of artificial body modification. It does not speed up his natural biological aging, which still follows his projected growth data. So, if he gets older, he gets even stronger. Nano confirms his power ceiling will skyrocket once he fully matures. This gives Cheon the brilliant idea of asking for a growth spurt cheat, but she shuts him down. Only time can do that. Turns out, even an advanced sci-fi AI cannot force him to hit puberty early. She can only simulate it. Cheon shrugs it off. Besides, if she actually accelerated his growth, certain parts of his body might become a bit too wild, if you catch my drift. Down in the spooky training basement, Cheon reviews the decades of high-level martial arts data currently sitting in his brain. He is actually pretty nervous, considering this is his first time testing the supreme technique left behind by the legendary demon ancestor. He kicks things off with the first style, the absolute sword technique. He unleashes the move and scares himself. He pauses and tries again, but something still feels off. It is not just a sloppy execution. The flow of the move itself feels completely unnatural. He keeps practicing, realizing this style is purely destructive, which he definitely got right both times. Yet, he cannot wrap his head around why the absolute sword technique feels so unfinished. It completely lacks the majestic, seamless flow he witnessed inside the simulation. So, he asks Nano to compare the original movement from the Sapphire Monolith with his live performance. She boots up augmented reality, casting both techniques side by side so he can spot his flaws in real time. Right away, he notices his transitions are super clunky, and his finishing stance is way too slow. He starts scratching his head. What is the issue here? Is it supposed to be easier when executing just a single strike? Sure, missing the perfect flow should not nerf his power this badly. But as he ponders, it clicks. He remembers that even the ultimate form of the butterfly dance was totally useless without matching it to the correct internal energy pathways. Then, the truth hits him, and he feels totally scammed. What kind of sick joke is this? Leaving only the physical sword motion while hiding the energy pathways is completely unfair. But wait! He suddenly remembers the cryptic words carved onto the monument. He asks Nano to pull up a scan of the first floor stone, and she projects it right before his eyes using augmented reality. The inscription poetically talks about a mighty wind blowing and clouds rising high. After spreading his glorious name across the continent, the hero returned home. How could he not guard his land with the fierce warriors he had gathered? Staring at the poem, Cheon wonders if there is a secret clue hidden in the verses. Nano explains that this 3-line poem is actually an ancient Han Dynasty poem. Cheon had zero clue, so she adds that Liu Bang wrote it after defeating Shang Yu. That completely throws him off, since the ancestral demon did not even write the poem. He wonders if any of the characters were altered, but Nano confirms it is copy-pasted perfectly. That only makes him more annoyed. Still, he tells Nano to scan the stone for any hidden anomalies. She runs a full scan of the surface and spots tiny, microscopic holes beneath each Chinese character. Cheon squints closely and realizes she is right. Every single character has a different count of dots, leaving him scratching his head. He cannot solve the puzzle just by touching them. He studies the patterns, wondering if they represent specific acupuncture pressure points. He keeps thinking until he suddenly remembers the very first book Nano analyzed. That text mapped out pressure points, numbering each one. The fourth point is the solar plexus, which feels wrong because energy flow should start lower down in the Dantian area. That requires 7 points, but then Cheon spots a loophole. The character for great has 3 dots. Add 4 from the next, and it is 7. The next character, Wind, has 9 dots, plus an extra mark below to make 10. He keeps doing the math all the way to the 23rd point. Boom! He cracked the code and found the hidden energy flow route. He gets so hyped that he starts cackling like a maniac, telling the entire hallway that he is an absolute genius. After finishing his meal, Kian decides to head down to the basement to practice his ultimate technique with the correct flow. But his training is suddenly cut short by a voice. Kian turns around, pretty curious, as Yumpa steps up and asks for a moment of his time to request a duel. Our guy immediately hesitates, asking why on earth he should fight some random stranger. He really has no time to waste, but Yumpa keeps trailing behind him, calling him selfish. Then Yumpa makes an offer if Qian beats him, he will hand over a special gift and info on the 3rd test. It actually grabs his attention, so he follows the guy. Along the way, Qian asks why he would make such a ridiculous deal just to fight. Yumpa claims he needs to verify his qualifications, leaving Qian puzzled. He cannot sever arms like Qian did to Reo. Still, Yumpa proudly boasts he will demonstrate the Blade Clan's lunar energy technique. He tells him to bring it on, and Yumpa charges forward with everything he has. He aims a heavy blow right at Qian's head, but our guy effortlessly dodges every single strike, thinking Yumpa is painfully slow. Yumpa keeps pressing. Qian counterpunches with a heavy blow, sending him flying. Crash. Yumpa is down on the dirt coughing up blood. Even Qian worries he might have gone a bit too far and killed him. Yumpa clutches his stomach in absolute disbelief, shocked that he got wrecked this easily after hoping he could stand a chance. He staggers back up. Incredible, Yumpa groans, calling Qian the true pride of the legendary heavenly bloodline. He confesses he thought Qian was only at the advanced martial artist level, then promises to share the test details. But Qian stops him, demanding to know the real reason behind this pointless duel. Win or lose, Yumpa gained nothing. Yumpa realizes he still hasn't earned his trust, so he explains again that he needed to test Qian's skill. When Qian still looks confused, Yumpa reveals he also had to measure his own strength for the 3rd test. Qian asks what any of that has to do with him. Yumpa explains that the 3rd trial will likely be group-based, which confuses Qian since the academy explicitly said they were moving away from group exams. It is nothing like the 2nd trial. This upcoming test is strictly about raw, individual power. 30 years of internal energy. That is exactly what it takes for advanced fighters to become high-rank warriors. Out of all remaining cadets, only about 20 of them actually fit that description. To make up for their lack of internal energy, they will need a rare medicinal pill. Yumpa nods, saying once those pills are distributed, many cadets will spike in power. But a massive hurdle remains. Qian asks if the problem is advanced martial arts. Yumpa nods, explaining that since the library's 2nd floor only holds intermediate manuals, many will struggle. If they are not creating their own skills, there is only one logical answer: an advanced secret manual. That is the prize. Qian points out there has to be a catch, and Yumpa agrees, saying it would be far too easy otherwise. If it were just about memorizing, 80% of the cadets would pass. Yumpa reveals that according to his father, the manual contains the 7 demon sword techniques, which form the legendary demon sword formation. Qian immediately recognizes the name. He remembers instructor Zhang telling him that these powerful formations were originally designed by the most legendary swordsmen of the era, the ancient sword demons. It was first created to counter the famous 18 and 108 formations of Shaolin. Even as advanced arts, these 7 techniques are incredibly unique. When 12 warriors combine their skills, they create the 12 sword formation. With 36, it expands further, and with 108, it becomes truly unstoppable. Qian is amazed that an advanced art can scale up so terrifically. He recalls that 12 advanced martial artists can take down a master, 36 can beat a grandmaster, and 108 can slaughter a supreme master. Yumpa shares that his father ordered him to assemble a group of 12 to master these techniques. Qian is genuinely surprised, but Yumpa explains this group effort is the absolute core of the formation. Simply mastering the sword moves is only half the battle. Activating the formation is so brutally complex that anyone below the advanced level won't even comprehend it. Qian asks if this is why he demanded a duel, and Yumpa nods. He couldn't judge his true capabilities from just one move. He needed concrete proof before extending an invite. Qian asks what invite he is talking about. Yunpa explains that he forgot a vital detail. For this trial, cadets must operate directly under chosen leaders for everything from learning the manual to executing the exam. He heard these leaders were selected based on the second exam's results. Qian realizes the leaders will recruit their own squads, which Yunpa quickly confirms. Even though any cadet can technically decline, this setup clearly favors the 6 great clans and their young masters over normal students. Qian instantly recognizes this as another battlefield for the succession war. Any leader who fails to gather a team and master the formation gets disqualified immediately. But for regular cadets, refusing a group is a luxury they cannot afford. They must rely on these leaders to survive the exam. Qian asks if that is why Yunpa offered him an invite, and Yunpa nods. Finding members is just step 1. If the final stage involves group battles, having a powerhouse leader is absolutely critical. Qian then brings up the mysterious reward Yunpa promised. With a straight face, Yunpa says the reward is himself. Qian is completely unimpressed and bluntly replies that absolutely nobody asked for that. Qian asks if there is a chance Yunpa might not even get picked as a leader, but Yunpa confidently boasts that he is guaranteed to be chosen to lead his own squad. He adds that having a monster like Qian on his team is infinitely better than recruiting regular trash. Qian admits that makes sense, but his gut tells him something is highly suspicious here. But why pick him? Qian asks why Yunpa chose him specifically, when there are plenty of other top survivors from the second trial. Yunpa sheepishly admits he tried to recruit the young masters of both the Black Clan and the Sword Clan first, but got brutally rejected. Qian sighs, noting that makes sense, since those guys probably already formed their own inner circles and squads. Qian realizes he was just a desperate backup plan. Yunpa awkwardly admits it, claiming they share a unique bond on the sword path. Qian is totally grossed out, causing Yunpa to panic and swear he is not looking for a servant. Just use me. Yunpa begs Qian to exploit him so they can both clear the trial, practically pleading on his knees. Qian flashes a faint smile, making Yunpa light up with hope, only to crush it with a flat rejection. Denied. As Qian leaves the forest, he asks Nano to load the facial analysis results. Nano displays the data. Qian notes that while the scan is not flawless at detecting deception, keeping his system active during such a shady conversation was definitely the right call. Nano reports that Yunpa exhibited subtle micro-expressions, showing a 45% chance of deception. Even worse, when he claimed he just wanted to be used, the probability of him lying spiked all the way to 62%. Qian kept his guard up because it was only a probability, but the moment Yunpa claimed they walked the same sword path, Qian remembered Yukan. That was the dead giveaway. If Yunpa truly valued that shared path, he would have approached the Blade clan first instead of begging the Black and Sword clans. He clearly thought Qian was a complete fool. Afterwards, Yunpa meets with Yukon and admits that Qian rejected the offer even after learning the secret details. Yukon bursts out laughing, finding our main character way more interesting than anticipated. Qian extracted the juicy information and just walked away, exactly as Yukon predicted. Yunpa nervously asks what their next move is, but Yukon only mocks him, asking if he plans to crawl back and beg. Yukon sighs that their original plan to infiltrate Qian's squad and sabotage him on exam day would have been hilarious. Even so, he admits Qian is a beast, and if they were not rivals in this brutal succession war, he would have recruited him for real. While Yukon is busy talking to himself, Yunpa literally drops to his knees and begs for one more shot, claiming he has got plenty of other ideas. But Yukon completely shuts him down. He says it is over and tells Yunpa to stop embarrassing himself. He suggests finding another squad or even trying to lead one before time runs out. Yunpa is totally stunned, stammering about their deal, but Yuchan just cuts him off because he has got better people to recruit. He turns away and coldly tells Yunpa that he has absolutely no use for dead weight. Left completely shattered by the brutal rejection, poor Yunpa walks off in tears. Meanwhile, Yukon cannot stop obsessing over how Cheon defeated him with a single strike. The skill he displayed just a few days ago was not even close to that level. It is eating Yukon alive, wondering if it was pure luck or actual talent. Well, only time will tell. Meanwhile, our main guy Cheon is still incredibly overpowered thanks to his sci-fi nanomachines. Cheon heads back to the hall, thinking about the 11 allies he might need to gather. Nothing is official since the Academy has not announced it, but if it is true, he needs a strategy. A couple of faces from Group 8 come to mind, but there is zero guarantee they will actually follow him. He decides to call it a day on training and brainstorm some more back in the dorms. That is when he asks Nano if she has finished processing those books they scanned in the library. He confirms she has, processing 55 beginner manuals from the first floor and 56 intermediate ones from the second. Cheon asks if she can generate a hologram of a specific person by analyzing their energy and physical movements, then make them fight like the real deal. Nano says yes, she can easily turn any target into a virtual avatar and assign them any style. He selects the 5 sword mastery arts and chooses his half-brother Mugi as the sparring partner. Even as a virtual clone, the avatar immediately starts calling him a plebeian. Cheon absolutely hates hearing that and orders the simulation to begin. The hologram rushes in, but Cheon easily dodges and strikes Mugi's neck, snapping it instantly. Nano casually reports that the target died of a broken neck, leaving Cheon in absolute shock. Just 4 days ago, that exact same strike only pushed the guy back a bit. Nano explains that the digital avatar simply could not withstand his newly upgraded master-level force. He wonders if his breakthrough has pushed him past Mugi's level already. But that is not really a fair test, is it? Even upgrading the clone with intermediate martial arts probably will not stop him. So, he orders Nano to conjure 10 avatars at once, each using a completely different style. She boots up the simulation with 10 clones of Mugi. Their martial arts list is insane, including the Heavenly Raising Sword, Rotating Rain, Heartless Sword, Falling Massacre, Fallen Fist, Horse Fist, Dark Rising, Emperor's End, and Great Sunlight Sword. Cheon immediately wonders if he bit off more than he can chew, and tries to suggest 10 might be overkill. But then all 10 Mugi clones start chanting plebeian in unison. Yep, even the simulation is trolling him now. Nano asks if she should scale down the numbers. Cheon tells her to just start, he is going to end them all. As they charge him, he stays locked in and deflects most of the blows. He blocks the first wave, but the second sweep comes in low and almost clips him. Cheon leaps away just in time. The only issue is he puts too much force into his jump and smashes his head right into the ceiling. He faceplants onto the floor, prompting Nano to instantly pause the simulation. Nursing a major headache, Cheon realizes the vast virtual arena made him completely forget just how cramped his actual room really is. Then he spots the massive dent in the ceiling and knows he is in deep trouble. Sure enough, the supervisor storms in and starts lecturing Cheon immediately. He demands to know what happened to the roof, complaining about the constant headaches this kid gives him. Effective immediately, he is banned from this training room. Cheon keeps bowing and apologizing, but the instructor tells him to shut up and follow. He leads Cheon to a completely different training area. It looks roughly half the size of his previous room, but the door is incredibly thick. The supervisor tells Cheon he will be training here from now on, which leaves him completely baffled. The man explains that if Cheon stays in the standard rooms, he will just keep wrecking the walls. Looking around, Cheon wonders what kind of high-tech space this is, since it feels way better than the old one. The supervisor explains it is a special training room reserved only for experts who pass the 4th test. Still, Cheon has no idea why he is being given VIP access to it so early. Obviously, the supervisor notes, Cheon has not passed that test yet. But after his latest ceiling-smashing incident, the academy decided to let him use it early. When Cheon asks how they even knew he reached expert level, the answer is simple. To dent those reinforced walls in the Solo Center, a student must possess expert-level inner energy. These new walls are made of much tougher stuff, meaning no matter how hard he tries, he cannot break them. The supervisor tells him to stop stressing and just focus on training. Cheon thanks him. With a room this solid, practicing virtual combat should be a breeze. He asks Nano for the time, and she reports it is around 8 p.m. That means he still has plenty of time left tonight. He wonders if he should keep sparring with those 10 avatars, but the only advanced martial artist model currently in his database is way too weak. So he asks Nano if she can reconstruct a fighter based on Left Guardian Mangu. She says yes, but only using the butterfly dance movements he witnessed back in the infirmary. That gets Cheon totally pumped, even if it is just a single technique. A model of a real master is way better than fighting another basic Mugi clone. Nano boots up the virtual reality and asks him to select the martial art. For now, he goes with the butterfly dance, a digital replica of his master materialized before him. Even knowing it is just a projection, Cheon feels far more pressure than he did fighting Mugi. The avatar even starts talking trash like the real man, forcing Cheon to tell Nano to mute him next time. He reminds himself that his master is one of the demon cult's top 10 heavy hitters. There is no way to match that skill head-on, meaning he has to find an opening and strike first. But the master casually parries his opening move, making Cheon realize he was way too easy to read. A devastating punch smashes directly into his jaw, drawing blood instantly. As he is sent flying backward, the master's avatar is already closing the gap for a follow-up strike. The avatar unleashes the butterfly dance. Third form, 7 butterfly strikes. Cheon gets hammered 6 times straight and is sent crashing across the room. He knew he was outclassed, but getting utterly wrecked by a single technique is still a tough pill to swallow. Now he finally respects the sheer gap between him and the cult's elite. Nano asks if she should change the avatar's style, but Cheon commands her to reset the fight. She asks for confirmation, and he makes it clear he wants another go. This time, he is prepared to use his absolute technique. As Mongu's clone charges, Cheon quickly thrusts his fingers out to counter the master's movements. Even the virtual projection looks momentarily surprised. Cheon keeps stabbing with his fingers from every possible angle, realizing the pressure is working. Then, he prepares to unleash his final finishing move. Two fingers aim directly at Mongu's eyes, but the avatar parries with his twin blades, blowing Cheon back with a brutal counter. Agony surges through his body, and he admits that even his absolute technique is not enough to secure a win. Yet, looking closely, he spots actual cuts on the instructor's projection. The final strike did connect, it just was not deep enough to finish him. Cheon realizes that in pure sword mechanics, he might have already surpassed this virtual version of his master. But when it came to clashing at the critical moment, the master's massive gap in battle experience still totally outmatched him. He realizes that simply knowing a legendary style is not enough to topple a true powerhouse. Still, he has 4 full years to conquer the Demon Academy's 6 tests. In that time, he plans to completely surpass Mongu, beginning right here with his virtual training. 4 days pass, and the students assemble at the Martial Training Hall, where all the Academy instructors await. Cheon is still highly frustrated. Despite giving it his absolute all, the absolute best he could achieve was a draw against 10 Mugi clones. Hameng barks out, asking if they enjoyed their 4-day break. They all shout back yes. Hameng announces it is time to explain the 3rd test as promised 4 days ago, and hand out the coveted Black Dragon medicinal pills. For this next trial, teams of 12 must execute a complex combat formation, immediately leaving the cadets thoroughly confused. Cheon realizes his inside intel was completely accurate. Hameng explains that to qualify for a 12-man formation, the bare minimum requirement is advanced martial proficiency. With that, he hands a secret manual to every student. It details the foundations of the demon sword formation, the ultimate pride of the main bloodline, alongside the high-tier secret art called the 7 demon swords. He adds that if they refine today's medicine and master this art, reaching advanced proficiency is entirely possible. Yoan thinks this whole thing sounds like a breeze, but then Lee Haming drops a bomb. The 3rd test starts in just 27 days. Every group has to take down the actual academy instructors, standing right in front of them. Lee Haming claims it is simple, but the cadets are already sweating. These instructors are battle-tested specialists, and rumors say some have reached the terrifying master level. And here they thought the previous test was brutal. Punching their fellow cadets would have been a cakewalk compared to facing seasoned warriors with actual combat experience. Yoan realizes everything is going exactly as Lee Hamong planned, and now it is time to name the group leaders. Lee Hamong warns everyone that this test is a whole different beast. No more riding on coattails, they are completely on their own. They must recruit their own squad and master the battle formation entirely by themselves. After handing out the secret martial arts manuals and standard pills, the staff gets ready to pack up. But Yoan is left scratchy-headed. He figured the leaders would just be chosen by rank. Instead, Instructor Yushin points forward and tells them they can all see the instructors' names. Anyone who manages to snatch a yellow badge from an instructor within 7 days gets to be a leader. Cue the collective jaw drop. They literally have to rob their teachers. And if nobody steals a badge, there will be fewer groups, meaning more people get kicked out. With 207 cadets, that makes 17 groups of 12, leaving 3 poor souls immediately disqualified. So before they even fight the instructors in the official sword formation exam, they first have to pull off a heist. Instructor Yushin tells them to chill out. The instructors holding yellow badges will only use the basic 7 demon swords technique, but the cadets complain that it changes absolutely nothing. A grandmaster is still a grandmaster, even with hands tied. Yoan, however, sees the real goal here. They have to learn how to counter that exact sword style. To do that, they need to master every single variation. This crazy rule was not made for fun. 7 days is a ridiculously short time to figure out how to dismantle a legendary sword technique. The Academy designed this madness specifically to induce pure panic. Lee Haming watches the chaos unfold with a smug grin, wondering if he should terrorize the poor kids just a little bit more. He casually reminds them they have 7 days, then asks if anyone wants to challenge an instructor right now. Silence. Complete and utter silence. He expected at least one brave idiot to step up, teasing that a win would make them famous, while a loss would be pure embarrassment. Just as he concludes that everyone is a coward, a hand shoots up. It is the powerhouse leader of Group 1, Chun Mu-yen, the prime candidate to become the next vice lord of the cult. Yoan raises his hand next, completely ready to throw down. But then he spots another volunteer stepping forward, Baek-ji. the fierce cadet who previously utterly crushed the Poison Clan candidate. Lee Hamming grins, noting that two highly unexpected players have entered the arena. Things are getting spicy. Honestly, who expected this kid to step up? Yoan looks over, realizing that the beast next to him became leader of Group 12. Even from a distance, the guy looks incredibly strong. Lee Hamming laughs, loving the fire in their eyes, and asks which instructor wants to step up to play. He calls out the instructors for Groups 1, 8, and 12, playfully warning them not to get too attached to their students. But then, the head instructor Hao Jinchang steps forward, catching everyone off guard. With Hu Jingchang stepping up, Instructor Impeng realizes there is no need for him to volunteer. He secretly warns Yoan to watch his back, because from this moment on, nobody is going easy on him. Instructor Yushun figures the senior staff is just trying to keep the cadets from getting these leader spots too easily. Still, with Hao Jinchang in charge, things should not get too out of hand. He suggests starting with the first group leader, Cadet number 1. Hao Jinchang steps up to face him, but Instructor Yushun suddenly yells out to Lee Hamming, asking for permission to take his place. Hao Jinchang looks highly offended. How dare a junior instructor step in when the senior has already claimed his target? Furious, Hu Jingchang glares at him, prompting Instructor Yushun to quickly apologize, knowing the senior would not have held back. He genuinely wants Chun Muyan to become the next Vice Lord, and does not want him embarrassed here. But then Hao Jinchang raises his hand and says he will take on Cadet 18 instead, leaving Instructor Yushun regretting his life choices. Now Yushun's cadet is in deep trouble, but Lee Hamming approves. Chun Muyan was already planning to fight anyway, and now he is ready to take the prize. Soon, the two stand face to face. Watching from the sidelines, Yoan commands Nano to record every single second of this fight. Trust me, you do not want to miss this either. Chun Muyan yells for the match to begin, rushing in hard with his signature cloud palm style. It is one of the top 3 martial arts in the entire cult, a legendary specialty. The technique absolutely lives up to the hype. It is a shame the instructor has to limit himself to the 7 demon swords instead of his clan's signature poison arts, allowing the genius boy to easily break through. Yoan immediately notices something weird. Those swift movements look strangely familiar. Chun Muyan suddenly shifts his stance, pulling a leg back and launching a relentless barrage of strikes at his opponent. The veteran instructor is seriously impressed. Even when his attacks are cleanly blocked, the young lord never loses his cool. Judging by the raw force behind those palm strikes, Chun Muyan has already reached the specialist tier, possessing skills way beyond ordinary cadets. Honestly, his pure martial talent is already bordering on the level of a clan elder. Unwilling to hold back, the instructor unleashes the second and third forms of his sword style, refusing to treat him like a mere student. Chun Muyan is baffled. His high-tier cloud palm strikes are suddenly getting completely shut down. Watching closely, Yoan is in absolute disbelief. The finished techniques look slightly different, but the core movement paths are a perfect match to the mysterious sword marks left on the sapphire wall. The only real difference is that this style has only 12 movements. That is exactly half of the 24 moves found in the cult's ultimate destructive technique. He cannot be completely sure yet, but he suspects this demon sword style is connected to those marks. Meanwhile, the intense duel rages on, culminating in a heavy head-on clash that sends both fighters stumbling back. Chun Muyan realizes the instructor is incredibly skilled, perhaps even holding a slight edge. To neutralize high-tier palm techniques, using only basic martial arts requires insane combat experience. No wonder this guy is an academy instructor. Chun Muyan knows that if he cannot close the distance quickly, he will be in serious trouble. With no other options left, he fluidly shifts his stance, keeping one hand forward and the other tucked behind. The instructor reads the play immediately. The kid is putting everything into one final strike, so he prepares to block with all his internal energy. Chun Muyan charges, launching a heavy palm strike. The instructor braces himself, expecting the strike to land from the right. He raises his guard, but Chun Muyan suddenly drops low, plants his knee, and dynamically shifts to strike with his left hand instead. This trick completely shatters the instructor's defensive stance. It is the exact same pattern as before, just reversed, making it a nightmare to deal with. He desperately tries to block the left hand, but Chun Muyan switches sides yet again, landing a heavy right-hand strike directly on the instructor's shoulder. The veteran collapses to the ground in pain, while the crowd goes wild over the massive upset. Some sharp-eyed cadets notice he even manifested an energy blade, proving he has reached the legendary specialist tier. Now, everyone is absolutely convinced this young master is guaranteed to become the next Vice Lord. Left Guardian Lee Hamming remembers the legendary secret art, left-hand sword, right-hand palm, and vice versa. It allows a fighter to seamlessly switch between 2 distinct high-level techniques at will. That legendary skill made the Grandmaster of his clan the second strongest warrior in the cult, and he was thought to be the only master of it. Seeing this teenager replicate it is mind-blowing. The kid is a literal genius. The defeated instructor wasted no time, pulling the golden seal from his robes and handing it over. Chun Yoan has officially earned the right to lead a group, politely thanking the veteran. As he holds the prize, a curious thought crosses his mind. Something about the rules seems off, and he wonders if a cadet is strictly limited to holding just one badge. Still, he steps up to the next challenger. He shakes off the thoughts, ready to let his actions do the talking. What happens here will define his future, and he must prove his worth. The next instructor looks highly impressed. Facing a literal specialist head-on, Cheon looks completely chilled out instead of terrified. Honestly, Mugorn is pretty shocked. He never expected this kid to even pass the very first test, but now he decides to end this little lucky streak. Igniting his energy blade, Mugorn vows to crush the kid right here. Personally, I am just waiting for Kian to show off his insane cheat code strength. At the very least, maybe Kian can snap a bone or two. Sensing heavy killing intent, the boy spots Mugorn recognizing his butterfly dance and telling him to take the first shot. Kian knows his combat skills might match a specialist, but his internal energy is still way behind theirs. Mugorn letting him strike first is just a massive, disrespectful flex. Planning to wrap this up with a single strike, Mugorn readies his 10 stars defense. But the specialist gets a rude awakening when Kian suddenly rushes him. With an open hand, Kian aims to crush him with pure, unadulterated force. Mugorn realizes the boy is too quick, and Kian slams his shoulder forward, blasting the specialist backward with sheer power. Getting pushed around, Mugorn realizes that even after blocking with his 7 stars defense, taking 5 steps back is insane. This kid has good energy, but his physical power is downright monstrous. Knowing this is no easy fight, Kian doubles down on his pressure. Mugorn begins to tremble under the raw weight of that palm strike, realizing he is getting utterly humiliated by a child. Channeling extra juice into his stance, he finally shoves Kian's hand back and forces him to leap away. Mugorn sneers, telling himself the kid is still lacking real specialist energy. Go ahead and run, he thinks, unleashing the 4th and 6th forms of the 7 demon swords. But Kian can read every single line. Even without Nano's help, Kian sees how rigid the forms are. Compared to those insane sword marks on the sapphire wall, this is child's play. He ducks low, slips inside, and nearly trips the instructor. Mugorn thinks the kid is an absolute idiot for getting this close, preparing to end it with his second technique. Instead, Cheon completely shatters that plan and sends him soaring. Mugorn is in complete disbelief. This kid just dismantled the 7 demon swords using basic butterfly dance footwork. Fuming with rage, the instructor refuses to be humiliated by a mere brat. Since all rules are out the window, he deploys his 10 stars defense, aiming to cripple Kian with a severe internal blow. Ming instantly notices the lethal intent, realizing the idiot has completely lost his mind. With no time to dodge, Qian has to block the strike directly with his bare body. Pure pain rips through him. Coughing up blood, Qian feels his internal energy going completely haywire. Nano warns him that his internal organs are taking heavy damage, so he orders an immediate heal, and she patches him up instantly. Refuses to drop. With Nano continuously healing him on the fly, Qian pushes through the brutal onslaught like a literal madman. Mugorn is absolutely losing his mind trying to understand this. He knows for a fact Qian is taking internal damage. Yet, fear starts taking over. Why won't this kid just collapse? As panic sets in, Mugorn's high-level techniques begin to get sloppy. Qian instantly exploits that tiny opening with a savage right hand. Mugorn expects his energy armor to protect him, but the strike is so heavy it shatters multiple ribs, spraying blood all over the floor. The sheer brutality leaves the entire room stunned. Before passing out, Mugorn clings to the boy, calling him a monster. Qian stands tall, drenched in blood, his gaze cold and terrifying. Absolute silence grips the hall. Ming realizes Yunpa was not exaggerating at all. This kid is going to be a major headache for everyone. Ming thinks about the 7 demon swords created by the legendary Demon Sword Clan. Its endless combinations are supposed to be impossible to counter, yet Qian just cracked them. This goes way beyond basic talent. Ming bitterly regrets letting that cursed drunk go. He calls for medical staff, demanding they carry the bloody instructor to the clinic immediately. His ribs are shattered alongside 3 other major fractures. The realization makes Ming break a sweat. He suddenly remembers he forgot to warn his colleagues that Cadet 7 literally punched through reinforced academy walls. Had Mugorn known that, he might have avoided this total disaster. While the broken instructor is hurried away, Qian officially earns his leadership rank. Meanwhile, the staff panic, realizing the cadets will now view them as absolute weaklings after losing twice. Jinxian glances over the crowd. He quietly accepts that sheer talent can easily allow the younger generation to leave their masters in the dust. But instead of feeling proud, his colleagues are just desperately trying to save face. Honestly, Jingxian cannot even judge them. He got swept up and chose Cadet 18, completely missing a monster of this level. Ming steps forward to announce the final duel. Jingxian will face Beck. The instructors pray their leader can salvage their broken dignity, convinced a top-tier master like him cannot possibly lose. He is their elite officer, after all. The cadets murmur, wondering if Beck actually stands a chance. Since he volunteered, maybe he is also hiding a ridiculous power level just like Qian did. Beck steps up, asking Jingxian to honor him with some personal guidance. Appreciating the boy's humble attitude, the senior instructor agrees they should both hold nothing back. The two square off. Jingxian releases a suffocating aura across the arena, exerting massive pressure. Beck feels completely crushed by the sheer presence, wondering if this monster is the same friendly guy from earlier. Despite the pressure, Beck refuses to hesitate and charges head-on. Qian quickly notices the boy uses a specialized kicking style, activating Nano to analyze every single movement. Thrilled to study another powerful fighter, Qian recalls how fascinating it was watching Mifyang deploy different hand techniques, and that was probably just a tiny fraction of his actual arsenal. He might not have fully decoded it all yet, but this data will be crucial if they ever clash. Beck opens the fight with his signature kick, targeting two spots simultaneously, but Jingxian dodges effortlessly. Beck realizes the man countered his entire assault just by swaying his upper torso. Shifting his weight, Jingxian points out that the kid left his rear leg wide open. Jingxian swipes at the exposed limb, but Beck steps directly onto his hand. Spinning through the air, he launches a surprise counter toward the senior instructor's face. But a veteran like Jingxian is not getting hit that easily. Condensing his energy, he pierces Beck's foot with a sharp chi blade, sending him crashing away with a nasty wound. Beck realizes only a supreme master could manifest concentrated energy that quickly. Jingxian did that with a basic hand gesture, not even touching the 7 demon swords. He points out that Beck is a kicking specialist who now has no right foot, asking how he plans to fight. Baya can tell this guy is on a completely different level from the previous teachers. Even while limping in pain, he struggles back up and forces himself into a fighting stance. Despite the massive skill gap, Beck knows his only option is to gamble everything on his final technique. Jingxian admires the boy's relentless fighting spirit as Beck puts full weight on his bleeding leg. Leaving a trail of blood, he charges Jingxian again, desperate to land one last strike. Jingxian watches in amusement, thinking how incredible it is that the young generation refuses to stay down. At the absolute last second, Beck cancels his high kick, dropping low with a brilliant feint to strike from below. Jingxian is genuinely impressed, realizing the boy possesses true specialist tier skill to pull this off while injured. But when Beck fires his double leg strike, Jingxian is already long gone. Only a fading afterimage remains, and Beck realizes he just fell for a trick. Jingxian appears right in front of him, admitting he did well before delivering a swift blow to Beck's solar plexus. The clean strike sends the young fighter flying across the courtyard. Beck crashes hard, completely defeated. The crowd watches in silence, finally realizing that beating an instructor is a rare feat, which only proves that cadets 1 and 7 are absolute freaks of nature. Beck knows it is game over as the blood pours. If that blade had not stopped, it would have pierced his heart. Tian thinks the kid just had rotten luck against a master. He can tell the other instructors are secretly happy he lost. Still, Jingxian actually gives him some real advice. Smooth out the transition between your feint and real attack, and you will fool everyone. He wants to see how far Beck can grow, even while broken. Beck thanks his master for the tough lesson and limps back to the shaking cadets. Xian instantly notices the guy is in terrible shape. Beck is looking ghostly pale with a bright red neck. Qianwen orders Nana to analyze Cadet 18 and have those results ready before the third test begins. Meanwhile, the third test rules are dropped. Every cadet gets one fragile wooden sword, and breaking it is a major fail. Grab an instructor badge within 7 days, and you are a group leader. They ask if everyone understands, but the response is pure silence. Qianwen decides it is time to pop his medicine pill first. He has other plans to check out, but gets suddenly interrupted. A crowd of cadets blocks his path. One of them stares right into his eyes as Bong asks what they should call their new lord. 4 others stand around Qianwen like personal bodyguards. Qianwen is totally thrown off by this whole lord business. The night before, a few skeptical cadets approached Bong in the dorms, admitting they liked the idea of Qianwen shaking things up. Still, they wondered if this was a suicide mission. Are the 6 great clans not terrifying? Bong admits he is absolutely scared. But if small clans are doomed to be dirt forever, he is ready to gamble his life. For their lord, maybe underdogs like them can finally have real hope. That speech fires up the rest, and they ask if Bong truly trusts him. Once he nods, their minds are made up. They are all in. Bong and Damyong swear absolute loyalty to their lord Qian-woon, putting their entire futures right into his hands. Bong begins to explain, but Qian-woon waves it off, telling them there is zero need to worry. Suddenly, the tallest guy in the room steps forward and gets straight to the point. He wants to join Qian-woon's squad, which completely catches the boy off guard. The current members are thrilled. Recruiting quickly means more time to train. But they only need 7, so some people must go. Wenshu proudly states he is from the elite Blackfist clan and is already at the advanced level. He promises he will never drag them down. Rakyan claims he is intermediate now, but that academy pill will boost him to advanced. He promises not to be a burden. Soon, everyone crowds around, sparking some serious jealousy. With 5 of the 16 applicants hailing from elite clans, 11 regular guys are fighting for just 2 slots. No wonder they despise the elites. Qian-woon thanks them for applying, but drops a massive truth bomb first. He is not just looking for teammates to clear this silly test. He wants warriors who will walk with him even after graduation, fighting down the brutal path to the main line, riding through the absolute worst and best times together. That level of loyalty is a massive ask, and those with weak wills instantly start looking for the exit. Getting caught up in a bloody succession war is a hard pass for them. Qian-woon expected this fear. He states he does not care about clan status. If they want to follow him, that is all that matters. By the end of his road, status will mean nothing. Then, he casually announces he plans to rebuild the 6 foundations of the main line. This sends shockwaves through the crowd. Sure, he is a candidate, but this sounds less like ambition and more like an open declaration of war. A few decide it is safer to find another boss. Qian-woon asks them to stand tall and become the new foundation of the demonic cult. That is the kind of crew he wants. A few hesitate, then bow out, admitting they just wanted a free pass through the next exam. They say it is a real shame because they liked him, but this is way too intense. As they walk away, Bong gets nervous, thinking his lord should have waited until after the test to drop that bomb. But wait, a solid group actually stays put. Wenshu, Wo-min, and Oh-jang look completely locked in. They tell Qian-woon they have sized up the other candidates already. But Qian-woon is built different. He warns them again that this path is a literal death sentence. Truthfully, they want to fight back against the system, too, which does not surprise him at all. As an elite, Wenshu could have hitched his wagon to a much safer candidate. But he admits that like any true martial artist, he is chasing pure power and glory. Hearing that massive ambition sealed the deal. He drops to one knee before Qian-woon, swearing his loyalty. He might have doubts about the future, but he will never bow to another soul. The legendary first sword of the future Demon King has officially joined the chat. Wenshu begs to serve as his right hand, while Wo-min and Oh-jang also swear loyalty. Qian-woon finally feels the wheels turning. He thanks them, but Bong quickly speaks up to declare that first sword or not, he is still the Lord's #1 follower. Wenshu just gives a smug smile. Later, outside the Demonic Academy Training Center, he instructs his new squad to digest their pills and fully memorize the 7 Demon Swords manual. They wonder if just memorizing it is enough, but he shakes his head. Starting tomorrow, they train together, and he will personally fix their moves. This level of masterclass coaching makes them feel like kings. Qian-woon, however, is just copying his old master's teaching style. He figures he will just beat the lessons into them until they learn. He tells everyone to head to their respective training chambers. They will gather at 10 o'clock after taking their medicine. Then, Wenshu pulls him aside with a serious face. He says it might be paranoia, but the young lord should never walk around alone from now on. He is worried about the rule regarding the instructor badges. This makes Qian-woon pause. The director did say anyone who brings back a badge in 7 days becomes a squad leader, which means they do not actually have to fight a master. They could just rob badges from other cadets. Wenshu nods in agreement. Since their lord has a smaller crew than the rival from the Black Clan, he is a prime target. Caution is key. Qian-woon thanks him for the heads up, and Wenshu says it is his absolute duty. He offers to take the training room right next door, but Qian-woon explains he cannot train there due to some special circumstances. Wenshu is shocked, realizing that means the exclusive center for specialists. This revelation only boosts Wenshu's admiration for his lord. He vows to grind hard enough to reach specialist level and join him. The guy's sheer hype actually surprises Qian-woon. Once inside, he swallows the pill and successfully manifests a chi sword. Now he finally understands what it feels like to be a true specialist. With over 60 years of internal energy, channeling this power into any blade will create an insanely strong weapon. He thanks Nana for making this possible, and the sassy AI smugly takes all the credit. He asks if humility is extinct in the future, and she claims it exists, she just chooses to ignore it. Then he commands her to play the recording of Bok's duel, which she projects straight into his vision. He orders her to pause and zoom in on Bok's face and neck. As the image magnifies, he spots the sickly pale skin, bloodshot eyes, and distinct red bruising on his throat. Those marks should not be there, and his irritation grows. Sometime later, an instructor kicks off another match, this time against Hum. Kian-woon quickly realizes this opponent is far beyond normal cadet level. He is a specialist as well, meaning basic swordsmanship alone will not cut it. He notices this opponent is not totally blocking every move like Cadet 7 did, but rather exploiting key blind spots in the sword forms. The instructor admits he had his doubts when Baekgi walked in acting so smug after just 4 hours. But reading the 7 swords that fast makes him a top-tier genius, right up there with the Blade Clan candidate Yucha. There is no point dragging this out, the duel ends here. Baekgi realizes what this means. The instructor is handing over his badge. He tells Baekgi to join his group, expecting big things. Baekgi bows in thanks, absolutely unable to wipe the massive grin off his face. Against all odds, he actually pulled it off. Now Chan wonders who the next target should be. Meanwhile, Baekgi stays cool, quietly eating his meal when Kaiwan walks over. He mentions he really liked Baekgi's match against the instructor. Baekgi clacks his chopsticks down. He tells him to back off because he is trying to eat. Kaiwan thinks he is incredibly rude, but gets straight to the point. He says Baekgi's skills really impressed him, especially for a new specialist who wants to lead. Kaiwan asks if he wants to aim for something even bigger, but Baekgi just keeps eating, completely ignoring him. That outright infuriates Kaiwan. Still, he forces a calm face. Losing his temper now would ruin his recruiting plans. He simply tells Baekgi to give it some serious thought. It is a massive opportunity, after all. But Baekgi grunts. This is the second time some smug Blade Clan idiot has asked him to be a second in command, and it is really starting to annoy him. Baekgi snaps that he does not care about leading groups or chasing titles. He simply refuses to serve under anyone because his only goal is pure strength. Suddenly, another student steps up, politely apologizing for interrupting the meal to ask for a quiet word. Baekgi groans and tells him to get lost, but Chon warns him that if they do not talk right now, Baekgi might actually die. That stops him cold. Demanding to know what he means, Baekgi recognizes him. He scoffs that Chan isn't even one of the 6 major clan candidates, yet he is far more arrogant than the others. Is this how he tries to recruit people? Chan tells him he has it all wrong. Baekgi snaps back, mocking the excuse. He walks up, making death threats, then claims it's a misunderstanding. Chan calmly shakes his head, saying that is not it. He gets straight to the point. Baekgi is poisoned. Baekgi stares in disbelief, but Chan explains his face looked incredibly pale during the duel, with strange red spots creeping up his neck. That instantly gets under Baekji's skin. The word poison echoes in his head, but he tries to brush it off. He has been extremely careful around Jong-soon ever since joining Group 12. Even so, he demands to know why Chan cares, and why any of this matters to him. Then, Baekgi takes a tense step back, trying to read his expression. Baekgi admits he might have misjudged him, but insists he would have noticed any poison during his chi meditation. Chan asks if he really felt completely normal back then, making Baekgi question if simple meditation could even detect it. Chan admits he doesn't know every detail of high-level martial arts, but those markings are identical to food poisoning. Right on cue, Dr. Baek appears in the dining hall. Chan calls out to him while the physician is lining up for food. Dr. Baek greets him warmly, asking if he has eaten yet. When Chan says not yet, the doctor smiles, glad he won't have to dine alone. But first, Chan apologizes. He asks the doctor to examine Baekgi, warning that his friend might have been poisoned. This catches the doctor off guard, but he immediately rushes Baekgi to the infirmary, ordering him to inhale a special smoke through his mouth. Baekgi hesitates, but under the doctor's stern command, he takes a deep breath and his body instantly reacts. His skin turns a sickening purple, confirming food poisoning. Baekgi is absolutely stunned. Someone actually got to him. He stammers that he felt completely fine during meditation and never touched anything suspicious. Dr. Baek explains that this specific toxin works differently. It avoids the bloodstream entirely, only flaring up after slowly building up in the lungs and stomach over time. As Baekgi reels from the shock, the doctor adds that it can be slipped into food or ground into a fine powder to be inhaled silently while sleeping. He asks if Baekgi shares a room with a poison user. Baekgi instantly flashes back to his first night in Group 12's dorm, where he beat an heir into submission while others watched. Back then, he believed lineage meant nothing. Only raw strength mattered in this academy. With Group 12 completely under his thumb, he thought no one would dare oppose him. But then Jong-soon had warned him to enjoy his victory while it lasted, sneering that the Poison Clan's methods are like aged liquor, they only grow deadlier over time. Baekgi finally connects the dots and silently curses the bastard. Dr. Bake says it is a relief they caught it early. A 7-day course of antidote will cure him, but he wonders if those red spots meant it was already turning critical. The doctor recalls Chan mentioning that Baegi took a heavy blow to the chest during his duel. That sharp impact must have agitated his lungs, causing the hidden symptoms to flare up. If those marks had remained visible constantly, not even a medical deity could have saved him. Baekji asks how Chan knows so much, and Chan reveals his own mother died from this exact toxin. Hearing this, a humbled Baeki immediately apologizes, realizing he hasn't even thanked Chan for saving his life. Dr. Bake quietly notes that his own master once said something very similar. Chan explains he simply despises seeing anyone fall victim to such a cowardly poison. More than that, he is furious because he is actively hunting its source. Baegi shivers at the sheer killing intent in his voice. The doctor suggests he stay in the infirmary tonight, since returning to the dorm risks another dosing. He then looks Baegi in the eye, asking if he plans to seek revenge despite his injured foot. Baeki denies it, but Chan steps forward anyway. He insists that recovering from the toxin comes first, telling Baeki to rest while asking them to leave Jong-soon entirely to him. The doctor asks what he plans to do, but Chan claims they just need a quick chat. Dr. Bake obviously doesn't believe him. Suddenly, a telepathic voice informs Chan his target is near the 5th dorm. Chan replies out loud that if it is true, he will let him stay nearby. This absolutely shocks the doctor and Baegi, who watch him converse with an invisible presence, wondering who is on the other side. Meanwhile, Moyan is desperate for Chan and the poison user to slaughter each other, secretly praying that Chan dies. As Chan makes his way, Jong-soon is already lurking deep in the woods. He figures that since instructors occupy the 5th dorm, no students ever wander here, making it ideal for gathering deadly herbs. He gloats that the medicinal pill granted him the inner energy of a specialist. With a few days of hard training, he will master the 5th level of destructive poison, where the art finally becomes truly lethal. Even without relying on food toxins, he will make Baeki kneel. He will end his life, personally. Then a voice cuts through the dark, asking why he looks so pleased. Jong-soon raises his lantern, demanding to know who is there. The dim glow prevents him from making out the figure, though he knows it is no teacher. Chan steps out of the shadows, asking if he enjoyed playing around with his toxins. Recognizing him, Jong-soon demands to know what he wants, before the heavy accusation of playing with poison slowly registers in his mind. Chan brings up the red spots on Baeki's neck, asking if he truly believed he could hide it. Jong-soon is completely thrown off, wondering how Chan could possibly know before bursting into a mocking laugh. He sneers that Chan's mother died the exact same way. But the very second he insults her, Chan delivers a devastating punch straight to his jaw, shattering his face and sending him flying through the air. So satisfying. Absolute hatred behind it. Jong-soon is blasted backward like a cannonball. He tumbles violently across the dirt, slamming hard against a massive boulder until his bones nearly shatter. Spitting blood and trembling on the ground, he can barely comprehend the monstrous force that just struck him. Chon approaches with terrifying calm, telling him not to cower because they are just getting started. Jong-soon realizes Chon is genuinely trying to kill him, despite the strict academy rules against it. It has to be a bluff. But Jong-soon's body refuses to budge. That hit was just too brutal. He struggles with every scrap of strength left. Yoan looks down, asking if he actually understands the line he just crossed. Jong-soon desperately begs his limbs to move, pouring his entire will into them. Meanwhile, Yoan's dark energy just keeps swelling. He spells it out plainly. Jong-soon used that trashy mouth to insult his mother. Jong-soon tries to strike again. Clawing back, he finally gets his right hand moving and throws a desperate punch, screaming that the bastard let his guard down. But Yoan casually stops the fist with a single hand. Total shock. His legendary 10 stars technique was shut down like it was nothing. Then Yoan grabs that punching arm and twists hard, absolutely crushing the hand. Bones snap and blood spills under the sheer pressure of his grip. Jong-soon finally realizes this guy is dead serious and decides his only way out is murder. Jong-soon raises his palm toward the face and sprays a thick cloud of poison, forcing Yoan to shut his eyes and cover his nose. Backing away, Jong-soon throws even more acid poison straight at Yoan's face. The skin instantly warps and burns under the corrosive liquid, making Jong-soon grin as he thinks he secured the win. He boasts that at level 4, he can store 7 condensed poisons, and this deadly acid is his absolute masterpiece. It is so toxic, even the clan chief warned him never to use it on allies. But facing death, he stops caring and smiles through the blood. Then Yoan calmly stands back up, making him freeze. Inside his mind, Nano warns that highly corrosive acid is coating his skin. Emergency defense activates immediately, neutralizing the toxin and rebuilding the tissue. Jong-soon looks on in utter disbelief as Yoan heals instantly, his skin perfectly smooth once more. Absolute horror. He just stares, completely paralyzed by fear, and honestly, who wouldn't be? Yoan did not just block the deadly acid. He fully regenerated from it. Jongsum knows this should be physically impossible, even for a grandmaster. Shaking in sheer terror, he clutches his ruined hand and looks at his brother, who feels like an entirely different entity. Yoan is just getting annoyed by the cheap poison tricks. He knew the Poison Clan was dirty, but he is officially done showing mercy. That icy look in his eyes terrifies Jongsum to his core. Jongsum starts crawling away like a pathetic bug. Yoan seizes the moment, delivering a devastating kick that sends him flying. Jongsum spits out blood and shattered teeth as his body hits the dirt. Spitting curses, he suddenly drops to his knees. He slams his forehead onto the hard floor. Mercy. He just wants mercy. It is pathetic. He is crying, toothless, and broken, begging for one last chance. Yoan grabs him by the shoulder, asking if he actually expects to get out of this alive. Yoan remembers his own mother dying in slow agony, and yet this trash has the nerve to beg. Jongsum finally realizes the sheer scale of his mistake. This monster is never going to forgive him. Remembering the instructor dorms are close by, Jongsum opens his mouth to scream for help, but Yoan instantly silences him with a sharp strike to the throat. Completely mute, Jongsum panics as Yoan calls him an idiot for thinking he would just let him alert the guards. Then, Yoan looks down and asks if this was the hand that threw the acid. He stomps down, grinding the bones to dust. Jongsum screams silently in agony as Yoan calmly notes that his twitching lips must be saying it was actually the other hand. Total ruin. He snaps the fingers on his other hand in every direction. Yoan tells him he won't kill him today. He is not getting expelled from the academy over a piece of trash. For a brief second, Jongsum feels relief. But Yoan whispers that death is too easy. He will break him until he begs to die, starting with every single bone in his body. Jongsum realizes there is no hope, and tears flood his face. A while later, he is left twisted beyond recognition. With every single bone shattered, he can only wonder how his life ended up here. His limbs are bent into horrific angles. Now, watch closely as his broken mind drifts back to where this nightmare first started 6 years ago. His mind drifts back 6 years to the pharmacy inside the Poison Clan estate. In that memory, he hears his mother asking another noble lady how long the poison takes to show results. The answer was less than a year. A woman in a flashy hat smiled, saying it was perfect since anyone without advanced internal energy would never notice a thing. Lady Beck agreed, asking what the poison was actually for. The mysterious woman just giggled, asking if she really wanted to know, while casting a dark glance toward young Jongsum. He did not understand it then, but less than a year later, news broke that the Lord's seventh wife, Lady Hua, had passed. Lady Beck was thrilled, having always despised her, but the joy was short-lived. They soon learned Lady Hua died of micropoison, leaving the clan leader furious. They only escaped his wrath because the doctor argued other clans could make it too. The cook who prepared Lady Hua's meals took his own life, leaving the case cold. The only real clue was that he had met a veiled lady shortly before his death. Nobody ever discovered her identity. But because of the massive scandal, Jongsum's grandfather lost his council elder seat, and his father completely cut ties with wives from the 6 great clans. Years later, Lady Beck swore she was innocent, asking if he ever actually saw her deliver the poison. But explaining any further would basically be confessing to murder. She warned him the secret must go to the grave, or they would both face destruction. Jongsum had no choice. Years later, she died under the crushing weight of that guilt. Silence. He wanted to scream to the world that she was innocent, but he could not break his promise. That was the day he swore to become the ultimate lord of the demon cult, to hunt down the real culprit and burn her entire clan. And since he blamed that vile woman for everything, he vowed to slaughter her son with his own hands. Even now, he begs his dead mother for forgiveness. No matter how hard he trains, he knows he can never defeat the monster standing before him. Yoan points out that leaving him alive means he will just poison more cadets. If he cannot kill him, he will shatter his dantian instead. Terrified, Jongsum shakes his head frantically. Yoan notices his desperate struggles even under the paralysis seal. Guessing he has final words, he decides to release the pressure point blocking his voice. Jongsum mumbles so badly it is completely incomprehensible. Yoan commands Nano to analyze the speech. Jongsum is desperately repeating that the Poison Clan did not kill his mother. Yoan snaps, demanding to know what he means. Through slurred, bloody words, Jongsum insists the killer was from one of the other 5 clans. And Nano translates. He begs Yoan to spare his dantian, nearly spitting out the secret he swore to keep. He freezes, realizing he almost confessed that his own mother supplied the poison. He can say anything but that. Yoan senses the hesitation and commands Nano to run a real-time facial analysis. He coldly asks if Jongsum is absolutely sure the killer is from the other 5 clans. Jongsum nods, and Nano reports 0 muscle twitching. The chance of him lying is under 5%. Yoan starts to wonder if he directed his rage at the wrong targets. To be absolutely sure, he asks directly if Lady Beck truly had nothing to do with his mother's murder. Jongsum's expression flinches, and Nano instantly flags a shift in his pupils and facial muscles. Yoan flares with rage. They are definitely connected. When Jongsum desperately keeps lying, Yoan commands him to shut up and shatters his dantian forever. Johnson feels his life force draining away like water down a leaky drain. Meanwhile, up in the infirmary, Dr. Bake is getting some serious bad vibes and wonders if he should prepare the body bags. Right on cue, Kian kicks the door open, dragging Johnson like a sack of potatoes. Even lazy old Mun sits up to see the absolute train wreck of a boy. The doctor loses his mind, demanding to know what kind of monster did this. He is completely shocked by Kian's pure ruthlessness, while Mun just stares, waiting for an explanation. After a quick check, Bake realizes the kid's dantian is completely shattered. It's the ultimate poison art, meaning without his core to control it, his own toxins are eating him alive. Now that the seal is broken, the venom is flooding his veins. The doctor might not fight, but he knows a busted dantian is basically a death sentence. He knew things were bad, but this is a whole new level of messy. As he begins treating him, Bake gagged, how on earth can someone's blood smell this toxic? One tiny incision and the room smells like a swamp monster's armpit. It is a miracle Johnson is still breathing, likely saved by his own poison tolerance training. Still, his clock is ticking fast. Bake racks his brain until a memory clicks. His old master left him a secret antidote. Though, it came with a pretty terrifying warning. The patient would feel like he's burning in hell, but he would live. Meanwhile, Kian asks Nana if she can just jump into Johnson's body to heal him. She refuses, saying system rules lock her to one DNA profile. No body hopping allowed, so that genius plan is a bust. But then, Kian spots some of Johnson's blood on his sleeve and asks Nana to run a quick scan on the sample. She agrees, telling him to make physical contact. After a quick tap, Nana reports a wild cocktail of 7 different toxins blended together into one hyperlethal recipe. Kian demands a cure. Like a perfect cheat code, Nana projects a handy shopping list of every single herb he needs right before his eyes. Meanwhile, Bake manages to stabilize Johnson with some fancy needlework and his master's antidote. But just as he sighs in relief, the rich scent of boiling herbs fills the air. He turns around and asks what on earth Kian is doing. The boy casually replies that he's brewing a cure. Bake stares at him like he's speaking alien, totally baffled. But looking closer, he notices a bunch of detox herbs being prepared in a highly bizarre way. One wrong step and it's lethal, yet Kian's measurements are somehow absolutely flawless. It is a brilliant recipe, but Kian would need to know the exact venom cocktail first. Acid, herring, fungus, tree frog, and red spider. The kid nailed every single one. Kian tells Dr. Bake to just trust him this one time. With a final stir, he finishes the brew and forces it down Johnson's throat. Watching the kid gulp down every drop, the doctor chuckles that the boy clearly isn't ready to die. Now, it is up to more needles to keep the remaining poison locked down. He praises Chian's mixing skills but warns him not to pull a stunt like this again. After Chian apologizes, Bake asks if he really destroyed the kid's dantian. Sure, the academy is a brutal dog-eat-dog world, but this is extreme. The director and the Poison Clan are going to be furious. So what is his game plan? Kian politely thanks him and says he'll handle the consequences. Looking at the boy, Bake realizes that despite his highly mature act, he still possesses the incredibly reckless streak of a 15-year-old kid. There is no stopping him once his mind is made up, but Bake hopes he thinks ahead. In this brutal world, the survivors aren't always the strongest, they are usually the smartest. Bake warns him to stop being so stubborn, pointing out that it is late and time to go. Hearing this, Bake asks if he should leave too, and the doctor nods. So the two leave together. As they walk, Chian reflects on how he only ever wanted power, and Nana made that dream reality. He used to think brute force was all it took, but now he realizes that was just his own childish arrogance. Bekji watches him, asking why he went so far as to destroy Johnson's dantian, and Chian admits his anger got the best of him. He feared that if Johnson was left unchecked, he would eventually use those deadly poisons on other innocent cadets. Hearing this, Baekji begins to truly respect Kian's protective nature. Sure, the kid's judgment is a bit wild, but he is unlike any other Lord candidate. Just as Baekji is about to speak, Bong comes running over, shouting Chian's name. He pants out that they were supposed to meet at midnight, admitting he was terrified Kian got ambushed. Kian apologizes for the scare, but Bong just laughs it off, happy he's alive. Baekji quietly observes that Kian has managed to find real, loyal allies. Meanwhile, back in his own lonely dorm, he has absolutely nobody. He turns to leave, but Kian stops him. Baigi brushes it off as nothing and walks away. Soon, Bong drags Qian back to their dorm, where the young leader lays out everything that went down. Wu points out that even with Qian's incredible power, they still need to level up. The academy was supposed to keep outsiders away for 4 years, but the Poison Clan is massive. With the clan bound to seek revenge, they must stay sharp and focus purely on getting stronger. As everyone nods along, Bong silently wonders if Wu is actually a secret genius. Wu warns they have to be ready for war now. Bong agrees, but admits he is far more terrified of how Director Maching will react to this massive, rule-breaking incident. Qian notes that while the rules technically do not forbid destroying a Dantian, it is still a martial artist's entire life. He knows this mess is entirely on his shoulders. He let his rage control him. The next morning, Qian heads straight to the director's office, realizing his friends were completely right to worry. He bows, offering a formal greeting. Maching ignores him at first, calmly continuing his calligraphy work before putting down his brush. He notes that Qian made him waste an entire morning writing a tedious report, then tells him to sit. Maching states they will handle official business first, speaking strictly as the director. That specific wording immediately puts Qian on high alert. He declares that ruining a Dantian is an incredibly brainless act that this academy has never seen. If he lets Qian slide, every copycat fool will start doing it. He orders Qian to surrender his yellow badge and spend 5 days locked in solitary confinement. The boy stays surprisingly cool, asking if he is seriously not getting expelled. Maching scoffs, of course not, as expulsion only happens for failing tests or straight-up murdering classmates. Qian lets out a quiet sigh, having fully expected the absolute worst, but Maching warns him not to celebrate just yet. Qian knows he is in deep trouble, since losing that yellow badge strips away his leadership and leaves him only a single day to find a replacement. He highly doubts any instructor will still hold a spare badge by then. By the rulebook, he should be locked up for 7 days, which would have ended his run. Maching deliberately threw him a lifeline. But suddenly, the older man's vibe shifts. Cold, killing intent floods his eyes, sending a shudder down Qian's spine. The overwhelming pressure is so dense that Qian's internal scanners cannot even measure it. Maching suggests they now discuss his utter stupidity, not as a director, but as his cult senior. He explains his soundproofing aura has completely sealed the room, since what he has to say next is highly dangerous. Turning to Qian, he sighs that he had massive expectations, only to be left deeply disappointed by this idiocy. Qian tries to apologize, but Mong immediately shuts him down. An apology won't fix this mess, he snaps, asking if this absolute chaos is really the best he can do. He started a fire and has no clue how to put it out. Mong lays out the facts. Qian suspected Jong-soon was involved in his mother's murder because of the poison. So, he went ahead and destroyed his Danshin for pure revenge. But then he got scared of being expelled, dragging the dying boy to the infirmary. Mong is blunt. If Qian is going to make a move, he should do it properly. Honestly, Mong is spitting straight facts here. He calls Qian an idiot for leaving a vengeful enemy alive. Half-baked actions like that only get people killed, putting a giant target on his own back. To survive, he needs to play the long game. Thinking just 1 step ahead won't cut it. Qian needs to stay 3 or 4 steps ahead of everyone else. Qian recalls Dr. Bei giving him similar advice, even if this feels like a brutal reality check. He gets that Mong is pointing out his reckless impulse, right before the director asks why he even joined. Qian answers that he wants to become stronger than anyone else. But Mong questions if anger is his only drive, reminding him that above all, he is a candidate to inherit the cult. Mong asks if he really plans to let raw hatred guide every single move on his way to the top. Emotions like that won't just burn a single tree, they will burn down the entire forest. In the end, Qian himself will burn to ash. Mong asks if he understands, and when Qian says he thinks he does, the director immediately shuts down that weak answer. At this rate, Qian and his entire squad will be lucky to avoid a tragic end. Mong warns that if he truly wants to lead the cult, his blood can boil, but his mind must stay absolutely ice cold. Otherwise, he will be crushed before he ever gets his revenge. Qian silently admits the director is right. He was so blinded by hatred for the 6 clans who killed his mother. He had no real plan for what comes next. Now he realizes revenge is just a single stop, not his ultimate destination. What he truly lacks is clarity, and Mong knows he is not too stupid to learn. If Qian truly understands his own desires, he might just become the cult's ultimate monster. Mong proudly figures that Beast will be born from his own stellar advice, not from some drunk doctor. With that, Mong lifts the soundproof barrier and takes back the leader badge. Qian promises to follow his guidance, and the guards quickly drag him off to the detention center. On the way, Qian begs the director for just a brief moment before being locked up. But the answer is a flat no. He just wants to explain the situation to his squad. But Mong tells him his punishment will be announced publicly. He even makes it clear they are his former group now. From here on, they are just regular cadets. Qian realizes this is the steep price of his reckless actions. Soon, the public notice goes out, stating Cadet 7 destroyed Cadet 4's Danshan, permanently stripping away a genius fighter's cultivation. Talk about a brutal punishment. He is stripped of his leader title and sentenced to 5 days in detention. Now everyone is gossiping, warning that Qian might not even survive the academy after this stunt. When Nishio-chan reads the notice, he bursts out laughing. He calls Qian a total lunatic, wondering how the hell he even thought of destroying someone's Danshan like that. He keeps laughing, realizing his biggest worry was dealing with a powerful rival. But now, that annoying problem is completely solved since Qian just took himself out of the running. Kwang sees this as a massive stroke of luck, while Muon is absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Qian's squad gathers together, shocked by the sudden news, but they know a much bigger storm is coming. That's a major issue. With the High Lord arriving in just one day, they wonder if any yellow badges are left. Instead of taking one from an instructor, maybe they can just steal from another group. While they chat, Baekji walks over to speak with Yoan. The next night around 10 o'clock, the boy sits alone in detention. Instead of feeling down, he focuses entirely on training, eventually telling Nano to end the simulation, which she does. Afterward, he complains about being hungry. While chewing on the dry food balls they gave him, he grumbles about having to survive on this bland stuff for another 4 days. He also complains that the cell is incredibly hot and damp, making him sweat nonstop. Honestly, any ordinary cadet wouldn't last a single day in this place. The room is even smaller than the training hall, but at least nobody is watching. If he wants this punishment to mean something, he has to get as strong as possible within 5 days. But then, the door opens way too early for visitors. He wonders what's going on as overwhelming bloodlust floods the room. A figure steps inside with strangely twisted nails, instantly lifting the boy into the air using raw telekinetic energy. He realizes the intruder is Baek-oh. Just the night before, at the Poison Clan stronghold, the clan leader went to see his crippled nephew Jongsum, shaking with absolute rage. He immediately orders them to report this to the clan chief, Baek-oh, who trembles with fury. The chief is absolutely livid over what happened to his grandson. A bald elder insists they can't let this slide. Instead of waiting for the boy to leave the academy, he suggests hiring assassin clans, bribing an instructor, or even getting a servant to poison his food. But Chief Baek-oh shuts them down. Did they forget what happened 6 years ago when Lady Hua died? Another elder argues that doing nothing ruins their reputation. The chief tells them not to be stupid. If it were that simple, the Sound Clan would have acted. Since that incident, the High Lord has wanted any excuse to weaken the 6 clans. Hurting a cadet inside the academy would hand him the perfect excuse. Chief Baek-oh, still shaking with hatred, asks if they really have to wait until the boy leaves. Baek-oh says that is the plan, but he is going anyway. He intends to meet the Left Guardian in person. Back in the present, the boy feels the result of that meeting, hanging helplessly in midair. With one raised hand, Baek-oh crushes him under a massive wave of pressure. Yoan realizes that even with his 10-star internal energy, he cannot resist. This man's power is far beyond anything he expected, his killing intent overflowing with pure hostility. He has no idea why an elder invaded the detention center, but one thing is clear, he is not here to help. The boy knows that doing nothing means death. Using only raw physical strength, he forces his arms to move, surprising Baek-oh. The old man never expected a child to resist using physical power instead of internal energy. He wonders how anyone could possess such monstrous external force. Deciding there is no point in waiting, he pulls the boy close, grabbing him by the neck. Nano detects the hostile threat and prepares to activate defense mode, but Yoan quickly commands her to stand by. If Nano counterattacks too quickly, his body might suffer even worse damage. Since the old man clearly has an agenda, he decides to wait. Baek-oh notices he did not fight the chi technique and praises his quick thinking. He claims he came to see the brat who crippled his grandson, though this boy might still be useful. Hearing this, Yoan immediately thinks of Jongsum. Then he finally understands who is standing before him. It is the Poison Clan chief, the demonic staff, Baek-oh. Baek-oh assumes the boy knows his business, leaving Yeowan desperately searching for a way to survive. With just a little more force, the old man could snap his neck like a twig. He refuses to let his journey end here before getting his revenge. Baek-oh notes that even at 15, the boy stares death right in the eye. Deciding the boy needs to be taught a lesson, Baek-oh swings his staff and strikes him hard, sending him crashing directly into the cell wall. The heavy blow makes the boy spit blood, but Baek-oh uses his chi to drag him right back by the neck. He figures the pain would wipe the arrogance from his eyes, but nothing has changed. The boy continues to glare with absolute, open hatred. Baek-oh already knew his true nature after what he did to Jongsum's Dantian. But seeing this raw rage proves that if left alone, he will become a serious threat. Even so, Yoan asks if he really dares to break cult law by killing him. Bak-o smiles at the empty threat, mockingly asking who would ever know if he dissolved the corpse in acid. Yoan replies that while they can erase the physical evidence, his sudden disappearance from the academy would immediately make the Poison Clan the prime suspect. This clever retort makes Bak-o respect his sharp mind, his martial talent, logical thinking, and refusal to break even in a life-or-death moment are far beyond his years. If this kid is allowed to grow up, he will be extremely dangerous. If they were outside the academy, Bak-o would end him right now. He tells the boy that while he is clever, crippling Jongsum and painting a target on his own back was incredibly foolish. He cannot kill him here, but he can make a promise. The very moment Yoan leaves these academy walls, Bak-o will inflict unimaginable pain on him, breaking every bone in his body and skinning him alive to feed his flesh to the beasts. After that, he will destroy his Dantian and torture him until his final breath, ignoring any begging. The boy can feel the old man's massive killing intent growing heavier by the second. The old man forces his mouth open, making him spit blood. Bak-o says leaving him with only bruises is a waste, so he is giving him a small parting gift. Pulling a dark bead from his sleeve, the boy realizes he is using silent telepathy. The elder whispers that this means he will be meeting that other old man very soon. He forces the bead down his throat. As the boy swallows, Bak-o explains it is not an instant poison, but if he mentions this law-breaking encounter to anyone, he will die. He then tosses him aside like trash, slamming him into the stone wall. Bak-o turns to leave, telling him to stay down until they meet again. Leaving the boy barely alive and burning with hatred, the elder steps out as the heavy door slams shut. Outside, the left guardian speaks up, reminding him they had an agreement. But Bak-o scoffs, asking if he honestly expected a simple warning for someone who harmed his own flesh and blood. The left guardian stays silent. Bak-o casually brushes it off, apologizing for his temper and assuring him the kid suffered no permanent internal damage. So, the left guardian lets it slide. Bak-o thanks him for assisting an old man, but the guardian warns him not to push his luck. This favor was only granted because Bak-o swore not to harm the boy during his 4 years here. Bak-o tells him not to worry. Meanwhile, Yoan looks toward the exit, realizing he only has 4 years of absolute protection inside these walls. After that, his survival is entirely on him. Right now, the boy lies on the floor clutching his chest in agony. He knows it must be poison because of what he was forced to swallow. He commands Nano to extract the substance immediately. But after scanning his body, Nano explains it is a special energy-weakening poison. If they isolate and extract only the toxic elements, the remaining nutrient block can boost his Dantian like a cultivation pill. That shocks him. He realizes Bak-o planned to drain his inner energy so he would fail the third test and get kicked out of the academy. Too bad for the old man. Without Nano, his scheme actually would have succeeded. So Yoan instructs Nano to filter out only the toxic components. She complies, and the poison begins seeping through his pores, releasing a putrid, foul stench that fills the small cell. Nano reports that the toxins are fully cleared, and the leftover essence is reacting perfectly with his 14 meridians, stimulating his Dantian. Yoan remarks that this feels just like consuming a legendary dragon medicine pill. He immediately begins his chi meditation, combining it with his secret breathing technique. If this works, it is a massive blessing in disguise. Nano accelerates his metabolism, and as his session deepens, the tiny cave grows boiling hot. Ki surges out around him until he opens his eyes in shock. His internal energy just jumped from 60 years to 90. Looks like that Poison Clan leader did not give him a small gift. He gave him a massive jackpot. Yoan still can't believe the Poison Clan actually dared to pull a stunt like that. Without Nano, he would have been in serious trouble. He blames his own carelessness, admits he got lucky, and swears never to lose control again. As he wipes himself down, the cloth stinks so bad he realizes his shirt is a total lost cause. Classic cultivation detox, folks. But then, he catches a faint breeze coming from behind and wonders what is going on. Looking back, he notices cracks in the stone wall. He remembers the hollow sound from when he was slammed into it earlier. He starts hammering away at the spot, quickly breaking through to reveal a hidden gap. It crumbles after just a few punches. Realizing he can dig right through, Yoan widens the opening. Within moments, he clears a passage that leads into an entirely different part of the cave, leaving him completely stunned. Instead of a massive chamber, he finds himself staring down a long, dark tunnel. He asks Nano to activate night vision and steps inside. He wonders if this path was sealed on purpose, and what secrets might be waiting. Nano detects a faint glow ahead. Yoan thinks it might just be luminous rocks, but as he draws closer, the light becomes absolutely blinding. He has to quickly tell Nano to shut down the night vision. Stepping out, he is greeted by bizarre stone structures. He drops down to the cavern floor, utterly baffled. He honestly can't believe a secret chamber like this has been hiding right under the Academy's detention center this entire time. He guesses it was once an exit that got blocked off and forgotten. But then, he spots heavy markings grooved into the dirt floor. There are several of them, and they look like something absolutely massive was dragged across. Maybe a monolith was dragged across this floor. That thought suddenly triggers a massive realization inside his head. He tells Nano to boot up augmented reality and project a three-dimensional model of the first-floor library monolith. As she recreates the sapphire stone, Yoan asks her to compare its base with the drag marks. Nano runs the scan. After mapping out the entire chamber's layout, she concludes that this secret room was almost certainly where that first-floor monolith was originally kept. That perfectly matches his theory. He asks her to run the same analysis with the second-floor monolith. Once Nano projects that one too, it is confirmed this chamber was the original home of the sacred stones. Why separate them instead of keeping them together? His thoughts are cut short as he notices a stone pillar nearby, inscribed with the words "Heavenly Demonic Sword Art" alongside strange dots carved underneath. This shocks him. Whenever anyone mentions the cult lord, only one legendary martial art ever comes to mind. It is the absolute strongest technique in their entire history, the Heavenly Demonic God art. Every single cult member worships its power, and even outsiders respect it as one of the three greatest divine arts. So, what on earth is this Heavenly Demonic Sword Art? At first, he wonders if it is a breathing style, but it is clearly a sword technique. Yet, why has he never heard of it? Guardian Jung told him the strongest skill the Lord mastered was the Heavenly Demonic Sword Technique. He starts to wonder if this is the true name of the absolute sword art written on the monolith. He asks Nano to compare this carving with the text from the monolith. She confirms they are a perfect match, triggering a memory of what a guard once told him. The guard had whispered rumors of a supreme sword style left behind by the great ancestor after his ultimate enlightenment. Now, Yoan finally realizes the truth. The actual name of that absolute sword art was the Heavenly Demonic Sword Art. He also notices that the arrangement of the carved holes looks just like a rising dragon. What could that mean? He counts 24 holes in total and wonders if there is a connection. The sword style has 24 moves, so that has to be the link. Still, why shape them like a dragon? Puzzling over the mystery, he looks up toward the ceiling of the chamber, wondering if something else is hidden above. But when he looks, the intense glare nearly burns his eyes. He suddenly realizes that hiding a secret in the light is a brilliant move. Of course, nothing left by the ancestor is ever easy. He asks Nano to calibrate his eyes, and she quickly activates anti-light vision. Now he can't believe it, every single lamp has carvings on it. He tells Nano to analyze them all. She scans the stones, and he requests three-dimensional models to study them up close. Once they materialize, he begins sorting them based on their relevance to martial arts. Nano reports finding a breathing technique complete with diagrams on 24 of the stones. Right there, he spots that same rising dragon symbol. He is stunned Nano actually solved the puzzle before him. Now he gets it, the holes in the pillar were pointing directly to these specific stones. He commands Nano to clear away the extra models and leave only those 24. Studying them, he realizes this breathing style requires circulating internal energy through precise pressure points while performing specific movements. And those exact movements match the sword technique from the monolith. Once it clicks, he is left absolutely speechless. The style demands he sync his breathing with active sword forms. Normally, cultivation breathing is done while sitting comfortably or lying down to make things simple. This is a whole different beast. It is highly unusual, but he decides to take the plunge. He asks Nano to transmit the data from the dragon's head down to its tail, and the knowledge instantly floods his mind. He begins his breathing, guiding his internal energy through the technique while performing the physical movements. Nano alerts him that massive power is surging through his 14 meridians as she analyzes the incoming data. He blends the breathing and sword styles with flawless synergy. Hours pass, and while the guards outside are literally yawning, Yoan turns his prison cell into an ultimate training ground, growing stronger by the second. He asks Nano how long he has been at it. She reveals he has been training for 2 hours straight, and the floor is now completely covered in deep holes. This instantly startles him. Moving non-stop for 2 hours should have drained him, but he feels incredibly refreshed. The more he repeats the steps, the faster his ki flows. Nano confirms that his energy circulation has reached insane speeds. Amazed by this, he decides to test his newly boosted ki. As he channels it, the energy swells with terrifying speed. He can even manifest a physical ki sword, realizing he can now unleash his blade completely at will. This cannot even be compared to ordinary cultivation styles. It is a true, unmatched, supreme breathing technique. He realizes that once these sword forms and breathing techniques perfectly merge, the true art will be born. At this moment, he begins to see the great demonic ancestor as a literal god. Falling to his knees, He bows deeply before the pillar to show his absolute respect to the ancestor. 4 days later, word reaches Yoan's faction. The Blade Clan's candidate, Cheon Yu-chan, has collected 4 badges. The Sword Clan's candidate, Cheon Changwook, holds 2 badges, while Cadet 700 from the Nihility Clan, Samachak, also has 2. Along with them, 7 other cadets hold 1 badge each, making 11 group leaders in total. Go Wang-her can't believe it. The only badge left belongs to instructor Hu Jinchang. Wu So-young sighs, admitting his worst fears just came true. Hyobong points out that 3 monsters grabbed over half the available badges, and absolutely nobody could even challenge them. Jia Wu-min adds that rumors claim they have already reached the expert level, or perhaps even higher since they have been working together. Someone mutters that things could have gone terribly. Another cadet tells him to look on the bright side, since they finally weeded out the bad apples. Ung Cheon and Ho Dae-myung were the unlucky ones who left. Still, Go Wang-her remarks that this path just wasn't meant for them anyway. Hyobong explains that they started acting strange the moment they heard Yoan had destroyed Jongsum's Dantian. They tried apologizing and begged to stay, but they clearly could not handle the pressure. Hyobong notes they left the faction the exact moment Yoan's disciplinary punishment was handed down. Knowing how opportunistic those two are, he wonders if they will even survive elsewhere. The betrayal leaves all 6 of them feeling down. Go Wang-her worries he killed the mood and tells everyone to cheer up. They might have lost 2 men, but they still have Baek Gi, who is easily worth 100. Baek Ji tells them to stop with the flattery, but Go Wang-her insists it is true without him. They would have been in deep trouble. Someone adds that if Baki hadn't beaten that instructor 4 days ago, their group would have fallen apart completely. They're all incredibly grateful, but Baki claims he only did it to pay back Yoan, even if he isn't sure Yoan would ever accept it. Wang-her points out that if Baki really didn't care, he wouldn't have stepped in at all, and Baki has to admit he's right. With that settled, they quiet down and practice the 7 demon swords until sunset. By dinner time, the group starts to split up outside the dining hall, and Wang-her asks Baki if he's skipping the meal. Baki explains he usually only eats at night but grabbed lunch because of them. Hearing this, Wang-her randomly decides to skip his own dinner too, leaving Baki completely baffled by the gesture. Wang-her insists that as their temporary leader, it's his duty to look out for him. Baki tells him to chill, since he's only going to the training center, while the rest head back to the dorms for the night. Still, Wang-her hesitates, making Baki tell him to just go enjoy his food. Everyone knows the guy is absolutely torn because he lives for eating. Finally, Ojong steps in and says he and Hubong will go instead. Wang-her brightens up instantly while Hubong gets super annoyed at being volunteered. Either way, they catch up to Baki, who asks why they aren't eating. They promise that missing a single meal won't kill them, especially since they can't let their leader get jumped. Baki laughs it off, telling them they're way too overprotective. He jokes that Yoan won't get a moment of peace with them around. A starving Hubong keeps following anyway until they reach the training hall, where Baki insists he's safe, but they aren't taking any chances. He points out they're right at the entrance. But suddenly Baki senses something off. Before they can even ask, he quickly steps in front of them both. A massive crowd suddenly surrounds them, but Baki stays cool. Noting their wooden training weapons, he realizes they've been set up. Right then, Hubong spots the ringleader. It's Ha Il-seong, the snake who organized this whole trap. But Baki notices some familiar faces from his old squad among them. They mockingly ask if he's enjoying life after deserting his team. Baki knows they're in deep trouble. Ojong demands to know what they want, but the enemies just laugh, asking if they're really that clueless before demanding Baki's badge. Of course, Baki refuses to hand it over. Ha Il-seong warns that things will get bloody if they resist. He adds that since they're Yoan's little lackeys, he wouldn't let them walk away easily, even if they surrendered the badge. Ojong absolutely hates being called a lackey. Meanwhile, Baki frantically weighs his options. He's a master martial artist, but taking on 30 elite cadets alongside Mubyong is practically a suicide mission. Baki quickly uses sound transmission to whisper to Ojong. He plans to pass him the badge so Ojong can escape with Hubong. Ojong asks what he's going to do, and Baki explains they can't all escape. He'll hold them off. But Ojong tells him not to be crazy, so Baki just calls him an idiot. If they lose this badge, their faction falls apart, and everything they did is for nothing. He points out that even Yoan couldn't easily steal another badge from an instructor. Mubyong realizes they are plotting through sound transmission and orders a full attack. Reacting instantly, Baki tosses the badge over to Hubong and tells him to run for his life. The poor guy is left wondering why he got handed the hot potato, while Baki secretly apologizes. He knows exactly why his old team is angry that he abandoned them as their leader. But he still can't forgive this ambush. He charges headfirst into the crowd, spinning and striking in every direction. Even Mubyong is shocked by his power. Baki's raw strength is simply unreal. Mubyong wonders if they're actually in the same tier, but Baki suddenly yells out that there's still a chance to escape. Ojong and Hubong finally make a break for it, but Hubong's hat flies off, revealing his shiny bald head. The attackers immediately yell to catch the bald guy with the badge. An offended Hubong asks who they're calling bald, but Ojong tells him to shut up and keep running. As they sprint, Ojong starts getting seriously worried. Hubong's footwork is just too slow to lose the pursuers, so Ojong suddenly stops. He demands the badge and tells Hubong to keep running no matter what. Hubong panics, knowing Ojong will get absolutely destroyed if he's caught. His only choice is to reach the dining hall and warn Wanger. He sprints with everything he has, finally spotting the building. But as he reaches it, he notices something weird and stops. Looking back, there's no one. No one is even chasing him. Confused, he charges inside the dining hall. He finds Wanger, who asks why he's totally drenched in sweat. Gasping for air, Hubong gasps out that they need to get to the training center because Baki and Ojong got ambushed. The news shocks everyone, and Wanger bolts instantly. His absolute worst nightmare has come true. When he finally arrives, he's greeted by a brutal scene. Baki is completely surrounded, yet he's still standing strong. Then Wanger notices Ojong passed out on the ground and instantly suspects Prince Yukon planned this dirty ambush. Furious, he demands how they dared do this. Hubong realizes his worst fears were right. A rival heir has indeed shown up, sneering that they seem to have a major pest problem. Furious, Wanger asks how Yukon has the nerve to talk like that after setting up a cowardly ambush, but Baki steps in to stop him, explaining that Yukon wasn't actually the one who attacked. Either way, Yukon points out they lost their badge and have no chance left, so they owe him. Baki thanks him for stepping in but refuses to change his mind. Yukon casually tells him to just think about the offer before leaving. Once they're gone, Wanger drops to the ground in massive relief, immediately asking Baki about his wound. Baki insists he's fine and the cut isn't deep, but he apologizes for losing the badge. Realizing Ojong fought to his absolute limit to protect it, Hubong starts cursing like crazy. Later, Wanger asks Baki what really went down. Baki explains that during the chase, the entire mob swarmed Ojong, who eventually tripped and rolled across the ground. The pursuers piled on top of him, trying to pry the badge from his hands. Even while taking a brutal beating, he held on tight, but in the end, they overmatched him and took it. Meanwhile, Baki fought Mubyong and managed to push him back hard. He notes that despite being a master, Mubyong couldn't face him in a fair one-on-one. The real trouble started when Mubyong's lackeys jumped in and injured Baki's leg, bringing him down. But just as Mubyong went to finish him off, a mysterious voice apologized for interrupting. The newcomer explained he had his eye on Baki and demanded they hand him over. Mubyong warned him not to meddle, asking if he really had the guts to interfere against their massive numbers. The newcomer clearly didn't give a damn, effortlessly tossing aside anyone who got in his way. Stopping right in front of Mubyong, he asked if a few weak lackeys made him feel brave. Outmatched, Mubyong had absolutely no choice but to back off. Bleeding and bruised, Baki dragged himself up and thanked Yukon for the save. However, he made it clear that since the badges were gone, he still wouldn't become his subordinate. Baki explains he flat-out rejected the deal, right before they arrived. Wanger is surprised that Prince Yukon has his eyes on Baki, likely wanting him as an ally for the succession war. Hubong clenches his fists, asking if they can rally some other cadets and launch a massive counterattack. Wanho explains they can't trust selfish opportunists, since that goes against his path. That leaves Homan totally depressed. Bake asks what their plan is now, but Wanho points out there's only one option left on the table. Bake realizes he means the senior instructor's badge, but warns him it's a suicide mission. Wanho knows that better than anyone since he fought him once, and now even the elite heirs steer clear. Still, they have to trust their lord. Bake sighs, wondering if their only option is to sit tight and keep the faith. Bong offers to carry Jong to the medical bay. Homan steps up to help, but Bong stops him to speak his mind. He tells Wanho that he also believes in their master more than anyone, but blindly relying on him feels wrong. As his loyal followers, they need to show some initiative. If there is no other path before he gets back tomorrow, they must gather more cadets to their side. Hearing that, Wanho hangs his head in deep shame. Bong instantly regrets opening his mouth. But then, Wanho bursts out laughing and agrees they cannot just be useless freeloaders. They need to be their master's active hands and feet. He even calls Bong the most loyal follower among them. The crew is highly impressed by Bong's sudden burst of genius, and he immediately runs off to recruit. The next morning at 8 a.m., the instructors march over to Chan's cell, highly curious if he actually survived the isolation. They announce that Chan's punishment is officially over and order the guards to open up. An instructor walks inside to tell Cadet 7 he's free, but finds the boy calmly meditating. He slowly opens his eyes, leaving the guards completely speechless. As he steps out, he looks healthier than ever, prompting them to whisper about his improved physical shape. Honestly, those are not the eyes of someone locked in a dark cave for 5 days. His gaze is incredibly sharp, but then they notice his shirt, and the smell is absolutely putrid. One instructor recoils in pure disgust, asking what on earth he did to his clothes before tossing the shirt away. They inspect the cell, find nothing suspicious, and head back down. Chan lets out a quiet sigh of relief that they missed the rock-covered tunnel. He casually asks how many badges are left, proving he has not quit. They reveal only one single badge is left. Chan immediately knows it belongs to the senior instructor, who warns him that fighting for it is not his only option. Chan admits he could easily target weaker cadets, but requests to challenge Ho Jinshan immediately. This completely stuns the guards. But first, they demand he wash himself because he smells like a dumpster fire. An instructor asks if he has completely lost his mind, warning Chan not to leap straight into a death trap beyond his current limits. Another agrees, advising him not to act rashly out of sheer desperation. Still, Chan refuses to back down, politely promising to forfeit if the fight gets too dangerous. He just wants one single chance. The instructor sighs, muttering that this stubborn kid learned absolutely nothing from his time in solitary confinement. He warns him that Ho Jinshan will show zero mercy once they clash. But since Chan is so insanely stubborn, they yield, advising him to at least guard his vitals. Chan promises to stay careful. Meanwhile, Bong is busy trying to pitch Chan's faction to a random cadet, who calls him delusional and tells him to beat it. Left alone, Bong sighs at his 4th consecutive rejection of the day. He feels discouraged but resolves to keep pushing just a little bit longer. Suddenly, a massive commotion catches his eye. He pushes through the whispering crowd to see what's happening. Wait, is Chan seriously challenging the legendary senior instructor right after getting released? Ho Jinshan steps forward, and the onlookers gasp when they see Cadet 7 standing before him. The master is amused that his prime target delivered himself on a platter. Chan politely greets him, and Ho Jinshan remarks it has been a hot minute. He praises his resilience in the dark cells before asking if they are using wood or fists. Chan opts for bare hands. The crowd erupts with excitement as they agree to start, while Bong watches in pure terror. Ho Jinshan assumes his stance, radiating intense pressure. The suffocating aura leaves everyone wondering if Cadet 7 stands a chance, especially since Cadet 5 already quit. Chan knows his solitary confinement cost him precious time. If he wants to rally the cadets, this victory is mandatory. Ho Jinshan invites him to make the first move. In this cult, power is absolute, so he must dominate. He asks Ho Jinshan for guidance. But the second his aura erupts, he teleports forward in a single, blinding step, catching the master completely guard. Ho Jinshan respects his speed, but claims he already memorized Chan's blade patterns. He strikes, but Chan instantly channels internal energy into his fingertip, parrying the heavy blow effortlessly. Ho Jinshan is shocked that Chan utilized a high-level sword form instead of saber arts. While he is still reeling, Chan relentlessly presses the attack, completely neutralizing his defense. This is not just quick reflexes. He marvels at the boy's masterly execution, then warns Chan that things are about to get very serious. Fired up, he unleashes the 4th technique of the 7 demon swords. The crowd watches him execute the 1st through 4th forms simultaneously, completely stunned by this masterclass display. But Chan counters with the legendary heavenly demonic sword art, easily blocking Ho Jinshan's ferocious onslaught and pushing the senior instructor right to the edge. Ho Jinshan senses danger. Realizing this absolute strike is unblockable, he scrambles to manifest defensive energy, but the impact still sends him flying into the sky. The crowd watches in absolute silence as Ho Jinshan crashes heavily onto the dirt. Chan realizes this is playing out exactly like his system simulation. The 7 swords and the destroyer sword share striking similarities. Furious, Ho Jinshan unleashes his dormant energy. Watching from afar, Sama notes the battle is far from over. Ho Jinshan is thankful he deployed 10-star energy to absorb that impact. In a real sword fight, he would be dead. He dials up his pressure even higher, genuinely wants to test this kid with his full power. Chan senses the massive spike in energy and adjusts his stance as things turn deadly serious. Chan recalls that master martial artists can purge foreign energy from their systems, meaning one clean hit won't secure victory. Ho Jinshan grins wildly, asking if he is ready for round 2, but suddenly freezes mid-motion. Instantly, his suffocating pressure vanishes entirely. Chan wonders why his opponent's battle intent is suddenly fading away. Ho Jinshan smiles warmly, admitting he is deeply impressed. Boy is the textbook definition of daily growth. He realizes a monster far beyond anything the main bloodline could conceive has finally been born. He abandons his original plans and willingly hands Chan his badge. As an instructor, he concedes defeat and declares him highly qualified to lead. Chan politely thanks him. The crowd is utterly stunned by this unexpected outcome. Bong is practically in tears, shouting to his master that they have all been eagerly waiting for his return. Chan apologizes for making everyone worry, but Bong tells him to stop being so formal. Ho Jinshan smiles, pleased, until Baek suddenly steps up to Chan with a serious expression. To everyone's utter shock, Baek drops straight to his knees. Chan stands there completely bewildered, while Baek announces he wants to offer his deepest gratitude. He announces to everyone that young Master Qian saved him from the Poison Clan, completely shocking the crowd. They realize Cadet 18 was poisoned and demand to know what happened. Bakeshi explains that after Qian saved him, he even went to the dungeon for it, which deeply moved him. While Qian asks why he is acting so dramatic, the others whisper, realizing Cadet 7 went to such lengths for Cadet 18. Now the crowd wonders why Baekshi is kneeling and why he was even targeted. Blushing deeply, Baekshi swears to spend his life serving Qian as a loyal follower, finally understanding everything. And honestly, you can't even blame the crowd for gossiping. Rumors spread that Cadet 18 belongs to Cadet 7, and that Qian did everything to protect his man. Wang Hul whispers it was pretty embarrassing. Bakeshi snaps that he will never follow Wang Hul's advice again, which Wang Hul admits is totally fair. Meanwhile, another instructor checks on Rohan and asks if he is going to be alright. Rojan shoots back, asking if he looks ashamed. He claims Qian won that badge through sheer skill in a fair fight. The amazed instructor praises the kid for mastering such a technique, wondering if a guardian secretly taught it to him. Rojan agrees it is possible, especially since Qian is already a grandmaster. Still, the instructor cannot understand why a master famous for blade arts would teach his disciple a sword technique. He asks if Rojan is coming to the office, but Rojan tells him to go ahead while he gets some fresh air. Walking outside, Rojan runs into Mangi, who remarks that he finally showed up. Rojan remembers Mangi telling him to stop, wondering if the guardian warned him through telepathy because he was losing control. Mangi replies that anyone would have reacted the same way against a legendary technique like that. He explains that in his youth, he fought hundreds of battles between good and evil, often right beside the Lord. So when it comes to serving the Lord personally as a guardian, Rojan should know that better than anyone. Then he brings up the technique Qian used. If his eyes did not deceive him, it was the exact same as the Lord's heavenly demonic sword, or perhaps something even better. The heavenly demonic sword is legendary, one of the demonic cult's ultimate arts created by the heavenly demon himself, passed down exclusively to succeeding lords. People say their ancestor, the greatest genius of his era, ruled as the absolute strongest because of those techniques. Mangi realizes that even if Qian's move looks similar, it might actually be a sword art that surpasses the legendary style. He cannot comprehend how a mere kid could achieve this. He wonders if Qian learned it from the sapphire monolith, which is said to hold their ancestors' ultimate enlightenment. But those ancient carvings are heavily damaged and covered in deep sword marks. Mangi himself has studied them thousands of times and learned absolutely nothing, leaving Qian's secret a total mystery. Rojan starts to speak to the director, but Mangi cuts him off, suggesting they keep this a secret. Rojan realizes they are thinking the exact same thing and agrees it is for the best. Meanwhile, a young girl approaches Qian. She mentions how deeply moved she was by his willingness to sacrifice for a subordinate and heard he is recruiting talent regardless of clan. Songhua of the Axe clan declares that if he accepts her, she will devote her life to serving him. Wang Hul instantly blushes red while staring at her, leaving the others wondering what is wrong with him. Then another recruit steps up and tells Qian that her martial arts might not be grand, but she will swear eternal loyalty if accepted. Qian reassures her that skills can always be trained. What matters is her resolve, so Qian gladly welcomes her. Suddenly, another cadet named Jin Guk introduces himself as the eldest son of the Jin family and swears eternal service. Hu Bong wonders if this is getting out of hand. While Wang Hul and Bakeshi sigh over getting another over-the-top follower like Hu Bong, they still need 3 more members. Still, now that their leader has another badge, it is only a matter of time before others join. Qian asks where the rest of his group is. Bakeshi hesitates, unsure what to say, and Wang Hul suggests they find a private spot first. So, the group heads out to talk in secret. Once they arrive, Qian pieces things together, realizing Wang Hul, Songhua, and Meng have returned. He thanks his companions for attempting to recruit new members, and they reply they are just glad he is safe. Then Qian asks where their companion is, making everyone go dead silent. He demands an explanation, and after hearing the truth, he realizes how his friend ended up hospitalized with severe injuries. He also sees that Meng is still holding a heavy grudge. Bakeshi notices Qian has truly matured, remaining furious but keeping his terrifying killing intent completely under control this time. It seems he will not rush in blindly anymore. Wang Hul asks what their next move is, noting that the academy intentionally set up the cadets to fight over these badges. Even if the academy is twisted, Qian knows their rivals went too far. None of his crew are willing to let this slide, so Qian declares they are going to collect on that debt. Bakeshi wonders if Qian really has changed. Meanwhile, one of Yo-chan's lackeys reports that they successfully provoked Meng by stealing Bakeshi's badge. Yo-chan asks if he was the leader of that group, feeling a bit uneasy before brushing it aside. The boy reports that their injured ally was hospitalized with severe internal wounds, but adds that there is a far more pressing issue. Yo-chan scoffs, asking if they doubted his word as he hands over the badges. However, he warns that the deal is not fully complete. When the confused boy asks why, Yo-chan reminds him the agreement was to secure Bakeshi's submission. Frustrated and cornered, the boy asks what Yo-chan wants him to do now. Yo-chan smiles, saying it is simple if he wants to recruit Bakeshi. He just needs to plunge him into deeper despair. The kid realizes Yo-chan is rotten to the absolute core. Yo-chan asks if he understands that people only appreciate salvation after experiencing true rock bottom. Since his former champion got crushed, Yo-chan admits he lacks anyone fit to lead the group. The boy stands in disbelief. Yo-chan then summons Yonpa, offering him a second chance, and the desperate fighter instantly lights up. Yo-chan orders him to gather their forces, crush Bakeshi, dismantle Group 1, and seize their badge. He then coldly asks if Yonpa already knows how to execute the plan. Warning him not to fail again, Yo-chan listens as Yonpa promises total success. Yo-chan adds that once the badge is taken, they will form a new group under Yompa's command, solving their leadership issue. It is a win-win deal. The boy realizes Yo-chan is casually using his own followers as pawns and is completely disgusted. Elsewhere, a training squad is interrupted by someone demanding to see Meng. Yonpa steps forward, introducing himself as Cadet 200. Meng instantly spots a familiar figure in the back, recognizing the men behind Yonpa as the thugs who chased Bakeshi, and demands to know what they want. Yonpa gets straight to the point, asking for Meng's help because he needs a badge. Meng scoffs, asking why she should help with zero reward, before telling them to stop wasting her time and get lost. But Yonpa asks how Meng would feel if their target was Qian's faction. That immediately grabs Meng's attention, and Yonpa smiles, adding that he personally owes Qian a painful debt. He suffered immensely because of that brat. If they seize Qian's badge, his entire faction will crumble, because after all, who would follow a leader who failed his own squad twice? That would easily disqualify Qian's group before the third test even begins. Meng realizes Yonpa wants to finish yesterday's dirty work, but she knows his combat strength is no joke. Meng wonders if she really has no choice but to form an alliance. Ultimately, Meng agrees. Yonpa thanks her for making the smart move, and when she asks when they strike, he replies right now. Meng gets excited, loving that aggressive style. Meanwhile, Qian is training with his group when the enemy suddenly corners them with a massive brute, calling Qian's people filthy rats. They sneer that Qian's group loves hiding out in the mountains. Qian calmly replies he was already searching for them, so he is glad they delivered themselves. Meng asks why he is smiling like a fool. Qian fires back that Meng should be asking himself that very question. Suddenly, a boy who has had enough of the drama tells everyone to lower their weapons, shocking both Yonpa and Meng as they are surrounded. Confusion fills the air. Chan asks who the real idiot is here. 4 hours earlier, behind the specialist training center, the young cadet walks up to Punghak, asking if going alone is truly safe. Punghak shrugs they have no choice, but he still feels uneasy. One single badge is definitely not enough for all 20 of them, the boy argues. It will only make them fight each other. Still, Mayong insists they must take action. Mayong warns they will die if they fear dirty hands. Giving up now means total destruction. Even so, the kid still hesitates. Using their old leader as a cheap bargaining chip feels way too dirty. Mayong tells him to stop crying over spilt milk, promising him a top spot once he finally takes over. Right on cue, Chan steps out of the shadows, telling them to hold on. Both cadets freeze in pure shock as Chan's allies quietly surround them. Baiki demands to know if they really used his name for some shady deal. Chan asks if they want payback for yesterday, but Wonho steps up. Being used like a rat is something he will never let slide. Nodoki, Baiki, Shinuan, and Wonho are all present, joking about how badly Chan wrecked the other group. Sending that many guys to the infirmary is one hell of a warning. Mayong tries to play tough, claiming they still have numbers. Younga just calls him a complete idiot to his face. Chan lunges forward with absolutely terrifying speed. He grabs the boy's arm, genuinely trying to hold back his monstrous power, but his single, devastating punch still sends the kid flying back, coughing up blood. That single blow leaves everyone completely speechless. The boy tumbles across the dirt while his panicked friend screams for Punghak. As the kid hits the dirt, Chan realizes he might have overdone it. While the enemies stare in horror, Bong steps up, demanding to know where the badge is. The one they stole yesterday after breaking Zhang's fingers. The trembling boy admits Cadet 108, Mayong, has it. Wanho expected this, and Chan knows a greedy rat like Mayong would never leave it behind. Bong starts roughing up the boy again, but Becky barks at him to stop. Bong snaps back, asking if he is getting soft. Becky tells him to shut up and wait. Baekji demands to know about the deal made in his name. The kid confesses that Yimpa ordered them to ambush Baekji and steal his badge. This catches Chan off guard, and Baekji can barely believe it. He thought he was done with Yimpa. But this shady trap was clearly planned. Baekji asks if they were promised a badge in return, and the kid starts desperately apologizing. Baekji cuts him off, calling them total trash. Bong wants to break his fingers just like they did to Zhang, but Wanho stops him. Wanho explains that simple violence is not enough. With a clever plan, they can easily turn the whole group against Yimpa. Wanho looks down at Cadet 670, asking if he actually trusts the young master's promises. Wanho asks if Yimpa would ever give away a precious badge. The boy insists it was a promise, but since they are 20 people, Wanho realizes Yimpa must have promised too. The boy cannot deny it. That realization completely sets the rest of the gang off. They scream at Cadet 670, accusing him of lying about them all being in this together, even if their ambush failed. Wanho points out they were tricked from the very start. Cadet 670 asks what he means. Wanho asks if they honestly think Yimpa did not foresee this exact issue. By tearing each other apart, they are playing right into his hands. The realization hits like a truck they were just pawns. Wanho smiles, telling them to stop yelling, and just like that, the tables are completely turned. Back in the present, Cadet 670 tells his group to lower their swords, leaving Yimpa completely baffled. Cadet 670 asks if Yimpa really thought one badge was a fair guarantee, calling him out for treating them like absolute fools. As Yimpa panics, Bong speaks up. He mocks Yimpa for lacking the skill to even take a badge. How dare a weakling talk big when he only knows how to fight in packs? Yimpa grits his teeth in absolute fury. He snaps back, calling Bong the real coward for hiding like a rat. Pilgori just laughs, agreeing with Bong. At least they are not the ones about to run away. Besides, they never planned on letting Yimpa leave anyway. While the enemy seethes, Chan watches with an icy glare. Mayong quietly wonders how everything went so incredibly wrong. Pride will not save him now. Mayong desperately considers running, but abandoning his group means failing the third test. Meanwhile, Yimpa is starting to panic as well. Failing here means losing any hope of serving Yaochan, so Yimpa tries to smooth talk his way out. He turns to Wanho, pleading that it is all just a big misunderstanding. Wanho asks if everyone gets a badge too. Yimpa hesitates. Wanho points out that 19 followers would require 2 badges. Finally, Yimpa sees why his men betrayed him. If Yimpa cannot convince them, he is finished. Since he cannot promise what he does not own, he offers a new deal. He will personally ask Yaochan for 2 badges. This actually makes Wanho hesitate. Yimpa presses on, claiming he will make it happen. The offer is tempting, but Wanho asks if Yimpa can truly handle the massive consequences. Before Yimpa can even answer, Chan appears right behind him like a ghost, asking if he can handle him instead. Terrified, Yimpa barely dodges a lightning-fast hidden strike. Mayong charges straight at Chan with his wooden sword, but Chan does not even flinch, catching the blade bare-handed and snapping it like a twig. Mayong is stunned. That wooden sword was reinforced with 2 7-star energy, yet it shattered effortlessly. Before he can recover, a brutal kick slams his ribs, launching him across the clearing. Mayong looks up to see Becky standing over him as his new opponent. Shouting about a cheap shot, Mayong feels his ribs crack, realizing they are utterly outmatched. Escape is impossible for Mayong. Worse still, his own panic-stricken men are already abandoning Yimpa to save themselves. They know they cannot face Chan's monster squad. Their only goal is pushing past Group 12 and running. Mayong screams at them to stop, but Baekji rushes him, forcing him to block with one arm. Wanho declares that it is time for their side to join the fun, alongside Bong and the furious new girl, eager for her first real fight. With everyone jumping in, they easily sweep through the enemy. Yimpa gets pushed to the brink, while Mayong takes brutal hits to his ribs. Realizing they have lost, Yimpa knows fighting back is useless. Accepting defeat, Yimpa drops his sword and bows to Chan, declaring his surrender. Chan asks what kind of game he is playing, but Yimpa insists the fight is already over. They are beaten, so what else can they do? Yimpa begs for mercy from the future lord, claiming Chan must show leniency to a defeated foe, regardless of his anger. Chan sneers at the word mercy, grabbing Yimpa by the hair. Why should he show leniency? If Yimpa was too afraid to fight, he should have remained a rat. Shaking in terror, Yimpa asks why Chan is doing this to a surrendered opponent. Chan tells him to shut up and smashes his face into the dirt. The sheer violence of Chan's beatdown terrifies everyone watching. As blood pools on the ground, Chan warns Yimpa that messing with his group has consequences. He is nowhere near finished. While Yongpa is already in tears, Taran keeps beating him down. Half crazy from the pain, Yongpa curses him out, asking if he really thinks Chan will let this slide. But Taran doesn't even react, making Yongpa wonder if he just pushed things way too far. Even so, he tells himself that Chan leads the biggest faction in the academy right now. All he can do is wait, and hope that Chan scares Taran at least a little bit. Taran literally thanks him for the warning. Then, remembering who he's dealing with, the guy who shattered every single bone in Yoan's body, he slams Yongpa's face right back into the ground. Looks like he's done talking. After that hit, he leaves the kid out cold on the dirt. Maybe dead? Probably not. But Taran mutters that if that was enough to knock him out, his full strength would have crushed the guy's skull. Now, every single enemy is on their knees. They're literally trembling in front of Taran, terrified of what he'll do next, before he calmly asks about Maya Ong. They drag him over, and Baek explains that the guy kept resisting, so they hit his paralysis points to shut him up. Maya Ong shakes with absolute rage, thinking that if his ribs weren't broken, he would still be fighting back. Baek asks if he should let him speak, but Taran refuses. He doesn't want to hear a single word from this idiot, so he just snatches the weird turkey token straight from Maya Ong's hand. That alone makes Maya Ong panic over what Taran is planning. Suddenly, Taran grabs one of his fingers and bends it backward until it snaps into a perfect L shape. The sheer pain makes the kid feel like he died and came back. As he starts screaming, Taran tells him to shut up and stop being dramatic over a single finger. He asks if it hurts, and immediately snaps another one. Maya Ong bites his lip hard enough to bleed, glaring at Taran like he's a total psycho. But Taran just glares back, stating that Yoan suffered just as much. Actually, after getting beaten that badly, he was probably in way more pain. That realization terrifies the group because they were the ones who did it. They curse Taran in their heads, while Maya Ong silently vows to kill him no matter what. Taran just smiles at that death stare and slaps Maya Ong right across the face, nearly ruining it. Then, he coldly orders his crew to break one leg and every single finger of Maya Ong's entire group. Honestly, the local physical therapists must be making a fortune off Taran's victims. Hearing this brutal order, the remaining captives freeze. Gilan realizes if he'd let Yongpa persuade him earlier, his crew would be the ones getting wrecked right now. As Taran turns to walk away, Maya Ong is consumed by an absolute, body-eating rage. That is when he snaps, entering a total berserker mode. Ong notices him standing up, covered in a bloody red aura. He calls out to his leader, but Maya Ong just lunges forward with everything he has. Taran spins around, only to find Maya Ong already on top of him. While that demonic chaos is unfolding elsewhere, Uten's squad is busy training, though he feels something is off. They practice the 7 demonic swords exactly like the secret manual says, but it still looks wrong. They are all top-tier martial artists, so they should have mastered it by now. What bothers him is that they still can't build the synchronized teamwork the formation actually needs, so he calls for a quick break to study the manual again. He turns to Gumpio, asking for an outside opinion on whether their formation actually looked correct or not. Gumpio gets pretty nervous to answer, but Uten tells him to speak his mind without fear. Gumpio then admits it just looked like everyone was performing the exact same move at once. He can't be sure since he's never seen the real deal, but to him, it looked pretty average. Uten realizes he agrees, but suddenly, someone calls out his name. A crowd of heavily beaten fighters is carried in, leaving everyone wondering who they are. One bandaged student, covered in blood with only one eye visible, calls out to his young master. Uten immediately recognizes Yongpa's voice. He demands to know what happened to his face and who brought him here. Just then, a completely unconscious Mayang in his demonic form is tossed to the ground, leaving Uten totally horrified. Everyone checks the bodies and spots Wanho, Baek, and all of Yoan's subordinates. When they ask about the other unconscious body, they are told it's Yoan himself. That news actually makes Uten pretty happy. He asks what happened, and they explain that without Maya-Ong, Yoan would have died, especially since Maya-Ong unleashed the forbidden reverse bloody demonic technique. Uten is shocked, so they explain how the technique forces blood flow backward through the pressure points for a temporary power boost. However, it completely destroys the user's energy core and sanity, which is why the cult banned it. Uten figures the guy is a total idiot who went so insane he probably attacked everyone in sight. Still, considering the results, he's actually quite impressed. But before sending the supposed protagonist to the infirmary, Uten starts slicing his limbs over and over. He mocks him, saying sliced tendons must really hurt, though he promises to leave his energy core intact this time. Gilan watches him cut the tendons of a half-dead victim and realizes Uten is an absolute monster with zero mercy. Uten then starts peeling the cloth off the fake protagonist's face, asking if he is grateful. When he looks, he freezes. It's actually Yongpa. As his mind spins in pure confusion, the real protagonist, Taran, suddenly charges out of nowhere, landing a heavy punch right to Uten's face. The surrounding students, who hadn't realized the trap, demand to know what's happening. Suddenly, Wanho leaps up, unleashing a shockwave that blows everyone back, proving he was completely fine the whole time. Wanho tells his squad to get up. Sununhua laughs, noting that was way too fast, while Bihiki Kwai points out that everything went exactly as they planned. Gilan realizes they've been played, but immediately worries about Uten. Is their master already knocked out? Then they remember the strangest part: this exact group brought the victims here, but Gilan is standing right next to Taran too. They immediately accuse him of betraying his master like a total snake. Taran laughs, mockingly pulling off his disguise, saying he can't believe they trusted Yongpa that easily. That's when everyone realizes Taran's clever scheme worked flawlessly. Flashing back to the moment Mayong lunged at Taran, Bong had panicked, but Bake moved like lightning to kick the boy away. Still, that single kick wasn't enough, and Bake got blasted backward. He groans that the recoil is incredibly strong, realizing Mayong's energy boost must be absolutely insane. Mayong charges again, but before he can land a hit, Taran effortlessly slips behind him and grabs his arm. Mayong turns in shock, but Taran already has him cornered. In an instant, before Mayong even realizes what is happening, his world flips upside down. Taran tosses him into the air like a rag doll, slamming him back down to make him cough up blood. Following up instantly, Taran leaps and lands a brutal punch that smashes Mayong's face into the dirt. Honestly, that should have killed him. But Taran notes his demonic blood must have made his body tougher. When his crew asks if he is okay, Taran tells them not to worry. Bong recognizes the reverse bloody demonic technique, admitting it's his first time seeing it. Wanho adds that using a forbidden cult art will definitely get Mayong expelled from the academy, then asks about the rest. Taran smiles, saying he already dealt with them. Their fingers are broken, and they've been thoroughly wrecked. Now, they just need to go to the clinic. Bake smiles, glad they've finally avenged Yoan and exposed the real culprit. They want to take the next step, but Wanho urges them to calm down. He understands the anger, but warns they don't have the raw strength yet. Mayong agrees, noting they need more numbers and at least 2 more natural-born specialists like Bake and Gilan to even stand a chance. But Sununhua wonders if Taran and Wanho together could take one. Wanho turns red when she leans in close, and Gilan immediately notices the romantic vibe. Gilan offers his own group's help if they need numbers, making them all stare. They thank Gilan, but admit that even with his squad, it's still way too dangerous. For now, their best move is delivering everyone to the clinic and plotting their revenge later. If only they had more specialists. Right then, Yoan commands everyone to prepare because they are launching an immediate assault on Yukon. When Wang He asks if there is actually a strategy, Yoan just smirks and says of course there is. Everyone gasps because his voice sounds exactly like the elder, Huan Yi. But then, Nano turns off the voice modifier. He sputters for a second, coughing slightly until his natural voice finally comes back. That is when they realize he was messing with them the whole time. His allies are totally amazed, demanding to know his secret, while the rival faction grinds their teeth. How on earth did he copy a voice so perfectly? Blinded by rage, Yumpa lunges forward, fully convinced he can end Yoan right here. But Yoan casually stops his strike with just 2 fingers. In that split second, Yumpa knows he is completely outmatched. His ultimate move was shut down like child's play. Yoan steps inside his guard, casually ripping the cadet badge right off his chest. Yumpa gasps, but Yoan drives a brutal punch into his ribs, sending him flying while spitting blood. Yoan figures an elite fighter like this only survived because one strike was not meant to kill. He moves to finish the job, but Nano suddenly warns him of a massive energy surge building behind him. Whirling around, he yells at his team to hit the dirt. They dive just in time to dodge a lethal energy blast. Then, Yoan raises his hand, forming a sharp chi sword to block the incoming blade. Yoan sneers, telling Yukon he is acting like a complete clown. Yukon barks back that this is payback for the earlier ambush. Still unimpressed, Yoan asks if he is finally awake, noting it took long enough. Yukon asks if he delayed the fight on purpose. Yoan shrugs. He just did not want Yukon crying about a cheap shot after losing. Staring at his rival, Yukon remembers when Yoan was just some weak nobody. He bitterly regrets not tearing Yoan's arm off during their very first meeting, swearing to finish the job today before his monstrous rival gets any stronger. Seeing Yukon get this serious, the crowd realizes he finally views Yoan as a deadly rival. His panicked subordinate knows that if their lord loses, their entire faction is finished. Moving like a ghost, Yukon vanishes from sight. executing the deadly second form of his clan's demonic phantom blade technique. Yoan instantly recognizes it a martial art powerful enough to rival the sacred butterfly dance. Sensing the immense, crushing pressure of Yukon's raw battle aura, Yoan decides holding back would be pure suicide. He blocks the lethal strike head-on and prepares to counter with his own sword style. Yukon is utterly shocked to see his rival manifest a genuine chi sword, left wondering what Yoan is scheming. Yoan deflects the first strike, but Yukon instantly counters with his other arm. He believes no standard sword art can stop the unpredictable demonic phantom blade. His hand curves like a striking snake, forcing Yoan to actively defend. Pushed back, the onlookers cheer, as Yukon finally takes the upper hand. On the sidelines, Wang He and his allies grow tense. He points out that Yukon completely bypassed the defense by shifting his attack angle. That bizarre technique would tear a normal man's arm to shreds, meaning Yukon's body is insanely conditioned. Even Yoan has to admit his rival possesses enough raw power to challenge a high-ranking officer. Grinning, Yukon boasts that Yoan only survived by pure luck, since that last strike was meant to sever his arm. He demands to know why Yoan is using a half-baked sword style instead of his signature butterfly dance. Yoan asks what incomplete style he is talking about, suddenly realizing Yukon recognized the legendary sword art carved on the sapphire monolith. Yukon laughs, warning him that copycatting the Academy's basic 7 demon swords will never work on a master. But since Yukon is still completely clueless, Yoan declares he will end this in just 5 moves. If Yukon keeps foolishly dismissing this style, he is going to lose his entire right arm before those 5 moves are even finished. Yoan asks if he is willing to make a wager on those 5 moves. Intrigued, Yukon tells him to name the stakes, and Yoan calmly suggests they bet their highly valuable cadet badges. Yukon chuckles at the offer, but since Yoan holds 4 badges, he wants to raise the stakes. If Yukon wins, he demands ownership of Baeki as well, leaving the poor guy grumbling in frustration. When Yukon asks if those terms are acceptable, Baeki breaks into a cold sweat. Terrified Yoan might actually gamble him away, but seeing his master's absolute confidence, he decides to put his full faith in Yoan. With the wager set, Yukon arrogantly offers to let Yoan take the first strike. Yoan mocks his sheer hubris, but Yukon just tells him to shut up and bring it. Yoan obliges, lunging straight forward with a simple thrust. Yukon scoffs, calling him a fool whose brainless stubbornness is about to cost him absolutely everything. Yukon boasts that he studied the secret manual of those 7 demon swords countless times with his personal tutors. He already knows every single weakness, instantly countering with the 4th deadly form of his demonic phantom blade. But the moment their weapons clash, Yukon feels his confidence shatter. The crushing weight of Yoan's blade is terrifying. When his rival smoothly raises his hand, Yukon is left utterly bewildered. Yoan presses forward with relentless momentum, making Yukon question if this is even the 7 demon swords anymore. He is sweating bullets, unable to comprehend why each incoming strike feels twice as heavy. The physical pressure is suffocating. Realizing he must create distance, Yukon tries to retreat and prepare his 5th demonic blade strike. But Yoan does not give him a single second to breathe. He is hit with an onslaught so fast it defies belief. Forced into a desperate retreat, Yukon finally realizes he has made a fatal mistake. Yoan spins his blade in a blinding arc, completely shattering his rival's defense. The sword descends, carving a massive, bloody cross right through Yukon's torso in a burst of agony. Deep gashes open up across his limbs. With a chilling, deadpan expression, Yoan steps in and cleanly severs Yukon's right arm, sending another arrogant opponent straight to the medical clinic. Watching his own severed limb fly through the air, it is almost tragic despite his massive ego. Yukon really was a martial arts prodigy. He pushed his limits to reach the peak level before even joining the academy, easily dominating his peers. His devoted followers truly believed he was destined to become the next absolute leader. But none of that matters now as Yukon collapses, screaming and weeping in absolute agony. Yoan quietly declares he has won the wager, leaving the entire crowd paralyzed in disbelief. The supreme genius defeated by a basic sword technique? The crowd is in complete shock. While Yukon desperately uses his chi to stem the bleeding, his panicked lackeys try to rush forward. But Yoan instantly holds his chi sword to Yukon's throat, warning them that one more step will cost their master his remaining arm. His cold stare proves he is not bluffing. The lead lackey frantically orders his comrades to stand down, while Yoan demands his hard-earned winnings. Touching his wound, Yukon weakly demands to know how such a divine technique could possibly originate from those basic 7 demon swords. Yoan simply shrugs, confirming that is indeed all he used. Or, as Yoan puts it, that is just how it looks to someone too weak to comprehend real swordplay. The mocking words hit Yukon hard, as he recalls saying the exact same thing. Now, those very words have returned to completely destroy him. Overcome with bitter humiliation after working so hard to become the next lord, Yukon orders his men to hand over the badges, weakly whispering to Yoan that this is far from over. He promptly passes out from severe blood loss. One of Yukon's terrified cronies glares at Yoan, trembling with fear as he quietly mutters that they will definitely pay him back for this. Handing over the cadet badges with pure, unadulterated hatred, he repeats his master's warning that this is not the end. But Yoan is not in the mood for cheap threats and immediately drops him with a single punch. The idiot actually thought he could make threats and walk away. The impact sends him crashing to the floor, spitting blood while whining that they still kept their promise. Yoan smiles coldly, explaining he only promised to take their badges, not to let them off tangent-free. As they pale in terror, Yoan notes Yukon taught him a valuable lesson: never leave loose ends. The guy suddenly realizes Chun Yoan is a massive grudge holder, pleading that beating a defeated opponent is totally uncool. But Yoan literally does not care, and clocks him anyway, sending him flying through the air to land with a shattered jaw. Yoan laughs at their hypocrisy. It's fine when they do it, but cruel when someone else takes revenge. He immediately orders his crew to round up the survivors and break every single one of their limbs. Yoan's loyal squad rushes the remaining cadets, who are already shaking like leaves, leaving the entire opposing group completely broken and defeated. When Yoan casually hands the stolen badges to his team, Ko Wang-her asks why he is giving them up. Yoan simply replies he has no use for them, making Ko Wang-her realize that in this ruthless academy, survival is only for the strong. Yoan owed them absolutely nothing, and Ko Wang-her realizes this young master is truly destined for greatness. But he also knows this brutal clash has officially painted a massive target on their backs for the hostile Blade clan. Since war is coming anyway, why not help him claim the throne? The entire squad drops to their knees before Chun Yoan. When he asks what is happening, they press their foreheads to the dirt and swear absolute loyalty to Master Yoan. As they beg him to take them in, Baki whispers to Ko Wang-her that everything went exactly as he calculated. Baki chuckles softly, leaving the others to realize this quiet guy is way smarter than he looks. Who knew that Scary Fighter had a brain for tactics? Later, on the second floor of the Academy infirmary, Dr. Beck is grinning from ear to ear, thanking Chun Yoan for sending him a massive wave of new patients. Another instructor watches him happily examining the bloody cadets and calls him a weirdo, while Dr. Beck excitedly chooses who to heal first. A nearby teacher sighs, noting it feels like yesterday when Yoan was brought in half dead. Now, the boy is a literal monster. Dr. Beck cuts their chatter short, barking orders to stabilize Yu Cheng, who is clinging to life. Meanwhile, Zhang mutters that his lord has earned his undying respect, and he will follow him forever. In the director's office, Director Ma stares at the boy who used the forbidden reverse bloody demon technique. He immediately channels his chi, forcing the boy's damaged meridians back to their proper places. A moment later, the boy wakes up coughing violently, and Director Ma notes he is finally conscious. The boy confusedly asks how he got here, claiming he was just fighting Qian Yuchan and Chun Yoan, but Ma cuts him off. Director Ma snaps that he asks the questions here. He demands to know how the boy learned that forbidden reverse bloody demon technique, making the boy realize his life is on the line. Seeing the boy's panic, Director Ma glares with furious disappointment as the cadet weakly claims he has no idea what he means. Done playing games, Ma simply raises his hand, lifting the boy into the air using pure chi. Terrified, the boy begs to know why the director is torturing him. Director Ma merely pulls him closer, using invisible chi to brutally twist and snap his arm. Outside, absolute silence reigns. Nobody would dare interfere even if they heard. The boy screams in agony as his arm is slowly broken. Director Ma calmly notes that his powerful aura has sealed the room, making sure those agonizing cries never reach the outside world. Ma then recites the boy's academy file, noting his official profile claims no ties to any major outside clan. As the boy weeps in absolute terror, Director Ma tells him he must think he is a master of deception. But a 17-year-old mastering a lost, decades-old forbidden art instantly exposes his entire clan. Ma warns that if the Sword Warrior clan is completely wiped out, he will not care, before instantly snapping the boy's leg too. Despite the blinding agony, the boy refuses to speak. Angered, Director Ma grabs him by the throat, telling him he foolishly underestimated the demonic cult's massive information network. Did he honestly think Ma was clueless about the Sword Warrior clan being a shadow branch of the massive Blade clan? Desperate and out of options, the boy gives up on hiding, bites his own tongue, and coughs up a huge spray of blood. Director Ma is genuinely shocked because he never expected the kid to go this far. He did not just bite his tongue, he also violently reversed his own chi flow to commit suicide. Ma desperately tries to suppress the chaotic energy in the boy's stomach, but fails, realizing these spies were trained to die rather than talk. As the boy's vision fades, He bitterly wonders if he is really dying like a dog for his clan. Broken and full of regret, his final thought is, how unfair this all is. Later, at 6 o'clock in the evening, a massive crowd gathers around Chunyo-won in the dining hall, begging for a single chance to join his faction. Suddenly, Hubong steps forward, ordering everyone to get in line. He demands to know how they dare expect to speak directly to his great lord after causing so much chaos. He tells them they will wait their turn if they want an audience. Looking incredibly proud of himself, Hubong excels at this, leaving Ko Wang-her to realize there is absolutely no stopping his hype man energy now. Ko Wang-her wonders if the rumors of the fight have already spread this quickly. But then again, it makes sense, considering Chun Yo-won just defeated both instructor Hu Jinchang and the powerful Cheon Yu-chan. Ko Wang-her proudly notes that his lord is finally recognized as a true throne candidate alongside Muyen of the rival clan. Naturally, Yoan is now the center of attention as the massive crowd gathers before him. The first to step forward is Cadet 70, Yansub from the Thief clan. As he kneels, he wonders if this formal stuff is necessary. But Sojong-hee explains that despite their mid-tier status, they want to serve him. One by one, the other cadets follow suit. Chun Yo-won realizes there are simply too many people to interview individually. As night falls, he thanks everyone for coming, but warns them that they need to hear some hard truths first. He announces that he is not just looking for bodies to pass the next academy test. Instead, he wants true allies to help him rebuild the entire demonic cult. The path will be dangerous, but he will walk it with them, and if they cannot commit, he must turn them away. Watching this, Moon-ku marvels at how much his lord has grown since promising to change the cult. Moon-ku sees his genius. Instead of attacking the 6 main clans, he made reforming the entire cult his ultimate, unifying goal. This approach is far less terrifying to neutral cadets, while still proving his immense ambition as a future leader. Yet, without the backing of a major clan, Moon-ku wonders how many will actually stick around. Sure enough, one cadet stands up and apologizes, explaining that his family is bound to the dominant Sound clan. Others excuse themselves as well, and though it is a shame, Moon-ku knows they still gained plenty of recruits. Soon, only a loyal handful of cadets are left standing, but Chun Yo-won smiles, genuinely pleased with the turnout. One cadet stands tall, declaring that despite his weak skills, he wants to join this grand journey. The other recruits beg Chun Yo-won to accept the kid, but suddenly, an unexpected newcomer arrives, calling out to Yo-won and asking to have a quick word with him. Moon-ku immediately recognizes the newcomer as Samachak. The boy desperately begs Yo-won to accept him no matter what, prompting Yo-won to ask why he should. Moon-ku quickly explains that Samachak is the grandson of the powerful 9th elder. In the hierarchy of the heavenly demonic cult, the 12 council elders sit right below the lord himself. Unlike the inherited power of the 6 major clans, these elders earn their positions through absolute, legendary martial strength. The 9th elder, hailing from the renowned Black Dragon Palm clan, rose to prominence during the last Great War. He is incredibly sharp and built his family up to rival the authority of the 6 dominant clans. As Samachak walks over to Chun Yo-won, everyone instantly notices he has a severe limp, making them wonder what could have possibly happened to such a prestigious talent. Samachak asks if Chun Yo-won really has 6 academy badges. When Yo-won confirms it, Samachak reveals that one of those badges belongs to him, explaining how the 6 major clans continuously tried to force him to join them, but he refused them every time. Eventually, Cheon Yu-chan approached him for the 3rd time, demanding a final answer on whether he would submit and become his loyal subordinate. Samachak politely declined, stating he wished to remain completely neutral and focus solely on his academy training. But the instant he answered, Cheon Yu-chan brutally attacked him, and Samachak was completely overwhelmed. Cheon Yu-chan stole his badge, shattered his left leg and right arm, and threatened to leave him to fail unless he joined. This reminds Hubong just how vile Cheon Yu-chan is, not merely envious of talent, but completely obsessed with destroying it. Samachak planned to join any random group to seek revenge later, but nobody would accept a guy with a broken arm and leg. Confused by this long sob story, Chun Yo-won asks him what exactly he expects him to do about it. Hubong thinks someone with that level of skill should easily find a squad, but Moon-ku reveals that one leader actually agreed, only to cancel 2 hours later because Yukon blacklisted her. Hearing this, Hubong realizes just what a snake Yukon really was, feeling pretty glad that their lord chopped his arm off. Gall totally agrees. Still, Moon-ku wanted sweet revenge regardless of the academy rules, but when she heard that Yo-won had already sliced off Yukan's arm, she didn't know whether to celebrate or feel robbed. So, she wraps up her story by claiming that Yoan now has to take responsibility for her. Our guy is totally baffled. Sure, he knows she is in a bind, but how on earth does that logic work? Everyone in the room can tell this responsibility talk is getting a little weird. Sensing the awkward vibe, Munku quickly starts apologizing for getting too emotional. All she really wants is simple: let her join the squad, busted limbs and all. Yoan looks at her and asks for clarity. Does she want to truly serve him, or is she just looking for a free ride? Munku hesitates, unable to give an immediate answer. She recalls her grandfather's warning to remain completely neutral inside the academy. But if she ever encountered a master truly worthy of her loyalty, she was told to observe them very closely first. So Munku proposes joining the squad temporarily to test the waters, promising a quick decision. Yoan asks if she's joking, then flatly rejects her. As she starts to panic, Ko Wang-her steps in, asking his master to reconsider since she's in a desperate situation. In a hushed voice, Ko Wang-her warns that letting a martial prodigy like her walk away is a massive mistake, especially since every other faction is dying to recruit her. Ko Wang-her reasons that if a potential leader is willing to kneel like this, she'll likely become fiercely loyal down the road. So, taking her in for now is a safe bet. But Yoan counters that if he bends the rules now, it's unfair to everyone he already rejected. Skill alone doesn't justify making exceptions. Desperate, Munku quickly begs him for just 4 days to prove herself. Yoan begins to shake his head, so Munku keeps bargaining, frantically dropping the request to 2 days, then just 1. He stops her, demanding to know why she is this desperate to join. At that moment, Yoan quietly commands Nano to scan her face. Munku starts stuttering, claiming she just wants to truly understand what kind of leader he is, while Nano begins the analysis. Suddenly, Nano reports an error, stating the target's face cannot be properly analyzed. When Yoan asks why, Nano explains that her face is actually covered by a layer of artificial skin. Looking closely, Yoan notices a strange texture near her ears and neck, realizing it must be a realistic disguise mask. Why would Munku hide her face? Nano scans the rest of her body, estimating her age between 15 and 17. Then, Nano drops a bombshell. The target is actually female. Realizing Munku is hiding her true identity, Yoan is left completely shocked. Meanwhile, Munku notices him staring at her neck and ears, nervously wondering if he somehow figured it out, though she doubts it's possible. But then Yoan says it out loud: she is a girl. Panicking instantly, she blurts out that she really wants to serve him. She admits she hadn't thought everything through, but now she is ready to pledge her entire life to him if he'll just accept her. The surrounding crew is utterly speechless at her sudden surrender. Before he can say another word, she quietly requests to speak with him in private. Yoan agrees. A short while later, they meet up, and Munku addresses him with a much calmer tone. Ko Wang-her, Baki, and Hu Bong formally introduce themselves to her while Yoan watches from afar. With 26 new recruits joining, bringing their total to 53, he decides it's time to reorganize his growing faction. He divides them based on his available badges, appointing 5 squad leaders chosen for their strength and loyalty. Ko Wang-her takes the first squad, Baki leads the second, and Samachak heads the third, commanding the female cadets. The 4th team is assigned to Yemen, and the 5th goes to Gaul, who already had a small crew of 4. Just like that, Yoan commands the single largest faction in the entire academy. Later that night, around 8, they meet secretly behind the specialist training area. There, Munku finally drops her disguise, revealing that the face on her mask actually belongs to her younger brother. She explains that before her birth, her father was ambushed and killed by rival forces on a mission. The devastating shock caused her mother to pass away while giving birth to her younger brother. Her brother Mun Yu was born with a severe illness from that traumatic birth, which their grandfather kept hidden from the world. Yoan now understands why she pushed herself so hard in martial arts. But since a lie like that can't stay hidden forever, he asks why they had to go to such extremes. She explains that the 6 great clans keep pressuring her family, even sending matchmakers to force an alliance. They targeted her family before she even entered the academy. It all makes sense to Yoan now. Traditionally, their clan head must always be a man. If the truth slipped, they would marry her off, drag her frail brother into the academy, and arrange a fatal accident allowing an outsider to seize their clan and shatter the balance among the 6 great clans. That's why she disguised herself as a man to enter the academy. If she achieves outstanding results, those greedy clans won't dare lay a finger on her brother. Yoan points out that since absolutely nobody knows her true gender, why use her real name instead of her brother's? She explains that it has to look like her own independent choice, ensuring her family remains safe if she is ever caught. Hearing this tragic tale, Yoan is deeply moved by her struggle of growing up without parents. She tells him that now he knows the truth behind her mask, asking him to keep it a secret. He promises to keep quiet, then asks if she has been altering her voice, too. Switching back to her sweet, natural voice, she laughs. Of course she was, or she would have been busted instantly. Yoan realizes her disguised voice really did sound like a teenage boy, but now it is glaringly obvious she is a girl. She sighs. happy she can finally speak normally without making her throat sore. Suddenly, she remembers a critical detail: it is time to glue her disguise back on. If she doesn't reattach it nightly, it might slip. Without hesitation, she begins peeling the mask off right in front of him. Fumbling with the edges for a second, she finally pulls the mask free, letting her long hair cascade down and revealing her breathtaking face. She complains about how tough this is to do one-handed. As she begins prepping the mask, Yoan simply cannot take his eyes off her. She smiles, saying it's great that he is here. Right then, our hero realizes life is about more than just nanomachines and ripping off arms. A strange warmth fills him, and then she asks for his hands, passing him the mask. With her injured arm, she notes he should understand why this is such a hassle. He barely keeps his composure. Staring at her up close, he is struck by how incredibly beautiful she truly is. Manhwa thanks him, admitting that sharing her deepest secret actually feels like a relief. But with her injuries, regular training remains a struggle. He asks if he is heading to the specialist training center next, and he nods. When she inquires about his living quarters, he tells her he is in Building 4, Room 7. Since she is officially part of his crew, she casually declares she will pack her things and move in with him. She leaves Yoan standing there in a total daze, suddenly remembering how wild Building 4 gets. Meanwhile, Chun Mukium is absolutely demolishing another poor cadet. The battered boy can barely keep his footing, leaving the arrogant young master annoyed by just how pathetic his opponent is. His bald companion notes that during the 10 days their master spent recovering in the hospital, the other cadets have grown much stronger. Even so, an elite survivor lasting 30 moves against him is concerning. He observes that Chun Mukium has amassed over 60 years of internal energy thanks to consuming rare medicinal pills. Driven by pure desperation, his mastery is already catching up to natural-born experts. Chun Mukium tells Jerian that now that they have secured a badge, they can finally move. Jerian knows they are hunting that absolute monster, Yoan. Mukium is determined to close the gap and surpass him once and for all. Meanwhile, back at the Academy's Building 4 dormitory, Manhwa has already made herself at home, relaxing on a bed and eagerly waiting for Yoan's return. Yoan instantly realizes this is a total disaster. Still, he hopes Manhwa's mask will keep her identity safe. But then Bong starts stripping the second he walks in, strolling around completely naked without a care. Yoan literally wants to vanish from existence. He knew this was coming. In his head, he desperately apologizes to Manhwa for failing to protect her dignity. Then, of course, the other boys join in and start undressing right there. Our main character quietly whispers to ask if she is okay. Manhwa insists she is fine, claiming it has happened before, so she is used to it. She even tells him to go bathe, but her face is totally bright red. Her body heat is literally rising, and he can tell she is just playing it cool while refusing to make eye contact. Yoan starts thinking they seriously need some basic rules against being completely naked in the room. The next morning, marking the 7th day of the 3rd test, Yoan and his crew march over to the main building to turn in their badges. Now, they are officially recognized as official group leaders. Out of 17 badges total, the Sama clan holds 2, but only registered 1 group leader, leaving 16 groups in total. That means 15 out of the 106 cadets are still solo, with 21 days left to find a team. Right after breakfast, they head to the field to learn the sword forms. Wang He tells Yoan that since they are all busy training their own people, it is probably better if they manage their groups separately. This makes Yoan realize they are just pretending to help him, while the actual reason goes back to a conversation about training from the previous day. It started at breakfast when he overheard them talking. Gears agreed with Wang He, saying they already have a set training routine and want to stick to it. So, Yoan simply tells them to do whatever they want. Still, he can see they are trying to outdo each other, which he figures is healthy rivalry. Then, Yumin admits his group is still short on members. Songhua is in the same boat, so she apologizes and asks Yoan to watch over her members until they are fully recruited. They promise to keep searching, and he tells them not to worry about it. Gathering recruits will be tough since joining a group is a massive decision. He also remembers Baekji needs people, but since Baekji hates taking handouts, he will likely handle it all on his own. Later, Yoan begins training his first batch of cadets. Manhwa watches him closely, doubting he can really track everyone in such a massive crowd, though she is still incredibly excited. She is finally getting to learn legendary martial arts directly from her master. Yoan feels pretty nervous since this is his first time teaching, but he has to start somewhere. He tells them he will demonstrate the moves slowly first, warning everyone to pay close attention. He then begins the demonstration, and what he shows is absolutely mind-blowing, perfectly matching the secret manual drawings. Manhwa can hardly believe her eyes, especially since she heard Yoan spent 5 of the last 7 days in detention. Yet, his performance is completely flawless. She is naturally talented at copying movements, but even she knows she could not master a brand new style so flawlessly. When he finishes, Yoan asks if they manage to understand it. He promises to guide them all individually and orders them to practice the 7 swords. The cadets get incredibly hyped, knowing a personal coaching session with their leader is extremely rare. Munku asks who wants to step up first, but Yoan instantly cuts her off. He orders everyone to perform the stance all at once to save time, leaving them wondering what kind of crazy plan this is. The cadets are completely speechless. Munku thinks this might make sense for simple group formation practice, but teaching a complex martial art to everyone simultaneously seems impossible. She wonders if she should step in to help, but before she can, Yoan loudly commands them to start the first technique. Secretly, he instructs Nano to activate augmented reality. He orders the AI to use tutorial mode to analyze their movements and point out every single mistake. Nano immediately processes the command, and Yoan gives the signal to execute the very first sword. Everyone moves in unison, and Munku immediately spots the issue. While it looks pretty decent from afar, quite a few cadets are clearly making rookie mistakes. Yoan begins monitoring them one by one using Nano. Munku considers using telepathy to warn her master about who is failing, but then he announces he will call them out by their cadet numbers. He calls out number 31 in the front row. Yoan warns him that he is not putting enough power into his initial arm motion, which will end up weakening the rest of the flow. After warning him to keep that in mind, he turns to number 95, pointing out that his balance is completely off. On the third motion, he stepped forward with his left foot instead of his right. If those steps are completely wrong, the entire technique falls apart, so he has to be extra careful. Yoan also calls out Bong, warning him that his sword is rapidly losing power. On that third movement, Bong only uses wrist strength when the real power should come straight from the hips. Bong quickly thanks him, leaving Munku completely stunned since Yoan caught every single mistake flawlessly. She wonders if he can truly track every single person at once. After Yoan gives direct advice to cadet number 582, Munku realizes his observation skills are completely out of this world. With Nano aiding him, Yoan knows there are still many flaws, but some things must be learned through personal practice. He decides to correct the remaining errors later on. Munku notices their stances are already looking way cleaner, realizing her master is truly incredible. Yoan figures they are smart enough to learn fast, meaning 7 days should be more than enough. Even so, mastering the forms takes longer than anticipated. While cadets from high martial clans master them in 7 days, those from lesser families require a bit more time. Zhang started late due to spending 5 days in the medical ward, but Yoan notes he is talented enough to catch up in just 5 days. Then, 10 days later, Baekji finally returns. Baekji openly admits his defeat to Anu. A delighted Anu praises him, saying anyone who accepts loss so honorably is a real warrior. Baekji then wonders how Anu finished in just 7 days. Anu simply shrugs, claiming it was easy. In his mind, you just beat them until they learn, leaving his entire group trembling in pure fear. Baekji can only stare at him in disbelief. However, mastering the style was not the only progress over those 10 days. Baekji, Sanghwa, and Yumin successfully filled their groups with highly skilled cadets who were leader material themselves. One powerhouse even joined willingly cadet number 78, Takfa. He explains to Yoan that stagnant water always rots, and he hates seeing the cult waste its strength fighting internal clan wars. He truly believes an outsider like Yoan is the one to change this broken system. Meanwhile, a friend of Suni also appears, declaring that in a world of power, empty words mean absolutely nothing. If he can prove his strength, she promises to swear eternal loyalty. Yoan defeats her with ridiculous ease, keeping his eyes completely closed, taking her down in just 3 swift butterfly dance moves. Just like that, 2 elite innate level experts join his ranks. During those same 10 days, Wang He and Sanghwa also train relentlessly and successfully break through to become innate level experts themselves. Yoan offers them his warmest congratulations on this massive achievement. Sanghwa and Wang He thank him deeply, with Wang He adding that as the first sword, he must keep growing so he never becomes a burden. That comment makes Baekji pause in thought, but another cadet suddenly speaks up. He claims he does not want to stir trouble, but argues that the first sword title should belong to Baekji. Wang He's followers immediately push back, calling out his blatant bias. Even though Baekji remains quiet, his own faction starts actively arguing with the rival group over who deserves the ultimate spot. Meanwhile, Yoan and Takfa choose not to interfere in the drama. Takfa speaks directly into his master's mind, noting that with so many followers, this sort of ranking conflict was bound to happen. He suggests this is the perfect opportunity to establish a clear hierarchy. Tak reminds him that while loyalty is great, in their demonic cult, absolute power is what truly dictates your rank. Chen knows a clear hierarchy is absolutely essential for leading people. But with the third test just around the corner, getting injured right now would be a disaster. He has to play this smart. Out of nowhere, he yells at the crowd to shut up. Since they decided to bring it up, he might as well use this moment to establish order. He declares he will handpick the 6 strongest fighters to form his elite guard, the 6 swords, all equal in rank. When Srojan asks about the specific number, Chen explains that after graduation, they are taking on the 6 legendary clans. Because of that, he needs 6 absolute monsters to lead the front line. The tension in the room instantly skyrockets. Lang Hu points out a glaring flaw. They are literally replacing one ruling group with another. Is that not just restarting the same old cycle of corruption? Kine strongly disagrees. This title will never be permanent. Every single year, the strongest must compete for their spot, and even Chen will obey that rule. Bake chimes in, realizing that if Chen secures the throne, this dynamic system will completely crush the old power structure. Chen decides to keep things simple with the next trial looming. He commands everyone below the master level to step forward, then challenges the crowd. Does anyone actually dare to oppose his final choice? Honestly, the 6 recruits look way too terrifying, so nobody says a word. Just as Meng wonders who will claim the title of First Sword, Bake speaks up with a new idea. There needs to be a clear hierarchy among them. Srojan agrees. If they are doing this, rank should be decided by raw combat skill. Chen agrees, but to prevent serious injuries before the test, he caps their power output to level 3 max. Mun happily points out she is fully healed and ready to fight. Chen sighs, saying it is a shame he cannot battle her directly, but she playfully tells him they can settle it next year. That means Mun will automatically take the 6th spot. Suddenly, Wanho bursts out laughing and rips his shirt clean off. The girls look at him in absolute, unfiltered disgust. Flexing hard, he asks if they are fighting or what. Bake sighs, wondering why this guy always loses his clothes. The girls are officially fed up. Without warning, they both charge him at once, screaming that he dies first. And honestly, Wanho is loving every second. He is genuinely thrilled to take them both on. Next, Chai steps forward. He admits he might not be as naturally gifted as Mun, but he expects Bake to give him everything he has. Bake formally introduces himself and politely offers the opening move. Chai tells him not to regret it, charging in like a bullet. Meanwhile, Ho and Wu are relentlessly pressing Wanho, but the big guy is holding his ground. He spots a major opening whenever the 2 girls get too close to each other. Taking full advantage of the gap, he blasts them both backward. They are stunned, and Ho immediately snaps at Wu to stay out of her way. Wu fires back that Ho should look in a mirror first. Just like that, they completely forget their opponent and turn on each other. Ho dares Wu to try and take her down, trading insults about their sizes. Wu nearly sweeps Ho off her feet. Watching from the sideline, Wu goes for the finishing blow, but Ho cleanly counters. A heavy strike connects right with Wu's head, dropping her cold. But Ho did not escape. Unscathed, her shoulder is completely dislocated. Wu groans on the floor, absolutely unable to believe she lost to her rival. Ho mocks her for complaining so much for a sword user. Wu snaps back, calling her a brainless brute who only knows how to swing a heavy axe. Suddenly, Wanho roars at them to stop ignoring him, charging straight at Bakan. Bakan warns him to back off and stay out of his duel. But Wanho just chuckles, shouting that a 3-way fight is way more fun, and launches a heavy strike. Bakan meets him head-on, locking them in a brutal stalemate. Bakan notes that with Wanho's massive size, one clean, precise strike will end this. Wanho just grins, replying that Bakan's fists cannot possibly match the raw power of his heavy kicks. Before they can clash, Chai boldly slides right between them. He warns them that if they keep stalling, he is stealing the title of First Sword for himself. They easily dodge his sneak attack, and Wanho instantly corners Chai from behind. The heavy strike barely misses. Chai dodges, but instantly runs straight into a devastating joint assault from Wanho and Bake, knocking him clean out of the competition. Chen thinks Chai brought this on himself, while Mun notes 4th place is officially settled. Bakan notes there are only 3 fighters left standing. Tired of waiting, Wanho challenges them both to attack him at the exact same time. Bake scoffs at his arrogance, while Ho decides she has had enough of watching from the sidelines. The chaotic brawl rages on until Ho is forced to yield. Panting heavily, she admits she thought her stamina was unmatched, but those 2 guys are absolute monsters on a completely different level. Wanho loudly claims the title of First Sword is practically his. But Bake knows Wanho's massive reach and sheer weight are highly dangerous, especially since Bakan specializes in close-range fist techniques. Rushing in, Bake throws a clever feint. He suddenly drops low, launching a lightning-fast kick directly into Wanho's stomach that sends the big man flying backward. Bake knew a low sweep was the perfect counter. Before Wanho can even land, Baek presses the advantage and launches another heavy strike, blasting him through the air once more. Yielding to the pressure, Wonho finally admits defeat, leaving Baek as the undisputed first sword. With that, the official rank is settled. First is Baek, second is Wonho, third is Ho, fourth is Chai, fifth is Wu, and sixth is Mun. Chen smiles, realizing the elite force meant to crush the 6 clans is finally coming together. But they still have a mountain to climb, and Chen needs to get significantly stronger to ensure nobody in the cult ever dares to challenge him. Soon, the morning of the 3rd test arrives. Inside the main office, Mong asks the Grand Guardian if this madness was actually approved. The Guardian confirms the decision was made by the High Elders 2 days ago, and the Lord himself personally signed off on it. Usually, Academy exams are designed solely by the director and instructors after cadets enter the school. These plans are then sent up the chain of command, passing through the elders before reaching the Lord. While changes to the exam can be requested, altering the rules on the actual day of the test is completely unprecedented. Mong realizes they must have thought the original exam was far too easy, which is honestly just ridiculous. It makes no sense for the Lord, who spent years keeping the 6 clans in check, to approve such a reckless change. Something is seriously wrong here. The Grand Guardian silently observes Mong before pulling out a hidden letter and handing it over. The moment Mong reads the message, shock washes over him, and he begins circulating his internal energy. Despite his confusion over who would send this now, he formally accepts the command. He suspects the 6 great clans are trying to exploit this 3rd exam for their own gain. But whatever they are planning, they are walking straight into a deadly trap. By 10 that morning, the cadets assemble in the Grand Training Hall, lining up face to face. Chen watches them, highly satisfied. Mastering the 7 swords formation was no easy task, but his squad is now brimming with absolute confidence. And yet, an uneasy silence hangs over the hall. They have been waiting 15 minutes, but the strictly punctual instructors are nowhere to be found. Finally, figures emerge. But the instructors are dragging a line of heavily beaten men with sackcloth over their heads, shouting and striking them as they march. Chen stares in disbelief. Who on earth are these prisoners? Mong steps forward, demanding to know if they spent their 20 days of preparation wisely. The crowd roars in agreement. But Mong immediately drops a bombshell. There has been a last-minute change to the exam. Instantly, a wave of anxiety sweeps through the ranks as cadets murmur in panic. Suddenly, real, sharpened steel swords are clattered onto the stone floor. Mong explains that while the original trial was to defeat the instructors, things have officially changed. The core concept remains simple. They still need to execute the sword formation. However, their targets are now these chained captives, captured warriors from the rival factions of the Martial Arts Alliance. To pass, the cadets must take their lives. This is no longer a drill, it is their first real battle. Mong warns that these captives will win their freedom if they survive, so they will fight like cornered beasts. Any hesitation means certain death. The atmosphere plunges into dread, and Chen feels the shift instantly. The carefree academy days are officially over. This is a true test of survival. Mong calls forward the first team led by Cadet 700, Sama, who steel-facedly introduces himself to his grim teammates. I watch Mong tell everyone to keep their cool while the prisoners' pressure points are released. The moment they pull the bag off his head, Mong orders the start. The guy just blinks, completely lost, asking what is going on. They tell him he technically volunteered, promised a ticket out of here if he can beat a sword formation. But then he looks closer and realizes his opponents are literally children. Sama immediately barks out orders for the 3rd formation. As they charge, the prisoner realizes these kids are not playing around. Watching them, I can tell they have actually mastered the technique, their movements completely in sync with one another. It did not matter if they read the manual a bit differently as long as they struck as one. Still, the prisoner manages to deflect every blow, even as more blades slice in from every angle. He realizes his muscles are still stiff from captivity, making it hard to move. Sama spots the opening and orders the 2nd formation, but 2 of our cadets completely fumble and crash into each other. The prisoner jumps on that mistake, swinging his sword at one of the boys. The kid is a goner, but at the very last second, the man hesitates. Feeling a sudden pang of guilt over slaying a kid, he halts his blade. I catch that brief hesitation. In that split second, 3 other swords pierce the prisoner, ending him right there. He looks back with tearful eyes before completely collapsing. The cadets stand there shaken, realizing they just took a life. Yet, the crowd starts cheering wildly for their victory. Sama quietly thinks the man had already stopped his attack, meaning they did not have to kill him. The director steps up to congratulate them, announcing their pass. But they are left completely confused when they hear only 7 of them actually made the cut. They wonder if that collision ruined it for the rest. That is when I realize the true catch of this test. Even in a group exam, we are judged individually. Up next is Mujian's team, and their opponent is a notorious, highly skilled martial artist from the evil faction. He strikes before anyone can initiate a technique. They quickly switch to the fifth formation to dodge, but he still manages to slice off one cadet's arm. He exploits their sheer terror to tear their formation to shreds, but his arrogance gets the best of him. Mugen capitalizes on this, landing a devastating spring-planned fist strike right on him. After that opening, they finish him off easily, with the 5 cadets who kept their grip on their swords wrapping up the formation. Ultimately, only 6 pass, including Mugen. He lost half his squad, including Cadet Adge, one of his trusted followers. The third group goes up against a warrior from the Justice faction who holds absolutely nothing back, leaving several cadets severely wounded. Only 3 pass. The next 5 groups face similar brutal life-or-death matches, but Mugen's leads the only team where everyone survives. Young thinks everything is normal so far, but as I expected, their real target is me. They must have decided they cannot wait 4 years. 2 candidates already lost their arms, and one does not even have his Dantian anymore, so they want me dead now. Still, with the Lord watching, they cannot just openly disregard the Academy rules. They tried to outplay everyone by altering this test, but I highly doubt things will go according to their plan. Next up is Cadet Yoan's group. The moment Bong sees our opponent, his face pales with dread. This guy is bad news. Even with his pressure points still sealed, he is radiating a massive, bloodthirsty killing intent, and he is definitely not from the forces of justice. As the prisoner is unshackled, I notice something strange. Unlike the previous fighters, this guy is actively searching the crowd. Suddenly, Instructor Ho sends me a direct voice transmission, warning me to stay on high alert. I am startled. Ho used telepathy because he knows this test is rigged. Now I am certain something is very wrong. Then, the start command echoes, and the man raises his sword. I notice he takes his stance but does not immediately attack. Is he really that confident? I order the 4th formation, but as the words leave my mouth, the man locks his crazed gaze directly onto me. My group charges him, but he sweeps our weapons aside with laughable ease. My team cannot comprehend how his strikes carry such ridiculous, heavy power. He unleashes a terrifying counterattack, slamming into us with an overwhelming weight that almost ends several lives in a single sweep. Up on the stage, Mong gets anxious, wondering how he shattered 2 swords so easily. They begin to realize this man is far beyond a standard specialist. Bike also senses the danger, immediately calling for the test to be halted. A master-level martial artist has entered the arena, and this has turned deadly fast. Ho screams for my group to retreat immediately. He is bewildered. The prisoner's energy was checked beforehand and only registered at a specialist level. Was the lunatic somehow hiding his true power all along? But the maniac snatches up one of the boys and hurls him straight at Ho, forcing the instructor to catch the kid and lose precious seconds. Ho realizes this freak has the strength of an innate master. Shocked, he missed it. While Ho is forced back with the cadet, the crowd notices the prisoner is channeling the reverse, bloody demonic technique. The man declares their little training days are over, and it is time to die, before locking eyes with me. The assassin looks slightly confused. He was briefed that I had barely reached the level of an innate expert, but instead of trembling in fear, I just stare coldly back at him, confirming that I am indeed his target. He lunges right at me, boasting that he will slice me to ribbons. Bong and the others scream out in panic, but there is no time for backup. As his sword swings down, I calmly tell him he is way too loud. I draw my blade and execute the first form of the heavenly demonic sword style, cutting him down in one single strike. The entire crowd is left completely stunned. Even my half-brother trembles as he stares at me, finally realizing I am an absolute monster. Meanwhile, Ho notices the assassin's skin was so tough that even my strike did not cut cleanly through. Even on the floor, the man struggles up, but I expected as much. The man rises in a frenzied, berserk state, screaming that he will slaughter me. He lets out a deafening roar, hitting everyone with a heavy wave of pure aura. Several cadets actually cough up blood from the sheer force. Nano immediately explains that his scream carries lethal sound frequencies, so my emergency defense system activates to protect my body and ears from the damage. The man wheezes that since the lion's roar is out, I must die today. Ho snaps back, telling him he can keep talking if he manages to survive. But as the man swings, the right guardian flashes in and severs his arm instantly. Chanhee and the onlookers are frozen in absolute disbelief. The guardian demands to know how this absolute filth dared lay a hand on his precious disciple, while I quietly address him as master. Driven by pure desperation, the attacker loses his mind completely and lunges at the guardian. Chan warns that it is too dangerous, but my master remembers the order was to bring this traitor back barely alive. So, he slices him up from every possible angle, dropping him to his knees until he finally collapses onto the hard ground. Yao watches in absolute awe, shocked that my master completely paralyzed him in a split second. He recognizes the Grandmaster's butterfly dance, noting it looks twice as deadly as the virtual avatar I faced in my training. The paralyzed man groans on the floor, attempting a desperate self-destruct, but Sublers suddenly grabs his head. He scoffs, noting the rat was trying to self-destruct by reversing his internal energy, before coldly asking who gave him permission to die. Sublers forcefully injects his energy, knocking the assassin out cold. He then asks the other elders if they have not wasted enough time on mere insects. The elder stands there annoyed, muttering that Sublers is acting far too arrogant for someone who only fought one guy, calling him a total pain. But then they notice he quietly incapacitated 7 hidden guards in an absolute blink. No one even saw him move, showcasing the sheer, terrifying power of a true Grandmaster. Shobai gets irritated and calls him an idiot. Suddenly, several more figures materialize from the shadows, making everyone realize they had been watching the entire time. The cadets whisper, wondering where these masters came from. They soon identify them as the elite guardian unit serving the Grand Lord, composed entirely of high-tier martial arts specialists. Shobai looks around, complaining that he is getting too much attention standing here. He wishes me luck, hoping to hear great news about my progress. As he departs, I realize we likely won't meet again for 4 years. When that day finally comes, I intend to greet him as the Vice Lord. Outside, Suni admits he still cannot fathom the Grand Lord's true intentions. He used me as literal bait in his trap, treating his own son like a dispensable pawn. Even so, Simi notes he could not see the whole picture, but that looks suspiciously like the heavenly demonic sword technique. Since that red-haired jerk knew about it, the Lord must be pulling the strings. Yoan figures if he keeps watching, he might learn more. If the Lord has some secret master plan for Yoan, a massive storm is bound to shake the demonic cult. With that in mind, Yoan decides it is time to finish up. He announces they are heading straight to the Sword Clan mansion, and everyone follows Sumise. Later on, Borg asks Mashi if he is doing okay. Mashi is fine, thanks to Instructor Ho catching him. They are getting incredibly bold. Attacking in a public place? Right in front of the left guardian, the Lord's right-hand man? Since Mashi was already lurking nearby, he definitely saw this coming. Yoan starts to feel like a mere pawn. His mother never once doubted the Lord's love, even with her very last breath. Yet, while she lay dying of poison, the Lord abandoned her. Yoan wonders if his father ever truly loved his mother. If the Lord just used her to crush the 6 clans, he will regret it. Meanwhile, Meng is deep in thought. Sumiel, the 5th elder and leader of the Song clan, lost control during the very first test and was slapped with 1 year of house arrest. The head of the Poison clan also broke the rules, entering the academy to use poison against Sumiel. That earned him 2 years in prison. To make matters worse, the Sword Clan's secret factions, the Shadow Sword Clan and the Empty Sword Clan, who handled the prisoners, were both tied to the illegal reverse bloody technique. This seriously cost the Sword Clan a massive chunk of power. Although they got results by using the Lord's own son, they were exposed way too easily. Meng thinks they panicked seeing Yoan lead the Battle of the Heirs, but making such a huge mess right now makes no sense. Something is definitely off, just like that poison on Manhwa. Bong officially announces that since Yoan's group pulled off the demonic sword formation flawlessly, they all pass. No matter what, the test goes on. No more prisoners. From here on, they are facing real instructors. Everyone agrees. Bong is relieved, thinking they were the last unlucky bunch. He even brags that they should be proud because the Lord owns most of the remaining groups. But things do not go as planned. The next 7 groups are graded much more harshly. Since the instructors already know the demonic sword techniques inside and out, the actual battles get way tougher. Out of 206 cadets, only 120 pass this 3rd test. Sadly, 38 of Yoan's 72 loyal followers do not make the cut. The instructors congratulate the survivors, declaring them officially recognized as high-ranked warriors. From this moment on, they are finally allowed to use their own specialty weapons. Ong is absolutely thrilled to get his high-rank bronze medal. As they receive their weapons, Songhua gets incredibly emotional, hugging her baby, which is a massive battle axe she missed dearly. The others just stare, wondering what kind of baby is a literal giant axe. An instructor speaks up, telling anyone who does not have a personal weapon yet to go grab one. Yoan starts contemplating what weapon would fit him best. His master once mentioned that the wild sword dance is absolutely essential to unleash the full potential of the butterfly dance. Now he wonders what weapon will synergize best with the heavenly demonic sword technique. Meng remarks that while they arrived as snotty kids, they have grown into real warriors. Next up, the announcement. The 4th test begins immediately, and get this, there is no time limit. They have up to 4 full years at the academy to finish it. Everyone is stunned because 4 years is insanely long. Meng explains that the 4th test is actually the simplest one yet. They can use any weapon and any martial art style they want, All they must do is defeat the instructor. The cadets think that sounds completely crazy. Even the group leaders struggled against instructors who were holding back. One cadet grumbles that his leader only passed by, barely blocking a single strike. But another classmate tells them to stop whining since they have 4 whole years. Yoan quickly figures out the catch. To beat a seasoned instructor within that time, they must reach the specialist level. The other cadets realize this is impossible without a massive breakthrough in their cultivation. This test is designed to filter out the weak right from the gate. Meng warns them that failing this test even once means instant expulsion, just like he told them on day 1. So they better not screw up. That is all for the rules. Meng wishes them luck and dismisses the crowd. A bit later, Yoan catches up with the cadets who failed. He sincerely apologizes for not being able to lead them all the way. They stop him right there. Without him, they would have failed long ago. They promise to wait for him outside and hope he wins the air battle. Yoan admits it is a shame. Just when they were getting close, an instructor calls out for cadet number 7. It is Instructor Mun. Bong whispers that this guy spent 22 days hospitalized after Yoan broke his ribs. Wanho tells Bong to shut up. Instructor Mun walks straight up to Yoan and orders him to the main building. Yoan calmly asks if something happened. The instructor snaps back, asking since when a mere cadet has the right to question him. Yoan complies, telling his friends to head back to the dorms first. Wanho agrees to go. On the way, Yoan wonders if the academy director is summoning him because of the earlier fight. But as they walk deeper, something feels very off. This area is completely off limits to cadets. Suddenly, Instructor Mun stops and says this looks like a good spot. Yoan instantly realizes the director never called him. Mun draws his sword, asking when he ever mentioned the director. Knowing something is wrong, Yoan braces himself. Mun starts cursing, telling him to listen closely right here, right now. He is challenging Yoan to the 4th test. He has waited long enough. Burning with anger, Mun remembers his humiliating defeat. How dare this punk humiliate him in front of the entire academy? Yoan crushed his pride and left him bedridden for 20 days. Yoan stays completely silent while Mun plots. The instructor believes that if he unleashes his full sword technique, he can easily kill the boy in under 10 moves. Mun swears to end him, plotting to tell everyone that the boy challenged him first. He charges with lethal intent, but Yoan calmly blocks the strike, leaving Mun in absolute shock. Yoan says this is actually perfect since Mun brought it up. Mun has no clue what he means. With cold eyes, Yoan declares this is the 4th test. Mun just grunts in confusion. He pours all his chi into the blade, but instead of cutting through, his own hand starts shaking violently. Yoan easily knocks him away, forcing Mun to stumble backward in disbelief. How could this kid improve so much in just 28 days? Mun admits Yoan has gotten stronger, but warns he won't hold back anymore. Yoan tells him to try, and Mun charges again. He unleashes the weightless sword, double upward slash. Yoan tracks the blinding speed, deploying the circular movements of his butterfly dance to stop it. Mun is stunned. His chi blade was blocked. How is this even possible? He wonders if Yoan can manifest a chi blade too. If that is true, then he is an innate specialist, meaning Mun cannot afford any more careless mistakes. Before Mun can even steady his footing, Yoan strikes with the 6th technique of the butterfly dance, the shining butterfly flight. The hit disarms the instructor completely, leaving him defenseless. Yoan lunges forward, aiming directly for his head. Terrified for his life, Mun screams that he surrenders, begging him to stop. Yoan freezes his blade inches from the instructor's nose, leaving him trembling in absolute terror. Yoan casually notes that this means he officially passed the 4th test. Mun quickly agrees, wanting to end the fight right here. But secretly, the instructor has no intention of letting Yoan pass. The exact second Kian lowers his sword, Mun jumps at the chance for a dirty sneak attack. As Kian sheathes his blade, Mun charges in blind with all his chi focused, aiming straight for a fatal strike. But Kian easily dodges, delivering a brutal counter right to the solar plexus that sends Mun flying onto the hard dirt. Mun has no idea how he got red so easily. That's when Mayu points out his chi vanished. His threat level tanked. Kian calls him out for trying to play dumb while hiding that chi in his hands, leaving Mun coughing up a storm. Knowing he's utterly beaten, Mun begs for mercy and promises to stop lying. He gasps that he'll accept defeat and tell the chief that Kian passed. But the boy just stomps on his stomach, making him spit blood while saying of course he will. An hour later, the other instructors can only stare in absolute disappointment. Even Chief Meng shakes his head at Mun groaning on the floor. It's safe to say, Mun completely crossed the line this time. The guy started drama again and even tried to jump a cadet, making a total mockery of the academy. Chief Meng doesn't even want to hear his excuses. Since the test allows fighting back, Qian actually showed restraint. Even with Mun's sneaky murder attempt, Qian kept his cool. Sure, he could have turned him into paste, which would make him look like a bad guy. But breaking a few ribs is actually pretty merciful. The instructors realize Kian is getting incredibly sharp. Hey, a win is a win, right? Chief Mong simply nods along, admitting he always knew this day was coming anyway. He grabs something from his desk, orders the guards to drag Mun to the medical wing, and hands Qian a brand new metal plaque. Naturally, the boy wonders what this shiny thing is. Without saying a word, Chief Mong takes the old cadet badge off Qian's chest and pins the shiny new plate on him. He offers his congratulations for passing the 4th test in record time. In just 2 months, he rebuilt his family name and earned a rank equal to a high instructor. He officially names him squad leader Qian. The chief hands over the legendary Black Dragon Pill, which Qian happily accepts. But wait, there is more. Passing the 4th test unlocks 2 sweet bonus rewards, starting with a private room all to himself. Qian is absolutely thrilled about this. The chief then reveals the 2nd prize, telling him to meet at the blacksmith north of the main building tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The instructor explains that every new squad leader gets a custom weapon forged directly by the cult. Talk about perfect timing. Honestly, that's exactly what our boy needs right now to level up his game. He finally gets some privacy and a killer custom weapon tailored to his style. But then Chief Mong drops a bomb about the 5th test, saying he has to clear the terrifying sealed demonic cave. Over at the clinic, Dr. Bach is stunned. Only a few days passed and this kid is already back. Chief Mong clarifies that entering the sealed demonic cave requires reaching the innate master stage. Qian knows that becoming a master would place him among the absolute top 100 warriors in the entire cult. Just what kind of death trap is this cave if it has such a crazy requirement? He assumes this trial will take a while, but Mong notes plenty of geniuses pass it, before giving him one solid tip. Do not get impatient, because rush jobs lead to failure. He wishes Qian luck, and our hero bows, promising to do his absolute best to live up to those high expectations. A bit later, Qian heads straight for the academy library. It is finally time to inspect the mysterious sapphire monoliths on the 3rd and 4th floors. Arriving at the entrance, he asks to go inside, presenting his shiny new silver medallion as proof of passing the 4th test. The guard instantly freezes up as the surrounding cadets begin to whisper in shock. The exam finished barely an hour ago, so everyone thinks he is just bluffing. But that official medallion is the real deal. The guard is left staring in complete and utter disbelief. In the past, the fastest genius took 5 whole months to reach this stage. Qian did it in just 2. The guard quickly bows and apologizes for doubting a squad leader. Qian easily brushes it off, asking to proceed up to the 3rd floor. Stepping inside, he notes that he is allowed 4 whole hours here, which is double his previous 2nd floor limit. While the other cadets are losing their minds trying to memorize ancient texts, Qian walks straight to the monolith. One look tells him this inscription is way more complex than the one downstairs. He decides to analyze the details later, and orders Nano to record and save the sword marks first. Next, he starts flipping through the library books like a total maniac, leaving nearby cadets deeply annoyed by his bizarre behavior. After scanning 179 high-level manuals, Qian climbs up to the 4th floor. The moment he spots the stone monolith, he notices a single, clean slash that screams high-level swordplay. But why are these legendary monuments so heavily damaged? The sword cuts left behind are incredibly deep and jagged. Nano reports that the power behind this strike was twice as strong as any other monument, leaving Qian completely stunned. He desperately wants to run a full simulation right now, but decides to scan it for later. He notices that the library shrinks with each floor, holding far fewer manuals. Since only the most overpowered secret techniques make the cut up here, it makes sense that space is limited. Scanning the shelves, he realizes about half are advanced techniques from his own cult, while the rest belong to rival factions. Copying all of these will give him a massive tactical advantage in future life-or-death battles. With 6 hours remaining, he starts with his own cult's books. By the end, he successfully scans 245 elite manuals, including over 100 demonic arts, 83 orthodox techniques, and 50 dark skills. After his insane scanning spree, Qian gets a brilliant idea. Why should he keep all these epic techniques to himself? He should definitely share these broken moves with his loyal followers from the lower clans. Suddenly, the guard breaks his train of thought to warn him that it's already way past midnight. Heading out, Qian decides to begin his training in his brand new private quarters. His roommate Bong is absolutely blown away that he reached the 4th floor, and everyone showers him with praise. Bong secretly marvels at his young master's sheer genius. If Qian can clear this test in a single day, he is undoubtedly the strongest candidate to become the next vice leader. Qian tells him that tonight is their very last night rooming together, leaving Bong thoroughly confused. Our hero explains that passing the exam scored him a private suite, and he is moving out tomorrow morning. Wong realizes that passing this test comes with some seriously amazing perks. The next morning at 9, Qian makes his way to the forge north of the main hall, wondering what kind of weapon suits him best. The local blacksmith excitedly greets him as the legendary squad leader who smashed the test record. But as the man introduces himself, Qian spots something rather bizarre about his appearance. The man has absolutely zero facial hair, no eyebrows, and completely smooth arms. Qian quietly wonders if the extreme heat melted it all off. The smith chuckles, calling it an occupational hazard, making Qian realize he was staring. The blacksmith formally introduces himself as Sugo, a proud descendant of the legendary master craftsman Yizi. Hearing that name instantly grabs Qian's full attention. He remembers reading about Yizi in his history lessons. The legendary blacksmith from the spring and autumn period forged masterpiece weapons that every single warrior in the land dreamed of owning. Iconic blades like the Black Purity and the Great Destroyer were all his masterpieces. Sugo tells him to wipe that starstruck look off his face. Yizi had countless descendants, and Sugo admits he cannot possibly match his ancestors' legendary talent. Qian politely reassures him, and a highly flattered Sugo promises to forge the absolute greatest weapon of his life. He notes that Qian seems to wield both long swords and short blades, which Qian confirms. But when our hero asks if he can forge both, Sugo offers an apologetic sigh. Since the blacksmith can only make one weapon, Qian is stuck in a dilemma, a real puzzle. He remembers the terrifying backlash of the demonic sword art on that prisoner, which cracked his blade. Pushing it would have turned the blade to dust. He chooses the long sword instead. Su Wangho praises the decision, admitting he is much better at making long swords anyway. Before starting, the blacksmith asks to see Qian's sword technique. To craft the perfect blade, he must observe his movement firsthand. Only then can he judge the proper length, power, and hardness. Qian gets it. He draws his weapon and takes a stance. As Qian performs the form, Su Wangho watches in absolute shock. When it's over, Qian asks if that was enough. The blacksmith nods silently, but his face suddenly darkens. He struggles to find the right words, warning Qian that forging a sword for him might actually be impossible. Qian stands there, completely confused. Suddenly, Su Wangho taps Qian's current blade with his hammer, and the entire thing instantly shatters. Qian is completely stunned. The weapon did not just crack. The entire blade disintegrated into pieces. He assumed it was fine since he had not used it in real battle yet. But the blacksmith explains the truth. Qian's technique is simply too fierce for any ordinary steel to handle. Can a stronger sword be made? Su Wangho sighs. Skill alone is not the issue here. To survive that intense pressure, they need to forge a blade using legendary cold iron. He explains that cold iron is a rare metal packed with icy energy from the Northern Ocean. It is incredibly tough. However, the demonic cult only hands it out to elite brigade leaders. Qian knew his heavenly demonic style was strong, but this is overwhelming. Su Wangho apologizes. Seeing such a monstrous art makes him desperately want to craft the perfect weapon for him, but his hands are tied. Qian tells him not to worry. He will just pass the 5th test and earn that rank. In the meantime, he decides to show him his short sword technique instead. Thankfully, after witnessing the butterfly dance, Su Wangho agrees he can forge this one. He instructs Qian to return in half a month. Later, back in his private training room, Qian notices other cadets are rapidly catching up to the master level. It's time to choose. Take his 2 black dragon pills one by one, or swallow both at once? He hesitates for a moment, then throws both pills directly into his mouth. He has no time to overthink. Suddenly, a strange sensation hits him as he tells Nano he is ready to cultivate. Qian requests help absorbing the massive energy. Nano warns that a violent amount of power is surging inside him. It rises fast, mixing with the energy flowing through his 14 main channels. Nano warns that his pressure points could easily overload if the energy distribution fails. Qian cuts her off immediately, telling her to stop making the process sound so dramatic. It is simple, even if it hurts like hell. He remembers Baekyo, the legendary founder of the Poison Clan. Everyone feared him as the Lord of 10,000 Poisons. Even with his deep mastery over medicine, the founder failed countless times before making the first black dragon pill. They were designed at the perfect size to absorb safely without rupturing pressure points. Suddenly, Qian unleashes the technique. Blood instantly bursts from his body as his meridians begin to tear apart. But Nano works fast, rapidly replicating cells to repair the severe damage. Qian realizes the truth. Without Nano, every single blood vessel and pressure point would have ruptured, leaving him to bleed to death on the spot. She suggests using breathing methods from his other martial arts instead of this violent demonic style. Blood vessels are bursting constantly, but she quickly works to heal the ongoing damage. One slip in focus will kill him, but he forces himself to endure. Swallowing 2 pills at once has triggered a raging tsunami of energy. 4 hours later, he collapses to the floor, coughing up blood, dragging himself up. He swears never to recklessly overuse those pills again. He survived. Now, he wonders how much his chi has actually grown. With Nano's help, he expected 40 years of cultivation. But the results are shocking. He actually gained 60 years of raw power. Even better, his overall chi flow has vastly improved. He realizes that constantly breaking and restoring his pressure points has made his body incredibly tough. Now, he can channel twice as much chi, allowing him to form an even larger chi sword. This new blade is twice the size, denser, and likely stronger than Instructor Hojin. Qian still hasn't reached master level due to his lack of understanding, but his chi foundation is finally solid. Next, it is time to learn the second half of the heavenly demonic art. He asks Nano to extract both the chi cultivation method and the destructive sword technique from the monolith's third move. As Nano transmits the data directly to his brain, Qian suddenly flinches. Something feels off. He asks Nano how many attempts the destructive style needed to counter the heavenly demonic technique. Nano reveals it would take 93 attempts to nullify the move. That is absolutely wild. No wonder the monolith on this floor is practically covered in sword marks. This means the third form is far more powerful than the first two. Qian asks if she can transfer the moves directly to his body, but Nano warns his muscles are already at their absolute limit. Is it still possible? Nano confirms she can do it if he accepts the danger. Even then, his strained muscles will only allow him to use the technique a single time. Naturally, his curiosity kicks in. Since the second form was so powerful, he has to test this third one. But as he begins the motions, an agonizing wave of pain hits him. He drops to one knee. Nano warns that the extreme movements have severely torn his muscles and immediately begins healing him. This technique is still too wild to safely use. Looking down, he sees the floor cracked from the shockwaves alone. At this rate, needing 93 tries to counter it is not surprising at all. He wonders just how powerful the counter technique really is to neutralize the heavenly demonic art. Swearing to test it again once he heals, he begins running through several other movements. Qian quickly realizes this style is brilliant. By combining just a few precise movements, it easily countered the third heavenly demonic form without causing physical strain. However, the execution is highly complex. He wonders if the creator of this style was an absolute genius. If countering the third technique is already this hard, he cannot even imagine the complexity of the fourth. Wanting to know more, he asks Nano to transfer the fourth monolith techniques next. Watching them materialize in his mind, he feels like something crucial is missing, though he cannot point it out. To solve this, he has Nano simulate both styles in augmented reality. A 3D rendering appears as the fourth form of the heavenly demonic sword clashes with the fourth destructive form. As the two forces collide, both weapons shatter. Qian is stunned to see the destructive sword style actually fail to beat the heavenly demonic art, prompting him to run more simulations. No matter how many times he replays it, the outcome remains the same. It makes no sense that the final move of the heavenly demonic style can withstand the destructive sword at its absolute peak. He asks Nano how many sword marks were carved on the monolith. She reports about 130 attempts, noting that on the final try, the monolith was sliced on the 24th move. Slicing sapphire stone takes far more than just raw chi. It requires a perfectly concentrated strike. This means the final move of the heavenly demonic art only survived by using incredibly dense, materialized chi. He realizes slicing the monolith was likely just the creator's way of venting frustration after failing to counter the supreme technique with pure sword skill alone. Looking at the sword marks, it seems he picked a fight with someone insanely powerful and threw a tantrum when things did not go his way. That old master was definitely something else, and his sword art is still a total mystery. In the end, he realizes he has to level up his actual martial understanding. Simply pumping up his muscles and downloading information into his brain will only get him so far. So now there is only one option left. Meanwhile, back at the academy cafeteria, the whole crew is having dinner together. Yoan mentions how great it feels to share a meal like this. Yoan insists they should regularly eat together. When someone asks why, since they are all so busy training, he explains that is exactly why they need this. Hubong totally agrees, and another cadet notes that teamwork is just as important as solo grind. Getting strong alone is not enough, they need to rise together as a unit. To make that happen, he heads straight to the storage room. The instructor tells him that as a squad leader, he can take whatever he wants. Even so, the guard asks what he plans to do with so much paper. Yoan says he is writing books, but this is not enough, and he will need more. The poor instructor is left speechless looking at 60 volumes worth. Did he seriously memorize everything? 2 weeks later, the squad gathers. Yoan announces he has big news, and his friends notice their young master has been acting pretty strange lately. Munku walks up and asks why his face is covered in ink. He just chuckles and says it is just leftover residue from all the writing he had to do. Now, seeing him arrive with a massive stack of books, Munku wonders if this is connected. Yoan asks if everyone is present, then announces that starting tomorrow, he is going into deep, closed-door training. The sudden news leaves everyone completely shocked. Baekji asks if there is a specific time limit, but Yoan says not really. It could take 1 or 2 years, and he will not return until he gets results. Seeing his dead serious face, they wish him luck, and Baekji notes this is a challenge for everyone. They will all need deep training soon, especially after the 4th test. But before Yoan goes, he gives them 2 absolute orders. First, everyone must pass that 4th test. That bombshell stuns everyone, but Ko Wongher and Munku accept immediately. While Munku gets a bit too loud, the stronger members look pretty confident, but cadets from smaller clans look totally discouraged, knowing this will not be easy. Then comes the second order: they must master every single book he is about to hand out. Munku sighs, finally realizing why he was covered in ink. Writing all of this by hand must have been brutal, and she definitely would have helped if he asked. They are speechless to learn he handwrote top-tier techniques from the 4th floor, just to cover their weaknesses. Yoan calls them up one by one, starting with Hubong. The moment Hubong looks at his manual, he completely freezes up. The book contains legendary arts like the illusory sword technique and the Iron Ripper kick. Everyone realizes these are highly classified secrets from elite clans, featuring high-level techniques from both the righteous and evil factions. Hubong swears to give his absolute all to repay this massive favor. The others feel the exact same way. Seeing how he looks out for even the weakest among them, they are ready to die for him. They soon realize that all 99 books contain entirely different high-level techniques. Everyone is stunned, especially those who remember what Yoan did back on the lower library floors. They finally realize their lord was not just being weird, or flipping through those books for fun. He was literally scanning everything. When Ko Wongher asks if he actually memorized every single manual, Yoan casually admits he did. His followers are left staring in absolute shock, and then the reality of it hits them. The library has strict time limits to stop anyone from stealing too many arts, yet Yoan somehow memorized techniques from the 6 major clans. Now, they can study their rivals' moves directly. Ko Wongher admits he thought he understood his leader, but he was completely wrong. Yoan is walking a path that normal humans cannot even comprehend. Seriously, how does someone memorize that much? But the proof is right here. Froda snaps them out of their shock, telling everyone to grab their personalized books. They all vow to master these techniques and meet his expectations. While Munku giggles with excitement, Baekji points out one major issue they still face. While some already have family cultivation methods, those from minor clans, like Jingok, desperately need proper breathing techniques to actually use these high-level moves. Then Hubong points out a cultivation technique, and they quickly find several more. Baekji realized he worried for absolutely nothing. Looking over the pages, Munku gasps at the bizarre method. It routes energy through some highly unusual pressure points, but the flow is insanely efficient. She hates to admit it, but this easily beats her own clan's secret art. Someone asks Froda where their lord got this, but they quickly shut up, realizing they should not pry. Meanwhile, Yoan starts lying with a completely straight face. He claims this universal origin art is just a secret technique he found on the 4th floor, praying they buy it. Flashback to 2 days ago, when he was almost done copying every single manual and trying to figure out which breathing technique to give his crew. He asked Nano if she finished analyzing internal energy, and she explained that the mysterious force is still being studied. Even future tech struggles to comprehend it, but she can easily categorize which manual best boosts internal energy. So, he asked her to pick the absolute best. Nano suggests the legendary heavenly demonic sword technique, but he instantly rejects it. That is a bit too exclusive for now. She then suggests the 1,000 martial breaths technique, but his master would totally murder him for sharing that. So instead, she brings up sample 37, leaving him highly confused. Nano explains she created this by combining the book Origin of Ki with various techniques from across the first 4 library floors as reference. He is stunned. Did she just invent a cultivation technique? Nano replies it is simply a byproduct of her energy analysis models. When he asks when she had time for this, she notes it was made 40 hours ago after finishing her 4th floor analysis. Shocked it took only 2 days, he asks if she cracked the heavenly demonic sword method. Nano says not yet, as it requires complex body coordination. Since that is incomplete, he reviews sample 37 instead. One glance leaves him speechless. After testing it briefly, he realizes its efficiency almost rivals the legendary 1,000 martial breaths technique. Its energy flow is incredibly stable, making it compatible with any style. Satisfied, he begins brainstorming a cool name for it. While Nano 37 sounds futuristic, he names it the Universal Origin Art to pass it off as a library treasure. His followers buy it completely, assuming it came from some extinct ancient clan. Yoan cuts the chatter short, asking if anyone was left out. He then orders them to memorize everything by tomorrow and burn the books immediately. The very next day, northwest of the Demonic Academy's secluded training grounds, Yoan thanks his crew for seeing him off. He tasks the Six Swords with helping the slower members master their martial arts while he is gone. Baeki agrees and tells him to focus entirely on training without any worries. Chaitakim gladly takes the lead, eager to put their newly learned teaching methods to good use. Wishing them all the best, Yoan steps inside as his loyal crew prays for his success and safety. Once he enters, he finds himself in the fourth seclusion chamber. It is slightly larger than the expert training room, packed with plenty of rations, just like he requested. Those legendary Godseed pills alone are enough to keep him fed for years. Surprised by his own progress toward the master level, Yoan commands Nano to upload every single expert-level martial art from the fourth floor directly into his brain. She happily queues up 245 books. Although these are elite clan techniques, they completely pale in comparison to his butterfly dance, the heavenly demonic sword art, and his absolute destructive sword style. Still, studying these diverse styles massively broadens his martial horizons. He plans a strict 3-part daily routine: mornings for technique practice, and afternoons for crushing virtual reality avatars in simulated combat. Nights are strictly reserved for cultivation. Since it's already afternoon, he boots up his first virtual battle, telling Nano to project Yukan as his first target. As the simulation starts, he figures a single Yukan is a good warm-up. He will ramp up the difficulty and numbers later, but his ultimate target is his own master's avatar. He aims to surpass the very moves his master unleashed on that evil faction prisoner. But as he begins, nobody could have guessed just how long Yoan's seclusion would actually last. Not even Yoan himself. Meanwhile, just 1 week into his training, Ko Wang-her absolutely crushes the fourth test by defeating an instructor, setting the fastest record in Academy history if we exclude Yoan. On the 10th day, Mun-ku of the Dark Dragon Clan becomes the third cadet to beat instructor Li Pyong. The other cadets see her jumping for joy for the absolute first time, completely thrilled to finally get her own private room. The fourth to pass is Chun Kyung-won of the Sword Clan. He wanted to rush the test, but took his sweet time to guarantee a flawless victory. 2 months after Yoan entered his room, both Ko Wang-her and Mun-ku also start their seclusion. Even though Mun-ku wanted to train like that, she put it off to teach the weaker clan vassals. Around this time, Baeki, the first of the Six Swords, passes the fourth test. Ko Wang-her's crew celebrates their second ally passing, but Baeki is pretty annoyed with himself for not beating Mun-ku to the punch. 4 months into Yoan's seclusion, Muguo, the Spring Clan's candidate, clears the fourth test and immediately dives into his own deep training. Ko Wang-her and Sojun also clear the fourth test, adding 2 more to the list. But after 5 cadets face brutal failures, nobody else dares to challenge the instructors for a while. By month 5, Hao Songhua and Chai Takim pass as well. In the 6th month, Wei, Ojong, Yan Muwa, and Jinho, all from mid-sized clans, successfully reach the natural expert level. By the 10th month, both Wei and Yoan Muhua passed the fourth test, though 15 other cadets had already failed miserably before them. Exactly 1 year later, Yoan's allies duel to decide the new Six Swords. The winners are Muguo in first, Baegi second, Ko Wang-her third, Sojun fourth, Hu Sanghua fifth, and Chai Takim sixth. With over 30 allies reaching the expert level, Muguo, Baekji, and Ko Wang-her can finally enter seclusion with peace of mind. 2 years after Yoan entered his quiet seclusion, almost every single cadet has challenged the fourth test. Out of 121 cadets, 71 passed while the rest got expelled. 19 of Yoan's 34 allies were sadly kicked out. Meanwhile, Ko Wang-her worked harder than anyone, reaching proficient expert in just 2 years. Since nearly 80% of the passing cadets immediately entered secluded training, they completely skipped the Six Swords duel that year. This brought the calmest era the Demonic Academy had ever seen. 70 secluded cadets eventually emerged, but less than 40% of them actually managed to reach the coveted master level. At 2 years and 4 months, Ko Wang-her becomes the very first to conquer the fifth test. But even before that milestone, a total of 6 powerhouse cadets had already successfully cleared the legendary sealed demonic chamber. Ko Wang-her and Baegi were among those top elites. Soon, 7 more challengers, including Muguo, stepped up to face the legendary sealed demonic chamber. None of them passed, and 3 of those poor souls actually died. Naturally, everyone became utterly terrified of the fifth test. But in year 3, the Six Swords duel returns. With everyone growing insanely strong from seclusion, the vassals clash with pure rage for those top spots, throwing the entire academy ranking into absolute chaos. Ultimately, Ko Wang-her claims the first sword, Mugo takes second, Baekji is third, Hu Sanghua fourth, Sojun fifth, and Ojong sixth. 2 months later, Ko Wang-her arrives and notices some crucial friends are missing. He mentions Muguo and Hu Bong headed back to the seclusion facility. Baekji realizes that must be where they are. Hu Sanghua is just glad they stuck together. Ko Wang-her still worries, but Baekji laughs it off, saying Munku is plenty strong. Ko Wang-her wishes that were true, but the war between the heirs is spiraling out of control. Chun Kyung-won even cornered him again recently in the academy cafeteria. Baekji scoffs, asking if he really thinks they would join a rat like that. Ko Wang-her warns they cannot predict what dirty tricks Chun Kyung-won might pull. Chun Kyung-won is just as rotten as Yukon, so who knows what kind of cheap shot he will take. Baekji agrees, explaining that is exactly why they travel together. Still, Ko Wang-her has a terrible feeling and wants to fetch them right now. Meanwhile, back at the training facility, Hu Bong angrily asks Chun Kyung-won what on earth he planned to do with those drawn weapons. Chun Kyung-won completely ignores Hu Bong and tells him to buzz off. He turns to Munku, asking one last time if she will reconsider his offer. But she firmly reminds him she has already refused multiple times. She already has a true lord to serve. He laughs at her loyalty, sneering that a useful pawn needs a proper lesson. He proposes a bet if she beats him, she can walk away, but if he wins, she becomes his obedient servant. Hu Bong snaps that this is way too far, pointing out that a future lord candidate shouldn't act like a cheap thug. Chun Kyung-won quickly cuts him off, telling him to shut up. His lackeys rush forward to attack, but suddenly freeze midair, held by an invisible force. They panic wildly as their bodies refuse to move, leaving everyone completely stunned by this supernatural power. Suddenly, they are slammed face first into the dirt. Chun Kyung-won curses, demanding to know who did it. Just then, Yoan slowly steps out from the darkness, his clothes tattered and his hair grown wild. He looks incredibly cold, eyes dripping with murder. The onlookers are in total disbelief, realizing that moving objects with pure energy means Yoan has finally reached the legendary Grandmaster level. Chun Kyung-won refuses to accept this. It took him 2 whole years just to reach the master level. He tries to convince himself it is pure luck, fearing eternal shame if he backs down. Screaming for blood, he orders his men to charge. Munku leaps forward to block them, mocking them as pathetic cowards for trying to gang up on her master. They call her insolent trash from a lesser clan for daring to stand in their way. Hu Bong yells that he will take these guys down to make things easier for his lord. The thugs try to corner Munku, but she handles them with absolute ease. Still, recognizing the Sword Clan's imperial style, she must coat her hands in protective energy to safely engage a master-level opponent. The remaining fools rush Qian, thinking they actually stand a chance. He just sighs, raises a hand, lifts all 3 with his telekinetic grip, slams their backs, and tosses them like absolute trash. They hit the dirt hard. Total terror. Kwang finally realizes Qian is an absolute monster that nobody can stop. Total surrender time. They beg Qian to stop, admitting they got utterly destroyed, but his icy glare just freezes the blood in their veins. In pure panic, Kwang's brother asks if he's really going to abandon them here. He has no choice. Fighting to the death against a whole mob is just a hassle. So Qian steps forward, lifts his hand without a word, and unleashes a blast that completely shatters everything around him. Turning his icy gaze to the rest, he whispers that they are next. Kwang is still struggling, completely baffled that a tiny girl can pack such a powerful palm strike. It makes zero sense. She notices his ki scattered. Desperate, he shapes a massive ki sword, aiming to crush her with one single, brutal blow. She braces for the end, but Qian suddenly flashes in, catching the glowing ki sword with his bare hands. Kwang is left wondering if this monster is actually a grandmaster, but before he can even blink, Qian cuts right past him. Kwang's arm flies right off, painting the snow red. Mongol just stands there in absolute shock, unable to process the agonizing pain of losing his own limb. Screaming in agony, Mongol begs Qian to stop. But Qian just stomps a heavy foot into his chest, pinning him into the freezing snow. Mongol begs for mercy, but Qian simply tells him it's too late, unleashing a devastating wave of ki. Wanhu rushes over to check if Bong and the others are all right. He instantly freezes, staring at the mountain of fresh corpses piled up in front of Bong, demanding to know what happened here. As soon as they glimpse his handsome face, they instantly recognize their long-lost lord. Wanhu drops to his knees like a faithful puppy, welcoming back his master as the loyal first sword. She quickly remembers her place, and kneels too, practically swooning as she greets Qian as the official second sword. Begyi is completely crushed by the sheer, romantic weight of his intense pressure. Then the third sword bows deeply. Sunhwa quietly chuckles, wondering if this is the very first time Baekgi has actually used a formal title, especially since he always complained about honorifics being too embarrassing. Everyone kneels. They bow before Qian. He gently thanks them for waiting, triggering absolute cheers until they spot the Sword Clan's Vice Lord candidate standing right behind him. Recognizing Kyung, they ask if Qian has finally reached the Grandmaster stage. With a cool, effortless look, Qian confirms the news. Half an hour later in the infirmary, even the doctor treating Baekgi is completely stunned. By now, rumors of Qian's legendary return and how he absolutely wrecked his enemies had spread like wildfire through the entire academy. Since Qian had effortlessly eliminated 5 of the 6 top Vice Lord candidates, everyone started gossiping about an outsider taking the crown. This put immense sweating pressure on Wang's subordinate from the powerful Dark Clan, but Mongol didn't care about the gossip, focusing entirely on training. He simply asked an instructor if he was finally getting close to the legendary Grandmaster level. The instructor laughs, saying he isn't just close, he is already there. Right after letting him out of seclusion, the instructor watched him perform high-level key telekinesis with his own eyes. Mongol realizes his closed-door training took way longer than planned. He expected to become a master, but somehow unlocked Grandmaster status instead. In the entire history of the academy, absolutely no one has achieved this so early. Calling him a mere genius is a massive understatement. Suddenly, a thought clicks. The instructor carefully asks the director if something major has happened, and the director gives a slow nod. The instructor eagerly asks what happened, but a sharp knock interrupts them. The director tells him to let the visitor in, knowing the crazy reports he just read point to someone far more dangerous than a council elder. The terrifying, heavy aura rolling off the visitor is absolutely insane. Wang smiles, admitting Qian has grown so ridiculously powerful that he's almost unrecognizable, before asking what brings him by. A bit later near the dark cave, Instructor Ho is utterly speechless that Qian wants to take the 5th test already. Only 4 hours after leaving his deep seclusion, Qian must be in an insane rush. Qian explains his loyal followers were terrified while he was gone, so he wants to wrap this up immediately. Ho is deeply impressed, remembering his own 3 years of brutal training to reach mastery, while this kid is already here. Ho tells him to step inside, but Qian suddenly catches a freezing draft blowing from the abyss. The wind feels sharper than winter itself, and the sheer scale of the cavern is honestly pretty intimidating. Ho explains, the challenge survive the cave of the sealed demon. Qian must navigate a maze of deadly traps in pitch-black darkness, relying strictly on his raw sensory instincts. Qian notices a lever nearby, figuring it controls the deadly mechanisms. Ho warns him that if he fails to emerge within 2 hours, they will assume he died and shut the traps down. With a nod, Ho starts the 5th test. Qian steps forward, remembering the terrifying legend of the sealed demon sleeping inside. He peers ahead as another icy breeze sweeps past. For a split second, he spots massive scales and a single, terrifying eye. But why use actual skill when you can just ask Nano to turn on night vision? With the system active, his eyes shift to a glowing, unnatural color. The winding path ahead is endless, thick with the foul stench of ancient oil and dried blood. Spotting a narrow tunnel ahead, he figures this is where the real fun starts. Since his vision is perfectly clear, he plans to speedrun the entire path using his swift movement techniques. He intentionally steps on a few trigger plates, watching the mechanisms spring to life. As a barrage of sharp arrows flies straight at him, Qian casually flicks his wrist, shattering them instantly. He realizes a normal warrior would be torn to shreds in this pitch-black cave. Giving up on rushing, he slows his pace, though his steps keep triggering more hidden traps. The heavy ceiling suddenly collapses toward him, forcing him to sprint ahead and barely avoid getting flattened. He quickly realizes the triggers are hidden in specific floor bricks. Watching his step, Nano makes this whole test a complete joke. 30 minutes in, he realizes the cave is a massive labyrinth of multiple tunnels. Glancing back, he notes that without the faint airflow guiding him, getting lost would be incredibly easy. Suddenly, something looks incredibly familiar. He stood right here over 3 years ago. This is the secret chamber hidden in the detention center. He has stumbled upon the heavenly demonic sword art once again. He bows deeply before the statue of the ancient founder, feeling incredibly lucky to find this place. If the ruthless Poison Clan leader knew about this secret chamber, he would absolutely lose his mind. Qian decides his only option is to completely destroy this place. He cannot let anyone else lay their hands on the ultimate heavenly demonic sword art. But suddenly, the entire cavern begins to violently shake. Startled, he demands to know what is going on as the massive stone pillars begin to shift. Jumping back through the rising dust, he gasps as glowing pearls from the ceiling drop directly in front of him. The realization hits him. These glowing marks are actually texts detailing the secret movements of the demonic sword art, triggered by a hidden, ancient mechanism. Yet, something feels off. He spots strange patterns behind the text, realizing that when the glowing lines from the lamps align, they form a hidden map. This has to be a secret treasure map. Since he cannot decipher the location himself, he orders Nano to scan and record everything. Nano quickly confirms the layout perfectly matches the cave tunnels, making Qian incredibly glad he has her advanced database. This is literally a treasure map for the cave of the sealed demon. Nano instantly pinpoints their exact coordinates, thoroughly impressing him. Qian decides to make his way back toward the entrance, knowing he still has plenty of time left. Knowing the founder had a reason to leave this, he goes to investigate. Walking deeper, old rumors about this sealed cavern start flashing through his mind. Yoan remembers Mongol complaining about the cave being super creepy. He figured she was just scared of the dark, but she actually heard a bizarre crying sound in there, and Mongol was completely shocked that he could hear it too. Chun quickly realizes that creepy sound is way too real to be his imagination. Yet even after cranking his senses up to 11, he still cannot pinpoint what it is, and this whole path feels incredibly sketchy. Even if this is not the actual escape route, it is packed with way more traps than any other path. As he pushes deeper, he notices that despite the map pointing him here, the road ahead looks like a total dead end. Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. Is it actually a dead end? He spots some ancient writing on the wall mentioning a seal. Right on cue, that creepy crying echoes again, making him wonder if the founder locked something up behind this wall. He has no clue what is lurking back there, but the energy feels straight up demonic. Classic cave of the sealed demon stuff. Still, he starts worrying that his endless curiosity might just unleash some ancient horror he cannot actually handle. He remembers that old warning about curiosity putting you in a grave, so maybe he should just back off. But then, why would the founder leave a literal treasure map here? In the end, Chun decides there is zero time to overthink things. If the founder left this map, it cannot be a mistake. Chun resolves to smash the wall down first, channeling massive chi energy directly into his sword. He then unleashes the fifth technique, the devastating butterfly dance. The wall shatters, but he can only stare in absolute shock. His powerful attack barely even scratched the surface compared to the founder's ancient marks. There is definitely something highly unusual about this wall. It looks exactly like the legendary sapphire monolith. Then it hits him, it is not just a copy, it actually is the real deal, just disguised under a rocky outer layer. So, he prepares for a second strike. This is the ultimate technique he could not execute when it was just muscle memory. He could only pull it off after finally achieving the Grandmaster level. As he channels his chi, he chuckles, thinking he would save this trump card for a real boss fight. Steadying his breath, he unleashes the devastating fourth technique of the heavenly demonic sword art. The strike twists forward like a massive drill, slamming directly into the reinforced wall. This time, he successfully blasts a massive hole right through the barrier and celebrates his success. But then, that familiar rotten stench from the cave entrance hits his nose, triggering immediate dread. He might have seriously messed up. Suddenly, his sword starts splintering. Chun realizes the blade Sagwag forged for him was a one-hit wonder. Turns out, normal metal absolutely cannot handle the raw power of the heavenly demonic art. Right on cue, Nano chimes in with a warning about a massive plasma burst up ahead. Chun freezes in shock as his AI assistant detects a devastating atmospheric shockwave heading straight for him. He gets sent flying from a single impact, crashing hard into the far wall. What on earth was that? He could not block it whatsoever. Before he can even recover, another blast heads his way, forcing him to turn tail and run. Turning around to face his attacker, he spots a colossal serpent rising from the black haze. Chun heard that these massive amugi are supposed to be sacred, elegant spirit beasts. But this scary-looking thing is definitely not that. This is just a pure, bloodthirsty monster. The beast lunges again, forcing Chun to desperately dodge charge after terrifying charge from the gigantic snake. The snake even climbs up the ceiling, and Chun realizes the entire cave is going to cave in if this continues. Since this chamber is made of brittle sapphire, his best bet is to lure the monster outside. Once the beast clears the zone, Chun slips back into the chamber, thinking his plan actually worked. But the moment he steps inside, he splashes right into a deep puddle of what looks like fresh blood, stopping him cold. He looks around at the mysterious black sludge, wondering what it could possibly be. The stench alone is so foul, it instantly gives him a massive headache. Suddenly, the snake charges again, trying to swallow him in one single bite. This sticky sludge is completely ruining his footwork. Thinking fast, Chun gathers chi in his palm to forge an energy blade, attacking the snake with everything he has got, only to freeze as his hand bounces right off. The serpent roars, blasting him back once more. He can barely believe his demonic heavenly sword art did not even leave a scratch on its scales. It felt like hitting solid steel, making him wonder if this beast is tougher than sapphire. But then, something else makes him tense up. He is shocked to notice the water surrounding the giant snake is barely even rippling. A creature that massive should have caused a huge splash. Yet the river is completely still. He quickly commands Nano to boot up augmented reality. She complies immediately, confirming a highly unusual reading of black plasma energy pulsing inside the chamber. Nano explains that this occurs when local energy becomes so dense that ion particles literally condense. Even if modern science cannot fully explain it, it is essentially a spiritual phenomenon, leaving Chun wondering if he is dealing with magic. Nano warns him to brace himself because another massive energy wave is coming. The snake lunges forward to snap its jaws shut, but this time Chun easily sidesteps the attack, confirming his suspicions. Even when that massive head plunges into the water, not a single wave forms. Still, he hears a strange metallic clink at the bottom. After a quick analysis, Nano reports 24 metal fragments floating in midair, emitting insane energy. That completely catches him off guard. Confused, he orders Nano to project a marker on every single metal fragment she detected, and she instantly complies. As he continues dodging the giant snake, the targeting markers light up all over its massive head. He can barely believe his eyes. Those glowing points perfectly trace the attack path of his basic demonic sword technique. With the snake gearing up for another fatal strike, Chun reminds himself he has spent 3 long years perfecting this exact sword form and breathing pattern. It is time to execute it flawlessly in one go. Chun charges head-on, rushing straight toward the tip of the serpent's snout. Meeting it midair, he lands a barrage of precise strikes on every single target point across its scales. He thinks he won, and suddenly, everything vanishes. He finds himself entirely alone. Turning around, his face completely freezes in shock as the snake's true form reveals itself. Those scattered metal shards fly together, merging into a single black sword wrapped in a dark, ominous aura. He realizes that this is the legendary demonic heavenly sword. He is completely baffled as to why something so incredibly precious, the ultimate symbol of the demonic cult leader, is sealed away down here. The very second he grabs the hilt, the weapon begins sinking directly into his forearm. Suddenly, a thick black mist swallows him whole, plunging his world into absolute darkness where he cannot see, hear, or speak. It feels like all of his senses have been completely erased. Yet, instead of terrifying him, the void feels strangely comforting, which actually scares him even more. He knows this feeling is wrong. Suddenly, light flashes back, and he is standing somewhere completely drenched. Realizing his mind was almost completely devoured by that darkness, Chun frantically calls out for Nano, but his AI assistant remains dead silent. That is when a massive, white-scaled amugi appears right before his eyes. Turns out there was a second beast all along. It lets out a deafening roar right in his face, but then Chun notices something strange. Its horns are rapidly growing, and its colossal body is expanding even further. The beast is literally transforming into a legendary dragon. Chun instinctively reaches for his blade to fight, but before he can strike, a flash of light slices off one of the dragon's horns, sending it crashing down nearby as the beast panics. Right before his eyes, the dragon's pristine white scales begin turning pitch black. Chun looks up at the mysterious figure who effortlessly severed the horn, wondering who this godlike swordsman could be as the stranger points his weapon at the beast. Chun notices the weapon is made of pure qi, and that black blade is one he knows all too well. The dark serpent growls at the warrior, and both charge at each other. The warrior carves through the beast with ease. Chun recognizes the third form of the demonic heavenly sword, realizing his own mastery is not even close to this level. Once the beast is dead, the warrior plunges his blade into the corpse, and the sword begins absorbing its dark energy. The swordsman sighs, thinking it will take a long time to absorb all of it, and that this power is not meant for him anyway. Then, he turns around and spots Chun staring right at him. This vision leaves Chun completely shaken. The mysterious man simply flashes him a knowing smile, and Chun suddenly snaps back to reality, lifting his face out of the sticky black mud. He starts coughing violently, and Nano quickly asks if he is doing okay. Chun realizes he accidentally swallowed a mouthful of that disgusting black liquid, which tastes absolutely foul. When he asks how long he was out, Nano reveals he never actually lost consciousness. Apparently, he just collapsed the exact moment he touched the sword. This shocks him, as it felt like he was hovering on the edge of death for hours. He asks how long it has been since they entered. Nano tells him it hasn't even been an hour. Relieved, Seon asks if he just tripped and fell, but Nano shuts that down. The second he grabbed the sword, black plasma shot into his system, giving his brain cells a massive high-voltage shock. She explains that this black plasma fused with his own internal energy, leaving him totally speechless. Well, That certainly explains the terrifying demonic power he felt raging inside him just a second ago. But how did a simple sword change him this much? He wonders if it was some weird weapon effect. After all, the blade he was holding literally melted into the black bracelet on his wrist. He stares at his wrist, completely baffled by this weird jewelry. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the instructors are starting to lose their minds over the delay. A master-grade warrior should have finished by now, yet nearly 2 hours have passed. Did something go horribly wrong? One instructor mentions a dark rumor: a sealed demon has slept in this cave since the academy was founded. It is the ultimate ground for the 5th test, where only the chosen could survive. This makes the instructor worry. Did young Seon fail the trial and get eaten alive by the darkness? But right as they tense up around the entrance, the massive stone doors slowly creak open. Seon steps out, immediately hitting everyone with a stench so foul it could kill a man. Holding their breath, they congratulate him on passing the 5th test. He offers a quick thanks, fully aware he smells like hot garbage. Meanwhile, the instructor spots a strange deer-like horn in his hand. Soon after, Seon rushes to scrub off that toxic sludge. Placing the horn aside, he sighs in relief as the stench finally fades, which is fair, considering he scrubbed himself for a whole hour. Glancing over at his clothes and that weird horn, memories of the cave come rushing back. To draw out the sword's hidden power, he had to push his demonic heavenly art to its absolute limits. The results are mind-blowing. The blade handles his dark energy flawlessly, slicing sapphire like butter. But combining it with his own internal force, that is where things get genuinely terrifying. Whenever his internal energy fluctuates, the blade actually begins to dissolve. It melts right back into his wrist as a bracelet. No matter how hard he pulls, it won't budge, only reacting to the demonic energy in his ki. His body has been burning hot and drenched in sweat. Nano explains that the strange black liquid did more than just coat his skin. It seeped deep into his veins, forcing out every last trace of poison. This catches him completely off guard. He thought his body was already pure after his breakthrough to master grade, which previously expelled almost all his inner impurities. Yet this black liquid cleanses even the deepest, microscopic toxins. Suddenly, it clicks. This is the blood of the mythical Imugi serpent. If he can bottle this, it will make his future subordinates incredibly powerful. He tries to grab a quick sample, but of course, the universe says no, as the entire cave starts collapsing on his head. Talk about terrible timing. He almost gets buried alive, barely managing to scoop a small amount of blood into his sword sheath. He is devastated. There was an entire river of blood back there, enough to power up his entire faction. Looking down, he spots a blood-stained object. It is the horn of the Imugi serpent, the exact same one he saw in his vision. He grabs it, even though he has absolutely no clue what to do with a giant monster horn. Perhaps it can boost his ki like some rare martial arts pill. He asks Nano for a quick scan, and she reveals it is made of an unknown material, almost as hard as diamond. He is completely stunned. That makes it way tougher than sapphire. Intrigued, he channels his key sword and strikes the horn with absolute, maximum force. To his utter shock, the thing is not just durable. Some weird force repels his key sword, making him wonder if this is the magic of a legendary spirit beast. Then, a brilliant idea strikes. If he crafts this into a custom blade, it will perfectly match his demonic art. It is so incredibly hard that maybe a legendary blacksmith could forge it. Later, at 4 p.m. in the main academy building, Chief Meng notes that only 4 hours have passed. Yet Seon's energy has grown insanely fast. The kid controls it beautifully, but Meng can still feel a faint trace of dark, demonic energy, making him wonder if Instructor Hull's wild theories were actually correct. He always assumed it was a myth that only a worthy successor could meet the demon sealed in that cave. Meng chuckles to himself. First, that legendary sword art, and now this dark energy. This kid is clearly destined for greatness. A cough snaps Meng back to reality. Guardian Young quickly bows to Seon, calling him leader, or rather, brigade leader, and warmly congratulates him for passing the brutal 5th test. He declares Seon a true martial master, and the pride of their faction, meaning he deserves proper rewards. When Seon asks about his prize, Hai presents a heavy black metal badge, the symbol of a brigade leader. The boy spots the words, Heavenly Demonic Cult, carved into the metal. He can feel a residual aura, realizing this was etched by a master swordsman rather than a common blacksmith. Hua reveals the Lord carved it himself, a unique honor reserved for brigade leaders. Seon secretly wants to throw it in the trash, but under everyone's watchful gaze, he pockets it and asks Meng if he can start the 6th test immediately. The entire room goes silent. Nobody expected this bold demand. Meng stares deeply at the boy before nodding yes, he is more than qualified. The 6th trial usually demands Grandmaster level, which is honestly insane for a student. Seon is literally the first person in 70 years to even qualify for this madness. May explains that the sixth test requires him to duel one of the 12 elders, the cult's strongest hidden masters. This caught the boy off guard, but May asks if he already has a target in mind. Walking to the library, Seon reflects on this golden opportunity. He never expected the final test to let him challenge one of the 12 elders directly. Once graduation hits, his war against the 6 great clans begins. This is his chance to eliminate a powerhouse enemy early. To survive the upcoming clash against the great clans, he absolutely must master the final secret technique of the heavenly demonic art. Back in the office, Young reflects on how much the boy has matured. He fully expected Seon to immediately target the Poison Clan leader to avenge his mother. But the youth kept his cool, asking for time to think. Having his mortal enemy right within his grasp, he still chose caution. To Young, this cold calculation makes him infinitely more dangerous than a simple kid blinded by pure rage. The Academy's 4 years of protection are coming to an end, and the 6 great clans are ready to strike. When they do, the cult will descend into a bloodbath. He wonders how Seon and his crew will handle the storm. Meanwhile, up on the 5th floor of the Grand Library, Seon walks alone, noting there are only 20 books left. It feels incredibly quiet. He remembers his master telling him to be grateful for learning the butterfly dance and the 1,000 breaths, secrets guarded on these top floors. Following those memories, he approaches the monolith of the technique he inherited. He turns around, realizing the long-awaited moment is finally here. This is the ultimate technique of the heavenly demonic art. He commands Nano to scan the massive stone slab and analyze its energy pathways. But as the scan gets underway, the boy paces in sheer confusion. Suddenly, he freezes in absolute shock. How is this even possible? There are no sword marks on the stone. It makes zero sense. A sword technique this destructive should have left deep gouges behind. Why would the founder leave it completely blank? He asks Nano if the stone is truly empty, but she reveals there is indeed a single mark. Nano immediately activates her augmented reality display and zooms in, revealing a single, tiny puncture hole. Seon stares at it, completely baffled. It is literally just a small hole in the stone. Is this really the legendary heavenly demonic art? Can a technique like this even exist? He wonders if the strike simply pierced straight through the rock. The decorative poem distracted him, but the stone was indeed pierced right through. It is unbelievable, because there are absolutely no signs of key energy being used. The founder must have concentrated the raw physical power of the strike into one single, microscopic point. If even a drop of energy had leaked, this massive stone would have shattered. The slab lacks sword slashes not because his master missed a secret, but because he could not fathom countering a move with 0 physical tells. Seon realizes the founder's ultimate discovery in his final years wasn't just sword unification. It was something far deeper. By drawing the sword's intent into himself, he reveals his own deep desire. When these two intents merge into one, it means something he's only now beginning to understand. Suddenly, everything clicks. Seon begins to glow as if undergoing a complete evolution. Just like that, he enters a state of enlightenment so intense that even the guards notice. The inspector rushes over, demanding to know what is happening to their leader, but the blinding light leaves everyone confused. Someone tells the newcomer to be quiet, as the others quickly form a defensive circle around him. As Seon sits there cultivating, they realize he must be unifying the 5 types of chi. None of them ever expected to witness something this legendary. Legend says that when someone reaches the level of a true grandmaster, they receive the energy of heaven, earth, and man to cleanse their body and align the 3 dantians. Yet, that is only half of the process. A true grandmaster is born only after unifying all 5 energies, and that's exactly what Seon is doing right now. As he sways in deep meditation, his skin begins to crack, looking like he is breaking out of a shell. The inspector watches in awe as the cracks spread across his body. He suddenly realizes what this is: body reconstruction. After all the recent chaos on this floor, everything finally goes completely quiet. The inspector notes that although Seon was unleashing massive energy a moment ago, now he can't feel a single thing. Honestly, that sudden silence is pretty terrifying. If this continues, even the director won't be able to sense Brigade Leader Zeon's energy. When Seon finally opens his eyes, everyone congratulates him on the breakthrough. He wonders if this incredible feeling is the real deal. He has truly reached the Grandmaster level, understanding a technique on his own for the very first time. He then notices the 3 of them had formed a guard to protect him during his enlightenment. He thanks them for their protection, but as he looks around at the absolute mess left behind, he quickly apologizes for what happened to the library. They tell him it is perfectly fine after such a massive achievement, but they still remind the others to handle the precious martial arts manuals with care while putting them back on the shelves. Seon decides this is the perfect opportunity, while everyone is distracted, to quietly erase the writing on the stone wall. He can't risk anyone else ever learning the heavenly demonic art. After that, the inspector tells Xion that the books are no longer an issue, and he can continue studying. Xion simply thanks him. The first books scanned are the secret arts of the 6 great clans. These include the spiritual sword of the Sword Clan, Spring Cave Fist of the Spring Clan, Black Cloud Palm of the Dark Clan, and the Soundwave Technique of the Sound Clan. There is also the Poisonous Toad Palm from the Poison Clan, and the Phantom Blade Dance from the Blade Clan. He knows these aren't their absolute ultimate skills, but they're still top-tier techniques. Then he spots the Crimson Fire Sword technique, realizing it must belong to the Left Guardian. The name fits perfectly. Next, he discovers a technique called Wind God Step, and wonders if it is a high-level movement skill. He notes the timing is perfect, since he lacks a good movement skill, wondering who would donate this to the library, then tells Nano to scan it later at 8 p.m. Back in his private quarters, Xion gathers with his loyal subordinates, who all warmly congratulate him on passing the difficult 5th test. They are absolutely thrilled, but Wanhu asks if he's heard the news, while Munku wonders if they are dreaming. Another girl chimes in, saying it is impossible for such monsters to exist, since they even managed to terrify Sanhwa. He adds that Sanhwa is strong enough to wipe out those beasts alone, yet she still took a heavy hit. Xion decides not to mention what he discovered, knowing it would only cause unnecessary trouble. Meanwhile, Wanhu is completely distracted, thinking about how cute Sanhwa is. Shaking it off, Xion explains why he gathered everyone, pulling out the mysterious snake blood he harvested from the cave. A repulsive, rotten smell immediately fills the room, and Wanhu blurts out, asking what that disgusting liquid is. Xion knows, explaining that it is legendary Imugi blood would be too complicated, so he claims he found it after taking a wrong turn. They are absolutely shocked that he brought something back from the Forbidden Cave, and let's be real, who wouldn't be completely terrified of that place? Xion explains that he drank some by accident, which purged all the toxins from his body and boosted his internal energy flow. Since it worked wonders, he brought some back for them, but they still hesitate to drink the foul stuff. Then, Wanhu steps forward and tells the others they shouldn't hesitate when their lord is offering them such a rare gift. To prove his point, he declares he will drink first, grabbing a massive cup while ignoring the horrific smell. After thanking his lord, he gulps it down. The second it goes in, he acts tough, thinking it wasn't even that bad. Then, the horrific sickness hits. He collapses backward, looking half dead. Wanhu stammers, asking if Xing really believes this disgusting stuff is an elixir. But a moment later, his chi starts moving wildly, and he realizes Xion was completely right. His body feels completely renewed, and his energy flow is incredibly fast. Seeing this, the others realize they're doomed to drink it too. Everyone takes a turn, except Sanhwa, who flatly refuses, and Munku, who struggles with her mask. Still, none of them wanted to drink that willingly. A while later, at the forge north of the academy, the descendant of the legendary blacksmith is seen hammering away at the dragon's horn, but the material won't even scratch. Instead, his steel hammer shatters into pieces. Shocked, he asks Xion where on earth he managed to find such an indestructible material, but Xion replies that it is a secret. The blacksmith says it doesn't matter. With a legendary material like this, he can forge the finest weapon in the entire world. He asks if Xion wants a spear, and Xion agrees. But then the blacksmith remembers the cold iron they received, and asks if he wants a sword made from it too, prompting Xion to remind him that he originally agreed to forge only one weapon. The smith explains that since Xion is now a brigade leader, he can request weapons whenever he likes. While the academy limits cold iron distribution, they can secure other materials directly. Hearing this, Xion asks him to forge a sword after all. He needs to hide his black sword until he uncovers the mystery behind the heavenly demon sword carved onto its blade. A reliable replacement sword is exactly what he needs. The smith warns that with materials this rare, each piece will take about a month to forge, making it 2 months total. Xion tells him to proceed anyway, before heading to the academy director's office, where the director asks if he is absolutely certain. Xion confirms it. The director is visibly shaken, admitting the young man is bolder than anyone else, wondering if he is actually crazy. Xion's target is the Dark Clan leader, Mongol, one of the top 12 elders. Mongol reached the Grandmaster level long ago, and is known as one of the strongest fighters in the entire cult, rivaling even the Great Guardian Maricon. The director, Yang, realizes Xion plans to deal with the 6th sect leader first, but challenging a seasoned Grandmaster is a massive risk. Even though Xion has clearly thought this through, it still feels incredibly reckless. Even so, the director agrees to send the formal challenge letter. Everything seemed to be falling perfectly into place, but the world does not revolve around his plans alone. Soon, on the 10th day, Wanhu formally applies for the 6th test. Suddenly, prestigious envoys from the Martial Arts Alliance arrive at the Heavenly Demon Castle for the very first time in nearly 10 years. The news sends shockwaves through the entire cult, but Xian, still training inside the academy, has no way of knowing. A week before the 6th test, Xian is summoned by Yongo, who looks incredibly troubled, prompting Xian to ask if something is wrong. Yongo apologizes, explaining that Xian will have to face a completely different opponent for the 6th test. Confused, Xian asks why, wondering if the first elder has changed his mind. The answer is no. He then spreads his silent energy through the entire room, and Xian immediately catches on this must be a secret. Yongo explains that while details are confidential, only 4 elders currently remain between the 9th and 12th spots. Chun quickly realizes none of the high-ranking elders showed up, completely ruining his plans of picking a strong opponent for his test. Yongo Wonghul regrets even suggesting this, but reveals the clan rankings just got a major shakeup, demoting the Poison Clan leader to 12th place, much to Chun's surprise. Chun smiles. Then, his eyes turn ice-cold as he stares at Yongo Wonghul. Better than nothing. The next day, the Poison Clan chief gets the news. He finds the timing incredibly suspicious. Why is that brat still alive? Yongo Wonghul wanted him dead already. Over 3 years, the Dark Clan elder grew too powerful, surpassing both poison and sword elders while constantly trying to eliminate Yongo Wonghul under the guise of training. So the Lord was actually using these fights to secretly exhaust the Dark Clan elder, while the other 6 clans patiently waited to regain their peak power. But an unexpected request arrives on the morning of the test, throwing everyone off. A Poison Clan subordinate begs his leader to refuse it, pointing out he just got released from prison and the Lord's eyes are everywhere. Another elder warns that pushing back now could shatter the delicate balance of the 6 clans, but their leader argues that rejecting the fight would only make them look weak. With his crippled nephew still bedridden and this sudden challenge thrown at his feet, he is completely cornered. Another ally agrees with his brother, arguing that since the kid already reached Grandmaster level, they might as well eliminate him right now given their bloody history, while someone else notes this affects all 6 clans. He claims the kid lacks the true power to back up his claims. Is this supposed to be a threat? The leader finally cuts the bickering short. The chief admits he wants Chun dead more than anyone, but they cannot rush this. After deciding to reject the request, he visits his crippled grandson who is lying in bed, barely clinging to life. Feeling helpless, he apologizes to the toothless boy, who weakly whimpers for his grandfather, right before a servant knocks to announce a late-night guest. Annoyed, he tells them to bring the visitor in. But a sudden telepathic transmission reveals it is Lady Amore, wife of the Dark Clan elder, who is already waiting right outside the door. Now watch as the old man opens the door. Chun's half-brother spots the mysterious woman waiting in the shadows, and things are about to get wild. She was the absolute root of all their misery, and remembering how she once approached his mother with that fake smile, makes his blood boil with pure, explosive rage. He finally remembers she was the one who bought the lethal poison, and by the next morning, the Poison Clan leader officially accepts Chun's challenge for the 6th test. Yongo Wonghul smirked, knowing things went exactly as planned, while Chun heads down to the blacksmith on the morning of the big fight. 30 minutes later, the blacksmith wraps up his work, admitting Chun scared him half to death by sneaking up, before Chun gently unsheathes his brand new blade. Behold the glorious white dragon blade, named exactly as Chun requested, fitting the weapon flawlessly, before the smith pulls out a silk handkerchief to demonstrate its sharpness. The fabric instantly splits in two the second it brushes the edge, leaving Chun absolutely thrilled by its deadly sharpness. When the proud smith asks for his thoughts, Chun happily crowns him the greatest blacksmith in the land for delivering such a masterpiece. Chun quietly realizes that with this magnificent masterpiece in hand, he might finally surpass his master Seob, officially securing the legendary white blade that will soon define his entire legacy. On the day of the battle, a shocked crowd gathers at the academy training grounds, staring at Chun in disbelief. Whispers spread through the crowd, calling him an absolute monster for reaching Grandmaster level so quickly, though they seriously wonder if he can actually survive against a seasoned clan elder. They gossip about him choosing the 12th elder, as Chun overhears it all, right when the academy director enters with a mysterious guest. It is the 9th elder Sama, making his son light up in excitement. But the crowd gasps when the Poison Clan leader arrives as Chun's opponent. Nobody can believe he picked the terrifying master of lethal poisons, but Chun remains completely unbothered as the old man approaches him. Director starts by thanking the 12th elder for accepting Chun's bold challenge, officially commencing the historic 6th test with Elder Sama acting as the official witness. The Poison Clan elder glares silently at Chun, noting that after spending 2 long years locked away because of that past incident, the brat has finally come out of hiding to face him. As Mangan calls for the match to begin, the old man strikes like lightning, driving a brutal palm strike directly into Chun's chest before anyone can blink. Wait, is it actually over? The crowd screams in absolute horror, only to realize he hit an afterimage as Chun casually reappears right behind him. Chun's unbelievable speed proves he has truly reached the Grandmaster level, leaving the director completely baffled while the frustrated Poison Elder launches another attack only to hit empty air. Chun dodges effortlessly, noting the old man's decent speed as he prepares to counter the incoming strikes. The Elder vows to break Chun's legs first, unleashing a massive wave of energy that shatters the stone floor as Chun leaps to safety. The old man aggressively swings his heavy staff to completely lock down Chun's movements, but Chun outmaneuvers him effortlessly, using the deadly light butterfly circular steps of his sword art. The Elder counters with his devastating destructive poison art, releasing an explosive shockwave of energy that leaves the ears of every single spectator ringing. As the dust settles, Chun remains entirely unfazed, forcing the old man to wonder how a mere kid could possess such insane strength. He cannot comprehend how that remarkably thin sword survived his poison technique, especially since the young boy fights with the ruthless, calculating experience of a veteran who survived hundreds of bloody wars. He begins to doubt Chun is only at the lower Grandmaster rank, realizing he has gone completely all out, yet still hasn't made the kid sweat. Faced with such an absolute monster, he finally understands the warning Lady Amora gave him when she visited his quarters the previous night. He had accused her of overstepping her bounds by trying to force his hand, arguing that even the leader's wife had no right to command him, but she silenced him by revealing she knew the whereabouts of the legendary divine doctor, the ultimate healer who could save anyone still breathing. She suggested that this legendary doctor could easily cure his crippled grandson, offering the rare family token that would guide them straight to the elusive healer's hidden location. All she wanted in exchange was for him to murder Chun, assuring him the Dark Clan would cover up any fallout from the deadly duel. Remembering their conversation, Baek-oh realizes there must be a solid reason Yoan was selected. Honestly, at this rate, nobody below the third elder would stand a chance against him. One slip-up, and the 6 clans will face the absolute worst enemy in their entire history. Realizing Yoan must die right here, Baek-oh begins gathering even more of his toxic chi. This sudden surge actually starts making the young boy uneasy. Director Lee Hameng notices the toxins rising, and Elder Sama Yi demands to know what Baek-oh is doing. Does he seriously plan to kill the challenger? Mun-ku can't help but fear for Yoan. The Elder unleashes the 5th form of his deadly technique, flooding the entire arena with thick purple poison. The crowd panics, wondering how anyone could defeat such a monster, while Yoan's loyal followers start praying and begging him to surrender. As the old man confidently strides through his own toxic mist, Yoan remains absolutely unfazed. He suddenly charges straight ahead, leaving the Elder completely dumbfounded. He throws up a thick wall of poison to block him, as Hubong screams to Yoan. Baek-oh thinks this is easily enough to melt the kid's bones. If the boy dies, it's his own foolish fault, but suddenly, a powerful chi slash from Yoan tears right through the mist. Baek-oh is forced to block with all his might, getting pushed back as Yoan follows the strike and appears right before him with a readied fist. Now it's Yoan's turn. The Poison Master is utterly horrified to see that Yoan's melting skin is actively healing and regenerating at the same time. Before he can react, a heavy fist lands, sending the old man flying. Outside the dark cloud, nobody can see a thing through the heavy smoke, making the tension absolutely unreal. Hubong even begins to weep, desperately crying out for his young lord. Ko Wangher knows that deadly poison can liquefy a man down to his bones, making everyone question why Yoan chose the Poison Clan leader as his opponent. Suddenly, a body flies out of the smoke and crashes hard onto the dirt, convincing the crowd that it's all over. Even Inspector Hoa murmurs that the old man went way too far, but as the dust settles, everyone gasps. It's the Elder on the ground. Yoan actually defeated him, walking calmly out of the purple haze without a single scratch. The crowd is left scratching their heads, wondering how on earth he survived Elder Baek-oh's signature poison. They vividly remember the Great War, back when the Poison Clan's toxic fog earned the name of a living massacre. Even a Grandmaster from the Wudang sect wouldn't survive a direct hit from that fog. Guardian Submeng whispers that he can't believe his own eyes, while the Elder slowly drags himself up, completely bewildered by what just happened. Even though Baek-oh blocked, his arm bones were completely shattered, proving Yewan's raw strength and internal energy are completely off the charts. Staring at the boy's instant healing, the old man wonders if his opponent is even human. He struggles back to his feet, but Yoan quickly presses the attack, executing the final form of the butterfly blade dance. The Poison Elder instinctively reaches to defend himself, only to realize his staff is gone, leaving him standing there, trembling. With no other options left, Baek-oh's skin turns a dark, bruised purple. Yoan quickly realizes the old man is tapping into an even deadlier poison state. The old man boasts that he is purging all toxins from his body while simultaneously closing his wounds. Yoan quickly notes that even his opponent's aura has shifted.